Perry backed up a few steps, crouching deeper into the cornfield. The beam of light in front of her finally moved away, and someone shouted, "Nothing over here, go check that side." She let out a shaky breath. Thank God she picked a good hiding spot. Looked like they'd already searched this part. They weren't coming back in. Her legs were sore. She sat down, pulling her knees to her chest, arms wrapped tight around them. Growing up in the mountains, none of this wilderness scared her, but the villagers' voices echoing around still made her uneasy. There were too many of them, and some had rifles. Even if she was good at defending herself, she couldn't take on a crowd like that. Not with a baby on the way. She had to protect her child first. She had no idea how her grandfather was doing. That was the whole reason she came here. The thought made her nose sting. She fought back tears. The voices slowly faded, more distant every minute. Still, she didn't dare move. The little field buzzed with bugs, and she already had a few itchy bites on her arms. She was exhausted, but sleep was risky. Those werewolves could pop out of nowhere. She had to stay on guard. Heir had gone uphill with a few people to look, but after a while decided she couldn't have made it far. He turned back. "Check this cornfield again. This is the only path to the mountain. If she didn't get far, she's probably still close. Search every plot, don't miss a square inch." Richard's SUV bounced along the narrow mountain road, jarring them every few feet. It was almost 4 a.m. Byron glanced at his phone map. "Alpha, maybe we wait till daylight? Be easier to see where we're going." Richard nodded slightly. That might make sense. He was mostly following a hunch anyway. Just as he was about to turn into the village path, headlights flashed ahead, followed by the buzz of motorcycles. Byron frowned. Locals heading to the market this early? The Iron Hoof guys on bikes had been cruising back and forth all night, terrified Perry might slip past them. Richard opened the car door and stepped out. Since there were people here, might as well ask around. He raised a hand, signaling one of the bikes to stop. The bikers skidded to a halt, exchanging wary glances. What was a car doing up here at this hour? Their headlights lit up Richard's face. He stood there like he owned the mountain, stoic, collected, eyes colder than steel. Something about him shut people right up. The man in front, Heir's father, still looked pissed. "Who are you?" Richard's brow furrowed, voice calm but sharp. "I could ask the same. Where are you headed?" One of the younger guys blurted out, "Hey, are you from out of town? On the way in, did you see a girl?" Heir's dad shot the kid a glare, silently telling him to shut up, then turned back to Richard. "We're from the Iron Hoof Pack. You two climbing up here so early for something?" Richard brushed past him, eyes locked on the young biker. "What exactly did you want to ask?" His tone was low and even, but it carried a weight that made the kid flinch. I was just saying stuff," the boy mumbled. Richard grabbed the guy by the collar and yanked him off the motorcycle without hesitation. The bike crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Heir's father barked as he and a few other werewolves stopped their bikes and circled Richard. "You looking for a fight?" Richard ignored him, shoved the young man onto the ground, and clamped a hand around his throat. "I'll ask one more time. Who's the girl you're searching for?" Heir's father and the others tried to rush him, but Byron coolly stepped in and shoved them back one by one. His tone was ice cold. "You better start talking, now." The werewolves exchanged glances, already guessing what was going on. The younger guy cracked under Richard's pressure. He stammered, We're looking for some girl. She's supposed to be the new she-wolf Heir brought back. Ran off overnight. We've been out searching." "What's her name?" Richard leaned closer, eyes sharp as blades. The kid was clearly terrified now and stopped trying to lie. "I don't know her name, honestly, but she's pretty. Heir picked her up during a hunt." Richard's voice dropped like thunder. "Her name's Perry, right?" The young man flinched. I think that's her." "Then take me to her," Richard barked, hauling him up and shoving him into the back seat. The guy curled up with his hands over his head, stammering, "She ran off. We're tracking her, but no luck yet. Maybe she went up the mountain or something, but I don't know where exactly." Richard slammed the gas pedal, sending the kid rolling onto the floor of the car. He shot a look at Byron in the passenger seat. "Get a search team like now. Send them into the mountains to find Perry." Jair's face blanched. Who the hell are these two? They're acting like they own the place. Are they really here for Perry? One of the werewolves muttered. Gotta be. I knew that girl wasn't some ordinary runaway. What do we do now? Jair's father didn't blink. So what? Jair brought her home. She's his mate now. He jumped back on his bike and sped off after them. Jair and a few others pushed into the cornfield, flashlights sweeping through until they hit Perry's face. Told you she'd be hiding here. Let's see where she runs this time. Perry stood up, eyes cold and steady. Jair, I was grateful when you helped me. Just get me out of here and you'll never regret it. But try to drag me back and you won't get a damn thing. Jair was still seething from being knocked out earlier. I was trying to treat you right, but you hit me and ran. Don't blame me for what happens next. They're right, we should have locked you in the barn from the start. You'll behave after that. Even heavily pregnant, Perry wasn't giving in. She raised her fists, ready to fight. She held her own for a bit, but Jair and his guys had numbers and brute strength. She was getting tired fast. Jair hadn't expected Perry to actually fight. He raised his shotgun and pointed it at her head. Wanna die? Then keep going. Perry froze, taking a shaky step back. What are you doing? This shotgun's put down wild boars. You think I won't use it on you? Jair stepped closer and ordered the others. Tie her up! 2 werewolves grabbed the rope from the ground and tightly bound Perry's upper body before shoving her back onto the main road. Dora stormed up with a group of villagers, slapped Perry hard across the face, her expression twisted with fury. Thought you could run, huh? You freeloaded at my place, knocked out my son Jair, and now you think you can just leave? Listen up. Once you're in my house, you're part of the Ironhoof pack. You're not going anywhere. Perry's head snapped to the side, her vision blurred, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She glared at them, gritting her teeth. What you're doing is illegal. Dora spat at her feet, snatching up a bamboo stick and lashing it across Perry's back. Illegal? Don't make me laugh. Jair saved your damn life. If it weren't for him, wild animals would have torn you apart already. Jair, take her back and lock her in the barn. No food, no water, just beat her a few times every day. Let's see if she still thinks about running after that. Each hit from the stick sent searing pain through Perry's body. These people were so ignorant and cruel, their eyes burning with hostility as they gathered around Dora, jeering. Whip her more. Beat the disobedience out of her. I say Jair should just take her right now. Get it over with. Make her his. Yeah, exactly. She won't run once she's his. Why are you just standing around? Move it. Drag this tramp back. With Dora's barked order, the group marched like victors, shoving Perry along like a trophy. Morning light crept over the mountain ridge, warm rays falling gently on Perry's face. She lifted her eyes, taking in the endless mountains surrounding her, and her heart sank into despair. Was this really how her life was going to end? Had it truly come to this? Then, just faintly, she caught the sound of an engine. Her breath hitched. Was she imagining it? Slowly, she turned her head toward the sound. Dust billowed in the distance as a vehicle approached. She stopped walking, frozen. The rest of the group paused too, eyes following the dust trail. The car screeched to a halt by the roadside. 2 werewolves jumped out, moving like kings descending from the skies. Perry blinked and stared. Her voice caught in her throat. It was Richard and Byron. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. All she could do was stare at them like they were her last lifeline. Who the hell are you? Dora stepped protectively in front of Perry. The villagers tensed, gripping their sticks, trading unsure glances, clearly afraid but unwilling to back down just yet. Byron stepped forward, eyes gleaming with a cold, unsettling calm. The villagers hesitated, squaring up, but none dared to strike first. Richard didn't wait. He marched forward and shoved Dora aside like she weighed nothing, then wrapped Perry in his arms. For days, he hadn't stopped worrying about her. He knew she'd suffered, but honestly, so had he. This was the first time in his life he'd dropped everything for a female, lost sleep over her, felt this out of control. A few seconds later, Richard reached down and started undoing the ropes on her back. Are you okay? Perry's tears ran freely now. She didn't even know what to say. His embrace felt solid and safe, like she could finally breathe again. But deep down, one question burned in her mind. Why had this werewolf risked everything just to save her? Richard gently tilted her chin up, eyes fixed on the bruise by the corner of her mouth and the faded floral shirt clinging to her thin frame. He brushed a few messy strands of hair from her face. "Who hit you?" Dora had been knocked to the ground, but she scrambled back up and grabbed onto Richard's arm, her voice shrill. "What do you think you're doing? She's Jair's mate. I'm warning you, don't even think about taking her." Richard yanked his arm free with such force she fell back on the ground again. Jair lifted his hunting rifle and pointed it straight at Richard. "Try to take her, and I'll shoot you right now." Richard didn't even glance at him. His full attention was on Perry. "Tell me, who did this to you?" Before Jair could react, Byron had already snatched the weapon from his hands and snapped the barrel, tossing the broken rifle aside. Completely exhausted after a sleepless night, Perry's legs were shaky. She glared briefly at Dora before slumping weakly into Richard's arms and passing out. "Perry?" Richard scooped her up, rage burning in his eyes as he stared down Dora. "You did this to her." Dora raised her chin, unapologetic. "So what if I did? She freeloaded at our place and refused to sleep with my son. She deserved it." Without hesitation, Richard kicked her in the stomach. Dora collapsed again, screaming in agony. That kick wasn't light. She felt like her insides had been knocked into a blender. Seeing his mother get hit, Jair lunged at Richard in rage, fist raised. But before he could make contact, Byron knocked him flat. By now, the whole village had rushed over. Dozens surrounded them, their faces dark and unfriendly. Bruce barged forward, yelling, "You think you can walk off with her? Jair saved her. She belongs to him." Richard didn't answer. Eyes cold, he held Perry tightly and started walking forward. The villagers blocked their path, gripping sticks and some even raising hunting guns, glaring with hostility. No one in the Ironhoof pack had ever let a she-wolf escape before, and they weren't about to start now. Byron shielded Richard as they moved, punching anyone who stepped in their way. Richard pressed forward, clutching Perry even as the blows from behind landed on his back. The villagers chased them to their car, shouting, "Don't let them take her! Yeah, stop the car!" Unable to overpower Richard and Byron, a dozen people crowded around the vehicle, blocking it. Richard's voice was ice. "All right then, no need to play nice anymore, Byron." "Got it," Byron answered as he stormed forward, yanking people away from the car and throwing them down one by one. "Move!" Jair, frantic now, snatched a rifle from another villager and fired at Byron. Byron was quick, he dodged easily. Chaos broke out, villagers everywhere. Jair hesitated to shoot again for fear of hitting someone else. Richard took this chance to open the back seat, climbed in with Perry, and Byron jumped into the driver's seat, starting the car. Jair, unwilling to give up, led a few others to block the road, but Byron didn't hesitate. He hit the gas, forcing people to scatter. Even Jair stepped aside. Byron drove ahead to a clearing to turn around, needing to get Perry to a hospital fast. Glancing back, he asked, "Alpha, how is she?" Richard looked down at the girl curled in his arms. He gently wiped dirt from her face, fingers tracing the bruises on her lip. Her shirt's top button had come undone, revealing faint welts on her skin, evidence of cruelty that made his chest tighten. "No idea," he muttered, his jaw clenched. "But whatever they did to her, I'll make sure they pay it back with interest." Byron hit the gas and rushed Perry to the hospital. Mr. Reed checked her over, then called Richard into his office. "She's okay overall, just some scratches, but there's a bit of an issue with her pregnancy. Nothing too serious, though. With rest and some fluids, she'll be fine in a few days." Richard frowned. "Pregnancy? What do you mean?" Mr. Reed paused, a little taken aback. How could someone not know their own mate was pregnant? "She's expecting. You didn't know?" Richard's mind went blank. "Perry's pregnant?" She'd told him when she came to end their engagement that she already had a mate. As Mr. Reed scribbled on a prescription, he added, "Seriously, you young people, she's pregnant and still went hiking into the mountains? You can't be this reckless. Too much movement can easily put stress on the baby." Richard's ears were ringing, so it was real. She did have a mate. These past few days he'd been running on anxiety and hope, constantly on edge, desperate to find her. The moment he did, his heart practically burst with both relief and pain. That was when he realized he'd fallen for her, hard. without even meaning to, and in that same moment he made a silent promise to himself. He'd protect her no matter what. But the universe clearly had other plans, one cruel joke after another. The girl he fell for already belonged to someone else, and she was having his kid. So where did that leave him? With a heavy heart, Richard slowly walked toward the hospital room. Perry was awake, hooked up to an IV. Byron was by her side, telling her about everything that had happened over the past few days. Alpha was really scared for you, dropped everything and came rushing over. I've never seen him that way about anyone. You know why we stormed the mountains at midnight? Perry blinked, clearly interested. Yeah, now that she thought of it, how did they end up there so late? Byron wasn't usually the chatty type, but now he seemed oddly excited. He clearly wanted her to know how much Richard cared. Alpha said he had a dream, saw you in trouble. He couldn't sleep, said he had to leave right then and there to find you. Perry's eyes welled up. Ever since she was born, Frances had left her and her mom behind. She was raised by her grandpa and teachers, and besides them, no one had ever treated her this kindly. Why would Alpha Richard do all this for me? Byron chuckled. Isn't it obvious? Richard walked in just then, clearing his throat, posture stiff. Byron turned around, got the hint, and quietly moved aside. He'd just done his part to get the message across. Perry looked at Richard, her heart full of gratitude. His embrace that day had felt so warm, so right. It had made her feel safe like never before. In that moment, she'd almost started to fall for him. She even thought, maybe, just maybe, she wouldn't have minded carrying his child. Thank you, Alpha Richard. Richard's voice was low, his expression unreadable. Her being pregnant hit him harder than he liked to admit. No need to thank me. You saved Benjamin. I was repaying the favor. So basically, he only came for her because she once helped Benjamin. Nothing more. The words hit Perry like ice water. Her heart felt cold and heavy. Had she been overthinking everything? Of course. He already had someone he liked. It was Mara. How could she have hoped for anything else? To him, she was just someone who did a good deed, nothing more. Just rest up. And don't worry. Every single one of them who hurt you won't get away with it. Richard turned to Byron. Come with me. Perry's heart sank. Richard had shown up like some kind of hero right when she thought hope was gone. The way he had been looking at her, caring for her, it felt so real, like warmth in her frozen world. But now she'd barely regained consciousness, and he was already acting so distant, like someone completely different. Maybe this cold, untouched version of him was who he really was. Maybe to him, she was just the girl who once saved his brother. Her hand unconsciously went to her belly. She'd almost told him about the baby. Thank God she didn't. That would have just made everything worse. Back in the car, Byron looked just as confused as Perry had felt. I seriously thought you had a thing for Miss Lake, he said. Richard leaned back against the seat, eyes locked on the road ahead. The weight on his chest hadn't budged. She's pregnant. Byron's grip on the steering wheel slipped, and he hit the brakes a little too hard, nearly lurching forward. Wait, pregnant? What? Richard's face was a blur of emotions, conflict, pain, maybe even regret. She came to me wanting to end the engagement, said she already had a mate. I was just fooling myself. Byron blinked. No way, she already has a mate? Then where is he? Why didn't he come find her? Richard shook his head. I don't know, but the pregnancy, it's real. Byron didn't say anything else. What could he say? Truth was, a female wolf carrying another guy's kid, no matter how amazing she is, she's off limits. Back in the hospital room, the silence sank in again. Perry felt that familiar, empty loneliness creeping back. She suddenly wondered how Grandpa was doing. When the nurse came in to change her IV, Perry borrowed her phone for a quick call to Dean. Dean was still with Bryce. As soon as he heard Perry's voice, the relief in his tone was obvious. Thank God you're okay. I've been worried sick. Don't worry, your grandfather's doing well. He's healing nicely. Just needs some time for his leg to mend. Perry nodded. Thank you. I might only be able to see him tomorrow. No rush. Just focus on getting better, okay? She hung up, feeling a bit lighter. Richard told Byron to keep digging into the whole incident with Bryce's accident. The more they looked at it, the more things just didn't add up. After going over the plan, they caught a bit of rest back at the hotel. In the afternoon, Richard went back to the hospital. Perry was still asleep. He sat by her bed, just watching her quietly. Sitting there, he couldn't bring himself to leave, until slowly twilight painted the room and Perry's eyes fluttered open. Seeing him there made her do a double take. "You're still here?" Richard asked. "How are you feeling?" His tone was flat, but there was a touch of warmth underneath it. Perry finally woke up fully. She gave a small, self-deprecating smile. "I'm fine. Thank you for worrying, Alpha Richard." Richard placed a new phone by her pillow. "Just got this for you. Your old number's still on the SIM card. Call if you need anything. I've got a lot going on back with the pack, so I need to head out soon." A wave of disappointment rushed through Perry. Of course, he was leaving. "Thank you, Alpha Richard. You've gone out of your way for me these days." Richard smiled faintly. "You saved Benjamin. The least I can do is help you in return. Get some rest, okay?" Perry sat up, leaning against the headboard. "Alpha Richard, if it hadn't been for Jair, maybe. I mean, whatever he's done, he did save me once. I'm okay now. Maybe just punish him a little and then let him go." Richard didn't respond to that. Instead, he said, "You really should let your mate know you're in the hospital." "Mate?" Perry blinked, completely baffled. Where on earth would she get a mate from? Still, her being in the hospital really wasn't something Richard needed to worry about. "Alpha Richard, if you're busy, just go. Don't trouble yourself over me." "All right then, I'll get going." Richard turned and left without so much as a glance back. Perry felt hollow. Her emotions were a real mess. His visit had sparked this tiny light inside, hope, warmth, a fleeting moment of happiness. But nice things always vanish too fast. Just like that, he was gone, and all that warmth disappeared with him. She suddenly dry-heaved, and an odd craving hit her. She desperately wanted an orange. Tart and sweet, just the thing she craved. There was a fruit basket on the side table. That must have been what Richard brought earlier. She found a navel orange, peeled it slowly, and popped a wedge into her mouth. As she chewed, tears started running down her face. Being pregnant was supposed to be this joyful thing, right? But she was alone. The child's father hadn't checked in. Actually, he probably didn't even know. A few days later, Richard showed up at the hospital again after work. He spotted Perry just outside the inpatient wing. Her heart skipped. How had just a few days felt like forever? The words "long time no see" almost slipped out. "Feeling any better?" Richard stepped closer. Just seeing her made him want to get near her, but then there was the baby in her belly. "Yeah," Perry replied softly. "I'm okay now." Richard gave her a look over. "That's good. You're here to visit Benjamin, right? Let's go together." "Okay." She followed him into the elevator. He'd saved her life. Of course she felt grateful. Maybe even something else she couldn't quite name, but she knew he wasn't hers to have. The elevator was awkwardly quiet, just the two of them. Then Richard asked out of nowhere, "Your mate, has he come to see you?" Perry gave a dry laugh. "Mate? What mate?" This was the second time he'd brought that up. Why was he so sure she had one? Wait, during the whole breaking off the engagement thing, did she say she had a mate to push him away? "Alpha Richard seems awfully invested in my so-called mate." Richard blinked. "I mean, she was pregnant. Shouldn't her mate be around? Am I?" "When's the last time you went to see Mara?" His brows furrowed. "Why?" Perry smiled, calm but cool. "You should maybe check on her. If you've got time, that is." A stab of discomfort hit Richard in the chest, sharp and sudden. "Miss Lake, maybe don't overstep." The irritation in his voice was hard to miss. Perry's expression shifted, annoyed now. Like, what the heck? Was she wrong for telling him to care more about his own girlfriend? As a werewolf, shouldn't you be a little more considerate and attentive to your she-wolf? Richard sounded pretty annoyed. "Miss Lake, maybe save that speech for your mate. He's the one who should actually care." "Huh? Where did that come from? Why did he keep bringing up her so-called mate lately?" Without thinking, Perry shot back, "Did my mate do something to you?" Richard's eyes darkened. "I'm just looking out for you." That made Perry chuckle. "Maybe focus on Mara instead. She's not doing so great, is she?" Richard flinched. What, was Mara hurting herself again? Or just sick from missing him? But hearing Perry bring her up like that rubbed him the wrong way. Real wrong. Meanwhile, Benjamin was leaned up against the headboard, scrolling through his phone. When he saw Perry walk in, his face lit up. "Miss Lake, Haven't seen you in days. Perry gave him a warm smile. I was out of town. How have you been? There was a spark in Benjamin's eyes. Feeling great. Think you could check me out? Perry sat down beside him, gently took his wrist, and felt his pulse. You're healing well. I'll run a full exam tomorrow, and if everything looks good, you should be ready to leave. That made Benjamin's face fall a bit. If he left, would she even come by again? Do I still need more treatments? She let go of his hand with a small shake of her head. Nope. The toxins in your system are almost gone. I'll write up a prescription, though. Take the meds for a week and you'll be fine. What about you, Miss Lake? Where will you go? His voice carried a hint of clinging. He still had her blood in his veins. From the first second he laid eyes on her, he'd felt like she was sent to save him. After everything Alicia did to him, he never thought he'd believe in love again. But Perry, somehow she'd slipped into his heart without a sound. To him, she was everything. I'll still be around for a while, she told him softly. Really? He sounded relieved, like a weight had dropped off his chest. Perry nodded. Yeah, I've still got a few things to handle. Not leaving soon. Richard noticed. Benjamin was feeling something different toward Perry. It was obvious, and the last thing he wanted was for his little brother to get hurt again. Miss Lake, since Ben's doing better, you can go ahead and bill us. His tone was calm but distant. Too distant, like he couldn't wait to pay her and be done with it. Perry stood up and walked to the door. I already had the bill ready, but since you saved me once, and I'm the type to repay what I owe, there won't be one. We'll call it even. She subconsciously brushed her hand across her belly. Even if they tried to pretend otherwise, she and Richard, they were tangled up in ways that couldn't be undone. That "we're even" line hit Richard like a gut punch. He suddenly felt like something precious was slipping through his fingers. I only helped because I was worried about Ben. Didn't want him relapsing. That's got nothing to do with treatment fees. No need for this whole thanks but no thanks, Miss Lake. Perry felt a dull ache in her chest. You made it pretty clear back then. You helped me because I saved your brother. So fine. No need to pay for the treatment. Richard didn't want things between them to be so cut and dry. No charge for the treatment, huh? What about the blood you gave to my brother? That part free too? He hated the way she kept pushing him away like she didn't need anything from him. Perry let out a bitter laugh. So what, Alpha Richard? You think I'm selling blood now? Her stomach suddenly churned, and she covered her mouth, dry heaving a few times. Richard froze, eyes suddenly rimmed red. He looked at the fragile girl in front of him and had the sudden urge to pull her into a hug. But he didn't move. She had a mate now, and she was carrying someone else's child. That's not what I meant. Are you okay? I'm fine. Alpha Richard, I'll head back now. Don't talk to me about money again. I won't accept it. And as for you saving me, let's call it even. She turned and started walking off. But after a few steps, she looked back at him. You should call Mara sometime if you get the chance. She honestly didn't even know why she was mentioning Mara's condition to him. Maybe it was to yank his attention back to the she-wolf's real nature. Or maybe it was something else. Richard stayed in place and didn't move until she was long gone. Maybe it was her words echoing in his mind, but he eventually walked to the stairwell, lit a cigarette, and dialed Mara's number. Mara had just finished a medicinal soak. The itching and burning had lessened, and seeing Richard's name on her screen made her face light up. It's Richard! Then pick it up already, came a voice nearby. She quickly hit the answer button. Richard, you finally called! Richard's tone was flat. How are you doing? Mara was on speaker. She glanced at Belen, who signaled her not to say too much. I'm fine. Just caught a bit of a chill last night, a little cold. Richard, where are you? Can we meet? The sores on her skin weren't visible. As long as she avoided off-shoulder clothes and did her makeup right, no one would notice she was sick. But the line went quiet. Richard stubbed out his cigarette. His voice remained indifferent. Get some rest. I've got stuff to handle. Let's leave it at that. Honestly, it was just a cold, no big deal. So why had Perry kept bringing up Mara? Whatever, he had done what Perry asked. That was enough. So calling Mara was less about checking in, more like ticking something off a to-do list Perry handed him. Mara looked disappointed, but there wasn't much she could do. She wasn't even cleared to leave the hospital yet. All right then, let's meet when you're free. Richard, I'll wait for you. Richard's reply was low and laced with frustration. Don't take it the wrong way. I just wanted to see how you were doing. Like I said before, if you need anything, let me know. But that's all it is. Don't read into it. There's no point anyway. Mara broke down, sobbing. He wasn't trying to see her. He didn't care. I don't want anything. I just want to be with you. I'm already yours, Richard. Don't ask me to be with someone else. I can't. You might end up with nothing then. Richard ended the call without a trace of hesitation. After all this time, whatever happened that night with Mara had faded. Maybe Perry had something to do with that. Or maybe he was just never really into Mara to begin with. Mara turned to Bellin, anxious. What now? Bellin frowned. Forcing Mara onto Richard wasn't going anywhere. Richard wasn't someone you could push around. He either wanted something or he didn't. No in between. Bellin had used a lot of time, effort, and money trying to deal with Perry, especially the payoff to the Bloodmoon Pack, which was no small chunk. That money had to come back from Richard, no matter what. What else can we do? Focus on getting better first, he said bitterly. Richard's no fool. We just miscalculated this time. But don't worry, I'm not letting this slide. Bellin's plan was always to partner with Richard. If marriage with Mara was off the table, working together was still an option. It wasn't a total loss. If he could just land that alliance, things would only get better. Maybe he'd finally earn some respect. Richard walked back into the hospital room. Benjamin was leaning against the headboard, his expression gloomy. She left? Richard helped him lie back. Yeah, she had something to take care of. Benjamin was 5 years younger than Richard, and in Richard's eyes, he'd always be the kid brother he looked out for. Richard, about Perry. Richard wasn't thrilled about Benjamin developing feelings for Perry. She's got a mate. She just left to meet up with him. A mate, Benjamin froze, like someone had just dumped him into ice water. He trembled, his face losing color. Richard tucked the blanket around him. Before anything got deeper, now was the time to pull back. Perry's amazing. It's not surprising someone like her has a mate. Benjamin, do you like her? Benjamin nodded, then shook his head. The scars from his last relationship still ran deep. He hesitated. She saved my life, gave me so much blood. It makes sense I'd feel something. But if she's got a mate, that's that. She's my savior. Thinking more than that just doesn't sit right. Richard gave him a reassuring smile. You've got the brains and the looks. I've always wondered what kind of girl could match you. Perry's great, yeah, but she's spoken for. We don't steal someone else's person, right? Benjamin forced a smile. I'm fine, really. No big deal. But that flicker of sadness in his eyes, hard to miss. Richard sighed to himself out. What the hell was happening with them? Alicia once used Benjamin to get to him, and now he found himself liking the same girl as his brother. Whether he admitted it or not, he did like Perry. Otherwise, why would he have tried so hard to save her? Maybe it was good she had a mate. At least now, they both had a reason to let go. At dinner on the second floor of the Crown Regent Hotel, Perry sat with Gina and Dylan. It felt like they hadn't seen each other in forever, not just a few days. After Perry finished recounting what had happened, both of them looked completely stunned. Gina quickly grabbed a glass of iced water and took a big gulp. Are you for real? That sounds straight out of a movie. Dylan frowned, trying to piece things together. I'm telling you, from Bryce getting injured to you getting kidnapped, it totally lines up. Someone clearly set it up to lure you in. Perry nodded. Richard had said something similar, and she agreed. Yeah, I think we'll be able to figure out who's actually behind it all. Gina wasn't so sure. Everything was way too clean. We might all believe it's connected, but without proof, it's just guesswork. Perry didn't have a better lead for now. At least she was safe, and her grandfather was doing better. Then Gina circled back to the topic she really wanted to talk about. I think you should ask Richard for help. He rushed to save you. That's not nothing, Perry. Maybe. You should tell him the truth. She gave Perry a pointed look, eyes drifting down to her abdomen. He deserves to know. Perry instantly tensed up. He made it clear. He helped me because I once saved his brother. And I've told him outright, we're even. I won't go to him for anything, and there's no way I'm telling him about this. Dylan blinked, confused. What are you two hiding? You're being all cryptic, even from me. They blurted out in unison, she-wolf stuff, none of your business. Dylan raised a brow. Isn't Richard a werewolf too? Gina chucked a chopstick at him. Stop prying, not everything's for your ears. It wasn't that Dylan was nosy, he cared because it was Perry. All right, forget I asked. Perry made her way to the Ashen Pack's territory. Irene and Francis were both there. Francis gave her a look she'd seen 1,000,000 times, cold, unreadable. What brings you here? Perry had long stopped caring about his indifference. She turned her gaze directly to Irene. I'm here for her. Irene wasted no time throwing shade. Perry, you've got some nerve showing up here. Because of you, the Ashen Pack nearly, whatever shred of loyalty you had to the lake name clearly meant nothing. Perry folded her arms. What did I even do exactly? Irene practically snapped. Like you don't know. You turned down Richard, talked Tom out of helping us, and now my dad's literally aging overnight trying to fix things. This is all on you. The way she said it, you'd think every problem in the pack was Perry's fault. Perry rolled her eyes. Spare me. I came here because someone did something shady 22 years ago, and it's time we talked about it. Irene froze, thrown off. What are you talking about? Who did something shady? She swiveled to look at Francis. What's she saying? Francis's face darkened immediately. Biggest mistake I made 22 years ago? Letting your mom keep you. Perry didn't bother with niceties. Irene, that paternity test from back then? You faked it. Irene froze for a second. Panic flickered in her eyes before she forced a smirk and let out a scoff. Excuse me, Perry, are you seriously accusing me without proof? That reaction was all Perry needed. She stepped closer, eyes locked onto Irene's, her voice low but sharp. Just answer me. Was it you? Caught off guard, Irene flinched and backed away. What's wrong with her? Does she think she can just talk to me like that? Francis stood up and tried to block Perry, raising his hand like he was about to strike. Before he could, Perry grabbed his arm and flung it off hard. If your hands are clean, then why are you freaking out? You turned my mom into a disgrace, left her to be cast aside like trash. You really think you could keep that covered up forever? Irene's heart was racing. It had been over 20 years. How did Perry even know? Are you nuts, Perry? You can't just dump this on me. Francis, she's losing it. She's trying to ruin me. Francis narrowed his eyes at her. Who told you this? Why are you coming at her like this? Perry had her suspicions, and Irene's reaction only made them stronger. Still, pushing it further now wouldn't get her anywhere. She took a breath. This isn't slander. It's the truth. Irene, you don't get to walk away from this. I'll make sure you pay for everything. Irene's palms were sweaty. That carefully buried secret from years ago. How could Perry have figured it out? No, this had to be a bluff. Perry had nothing solid, just a wild guess. She steadied herself. You keep throwing out false accusations, and I won't hold back. Francis tried a softer tone. This has nothing to do with Irene. Perry, you're still one of us in the Ashen Pack. Dad knows you're helping Tom with his treatment. Why not ask him to send a unit of Delta support? To him, Perry was just a useful tool. Byron hadn't been able to push Richard, but he did mention to Francis that Perry was treating Tom. Perry cleared her throat. I'll help if Irene comes clean. She admits it, and I'll call Tom right now and tell him to get you what you want. Irene let out a sarcastic laugh. That's cute. I already told you. I had nothing to do with it. Then I've got nothing for you either. Perry turned on her heel and walked away. Irene's voice followed her, full of curses and forced tears, accusing Perry of making things up. Francis didn't even try to comfort her. Perry got a call from Richard, inviting her to dinner, again at that fancy Michelin-starred place. Last time it had been super late, and Richard had convinced the chef to come back and whip up something just for them. He'd arrived first this time and already ordered a set for both of them. Perry slid into the seat across from him. So what did you want to talk about? No way this was just a dinner invite. Richard pulled out a check from his bag. It's your payment for Tom's treatment. He had checked her usual fees and then added a little extra. Hope this matches what you usually charge. Perry glanced at the number, $5 million. That's quite a generous amount. Sure, my consultation fees aren't cheap, but they're not that high either. Trying to show off your wealth? Richard's face remained unreadable, his tone flat. You did a lot more for Benjamin than any of my other patients. Seems fair you pay more. I don't like owing people. Perry couldn't stand that superior attitude of his. I already told you. Yes, you saved me, but we're even now. Same as you, I hate owing favors. She handed the check back. Think of this $5 million as my thank you for what you did. Richard's gaze darkened a little. He was always the one handing out checks. Ever had someone pay him before? So, Miss Lake, are you saying your life's worth $5 million? Perry frowned. My life doesn't have a price tag. Exactly, which is why you should keep it. He pushed the check back toward her. It was clear Perry didn't care about money. With her skills having cured rare cases, she probably earned plenty on her own. So no, she wasn't desperate for cash. Perry didn't want to accept it, but Richard just wouldn't give up. Finally, she had an idea. How about this? You set up a charity fund in Benjamin's name. Put this money there. Richard already had his own charity, but nothing under Benjamin's name. You really won't take it? Perry nodded. Nope. I helped Benjamin, and you helped me. It balances out. I have my own code, and I hope you can respect that. He eventually took the check back. All right, I'll create a fund for him. He looked at her with more appreciation now. You clearly don't struggle financially. Got a place in New York yet? Or a car? Perry gave a small smile. I'm on my own. I just call a cab when I need to go somewhere. No house yet. I like staying flexible. Don't know if I'll stay in New York. Richard, catching her pride, didn't mention buying her a place or a car either. All right then. But if you do need anything, let me know. Alone, huh? What about your mate? Are they far away? You two not meeting up often? Why was this mate thing coming up again? Perry looked at him, puzzled. Alpha Richard, you seem awfully curious about my mate. He paused, just for a second. Just wondering. Perry didn't feel like explaining. Thankfully, the food arrived and she was starving. She dug right in. Richard, what are the chances? We're eating here too, came a voice. It was Alicia, dressed head to toe in designer. The perfume she wore lightly lingered in the air. And who's this? Perry gave a polite smile, a brief nod. Richard kept eating as he replied coolly, just a friend. The tone was distant. Clearly, he wasn't into small talk with her. Alicia looked around, hoping for a seat, but figured out she wasn't welcome. Perry wasn't moving either. All right, enjoy then. Richard, maybe we can catch up sometime. There's something I've been meaning to talk to you about. Richard gave no response, acted like she didn't say anything. Picking up on the vibe, Alicia walked off to another table, but kept sneaking glances their way. She'd seen Perry before at one of Richard's galas. He'd seemed unusually attentive back then. And now they're dining together? Yeah, danger bells were going off in her head. Perry was bored, so she couldn't help but ask, that girl, she's like the top socialite or whatever, right? Richard let out a sarcastic chuckle, grabbing a napkin to wipe his mouth, his tone laced with mockery. You've got a pretty weird idea of what socialite means, don't you? Perry was just making conversation, but it hit a nerve. Hey, I didn't make the ranking. That's what people say. Richard didn't bother arguing. He just kept eating. You want more? Should I order another round? He knew she was pregnant, and pregnancy cravings were no joke. The food at the Michelin restaurant was amazing, sure, but the portions, tiny. Perry wasn't completely full, but she wasn't about to look desperate. I'm good. Richard went ahead and ordered another steak anyway, telling the waiter, make it well done. Meanwhile, Perry's eyes wandered over to the next table's ice cream, and she was visibly tempted. And one ice cream, please. But Richard shot that down immediately. Nope. Perry blinked. I'm paying for it myself. Doesn't matter. Still not getting it. Richard wasn't a healer, but he knew pregnant women and cold desserts weren't the best mix. Of course, the more forbidden, the more she wanted it. What's your deal with ice cream? Did it bite you or something? Richard stayed calm. Just cut back on the cold stuff. He didn't bring up her pregnancy out loud, trying not to embarrass her, but he was low-key curious. Where the hell was her mate? Frustrated by the denied dessert, Perry turned her attention to the steak and started devouring it like she hadn't eaten in days. Richard couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Still hungry? I can get you another. I'm good, really. The steak filled her up, though she still sneakily watched other tables enjoying their ice cream. Pregnant cravings were real, and there was just no reasoning with them sometimes. She got up to pay, but Richard stopped her. I'm covering this one. Then added, if it bugs you that much, you can treat me next time. Perry had zero plans for a next time. Let's just split it, shall we? Too late. Richard had already signed for it. Apparently, he always just signed the bill there. Already handled. Splitting the check wasn't his style. As they left, he added, seriously, lay off the cold food. And yet, Perry found herself at a dessert shop downstairs, grabbing an ice cream anyway. She took a couple bites, then remembered Richard's words. With a conflicted huff, she wrapped the rest up and tossed it in the trash. Fine. No more cold sweets. That's when Alicia Arnold walked up to her. Miss Lake, do you have a minute? Maybe we can sit and talk? Perry raised an eyebrow. About what? She couldn't quite figure Alicia out. She was Benjamin's ex, but the way she looked at Richard, definitely some drama there. Then again, Richard didn't seem too fond of her. Alicia stepped into a nearby cafe. Come on, have a seat. You and Richard seem pretty close. Perry ordered a glass of milk. And that's a problem because Alicia kept that perfect trained elegance like she was always on camera. No problem, just curious. Richard almost never dines one-on-one with a she-wolf, even if she's a guest. You two seem closer than most. Perry wasn't buying into the drama. Richard only bought her dinner because she'd helped Benjamin. But a thought crossed her mind. Was Alicia crushing on Richard? Miss Arnold, just be straight with me. I'm not into playing these cryptic little games, and I don't really have the time for them either. Alicia gave a polite little smile, lips painted red. Funny, you don't seem the least bit curious about me and Richard. Perry had a gut feeling, yep, she probably really did like Richard. But then, why was she still involved with Benjamin? Maybe it was her overthinking kicking in, but she couldn't stop herself from asking. So, I heard you used to date Benjamin. That means you're sort of connected to Richard too? Alicia's face shifted noticeably, discomfort flashing across her expression. Whatever you've heard, it's not like that between me and Benjamin. Actually, She trailed off, clearly not keen on finishing the thought. It'd been a while since she'd seen Benjamin anyway. The Bloodmoon Pack had been super tight-lipped lately. No one outside could get any info. Wait, so you know Benjamin? How is he? Perry wasn't about to cough up patient details. Wouldn't it be better if you asked him yourself? Ask who? Richard or Benjamin? Alicia sounded a bit worked up now. And you, what's your deal with them? Something about her tone rubbed Perry the wrong way. There was no doubt Alicia had a thing for Richard. She was the elegant, collected type, definitely not on the same level as someone like Mara. Perry snapped without thinking, her voice laced with a hint of smugness. Well, you saw us having dinner alone. You tell me what that means. Alicia took a sip of her coffee, trying to play it cool. I heard Richard has a fiancée he's sworn in with some kind of mate contract. So what if you two grabbed a meal? Perry lifted her chin. That contract girl he's tied to. Yeah, that's me. You. Alicia stiffened, like someone just pulled the rug out from under her. If this was about Mara, fine. She wouldn't even blink. But Perry? That just made everything messier. That's when Perry's phone rang. It was a healer from the hospital. Miss Lake, can you get here quickly? Miss Morgan's not getting better. She's got a fever now. Mara's condition worsened. Perry had been treating her ever since Bellin came begging, using Vinny as leverage. She hadn't turned him down. Right now she was working on curing the syphilis case, just like she did for Tom. She wasn't the type to let past conflicts get in the way of medical duty. Got it. I'm on my way. Perry stood up and headed to the hospital. Mara was still wearing her veil, looking pale and breathing shallow. Beelan had on a mask too, clearly still not ready to show his face. Miss Lake, she was doing better after taking your meds and that herbal bath. She even said it wasn't itching much anymore. But just look at her now. What the hell happened? Perry unbuttoned Mara's hospital gown to find ulcerations on her chest and back that looked worse, fever high, no signs of stopping. She grabbed her wrist to check the pulse. I specifically said, no seafood, no alcohol while she's recovering. That's just basic 101. But nope, she had both, plus not a little of it. Turns out Mara had been wrecked by Richard pretty badly and was feeling like crap. So she and Sarah went for seafood platters and downed some beers to drown the pain. On top of that, she got caught in the rain on the way back. No wonder she crashed this hard today. Tears slid quietly down Mara's cheeks. She looked miserable. I was just feeling so awful. Thought a little seafood and beer wouldn't hurt. You gave me medicine after all. I didn't think things would get worse. Perry's temper was flaring. So basically, you're saying my treatment's useless? Bellin lost it too. Mara, are you serious right now? But the second he yelled, he regretted it. Crap. He said her name out loud. Risky move. He snuck a quick glance at Perry, hoping she didn't catch it. Miss Lake, my sister's pretty clueless. Please don't take it to heart. Just tell us, how can we make this right? Perry stood up, face cold. If she can't even control what she eats, not even a god could save her. Honestly, maybe you better find someone else. Miss Lake, I'm so sorry. Bellin blocked her path, clearly panicked. I'll apologize for her, please. Just save her, I'm begging you. Perry grabbed a new prescription slip and quickly scribbled down several prescriptions. This one's for a medicinal bath. Get the herbs, boil them for 3 hours, start with high heat, then simmer. Once it's done, have her soak in it right away. These are the meds. Start the IV first, then feed her the rest. She reached into her handbag, pulled out a small bottle, shook out one pill, and slipped it into Mara's mouth. What is that? Bellin asked, cautious but hopeful. She slid the bottle back into her bag. Something to save her life. Can you spare a few more? I'll pay whatever it takes, he asked nervously. Perry shot him a look. You think this is takeout? Buy a few and get one free? One pill's enough. You won't find this anywhere. It was a special formula, personally crafted by her mentor, Vinnie Ritchie. Super rare stuff. If Mara weren't hanging by a thread, Perry wouldn't have even touched it. Hearing that, Bellin finally seemed a bit more at ease. So, she's gonna be okay? For now, Perry replied. But if she touches alcohol, seafood, or any of the things I've marked as off-limits in her treatment, don't come crying to me. You'll need someone else. Yes, I swear I'll make sure she stays away from all that. Bellin promised, his tone full of guilt and urgency. Perry sighed. Whatever Mara had done before, lying there pale and weak, she honestly looked pitiful. Stick to the treatment. If you follow it properly, she has a shot at full recovery. Thank you so much, Miss Lake. I can't tell you how grateful I am, Bellin said, fumbling with his wallet. Let me write you a check now. No need, she replied. Settle it after she's better. A nurse hooked up the IV and got the meds into Mara. After making sure Mara was stable, Perry left. Benjamin was discharged. Perry personally came to see him off. This was her 5th tough case, a real challenge, and seeing him recover gave her a quiet sense of pride. Stick to light meals for now. Keep the diet clean. She handed him a new prescription. These last a week. Take them on time. Come back in 2 weeks for a follow-up blood test. If it's all clear, no need for another visit. Benjamin had changed to a sleek suit, looking sharp even with some weight lost from the illness. It didn't take away from his charm or the natural elegance he carried. Thanks, Perry. Sunlight fell gently across her face, making her features even softer. She smiled, calm and content. Just glad you're all right. Joel grinned, stepping in. Perry, come have a meal with us at the Bloodmoon estate. I'd be honored. Lunch is already being prepared. She knew Richard didn't live at the infamous main residence of the Bloodmoon Pack. Only the old Alpha stayed there. That alone piqued her curiosity. Sure, why not? The old man beamed. Great, let's head back now. Richard chuckled, gently patting Benjamin's shoulder. Time to go home. Finally, back home. Benjamin looked a little overwhelmed, probably excited, especially about lunch with Perry. The Bloodmoon estate was more like a mansion, if not an actual old-world manor. The buildings had that timeless, vintage architecture with thoughtful modern updates. You could tell it had been renovated recently. Everything about it screamed elegance. The courtyard alone spanned over 1,000 square meters, with a manicured lawn, rare plants, a bridge over running water, and little pavilions scattered throughout. For a second, Perry felt like she'd stepped into history, like she was walking into a noble family's ancestral home. Perry, come on in. Joel personally led Perry into the living room. She felt a faint flutter in her belly. Probably the tiny one inside her got excited realizing it had come home. The dining room was pretty spacious. A long table stretched out, easily fitting 20 people. At the head sat the old man, with his two sons seated beside him. Perry hesitated, not sure where to sit, and just stood there awkwardly. With a warm smile, the old man said, "Perry, you and Richard were once engaged. You should sit next to him." Benjamin blinked in surprise. Perry and Richard had a bond? Why had Richard never mentioned that before? Richard turned to look at her, his voice low but gentle. "Have a seat." That's when Perry realized she'd naturally ended up standing beside him without even noticing. She had no choice but to sit down, despite feeling uneasy. Benjamin looked confused. "Dad, Richard and Miss Lake were engaged?" Before anyone else could answer, Perry cut in. "We're not anymore." The arrangement was canceled. Richard's brows drew together slightly. Was she so quick to distance herself? Well, she was pregnant with someone else's child. It wasn't his place to think too much. "Yeah, it's already been called off," he added calmly. Joel remembered hearing something about it, but had assumed Richard just didn't like Perry like that. "Come on, that engagement was set up by the elders. You can't just drop it like it's nothing. Richard, you must have done something to upset her. Perry, if he gives you a hard time, just let me know. I'll deal with him properly." The old man clearly wanted them together. In his eyes, Perry was beautiful, sensible, and a skilled doctor, a perfect match. Perry wasn't sure how to feel. Richard had risked so much to save her, which moved her deeply. But he'd also been clear. He saved her out of gratitude, nothing more. "It's not what you think." Richard quietly ate, offering no explanation. Joel had already stated his support, so he let it go for now and raised his glass. "Perry, thank you for saving our Benjamin. A toast to you." She quickly stood, holding her glass with both hands. "You're my elder, I should be toasting you instead." Benjamin also stood up, his voice sincere. "I can't drink yet, so I'll use water." "Thanks, Perry." She smiled. "No worries. Just remember to take your meds and follow up regularly." Richard didn't talk much. Meals with him were generally calm, if not a bit too quiet. A servant brought a steaming bowl of soup and gently placed it in front of Perry. But as the lid was removed, their hands slipped. The soup spilled and splashed onto Perry's hand. "What are you doing?" Richard shot up instantly and pulled her hand toward him. Her skin was turning red. Startled, the servant panicked. "I'm so sorry. I spaced out for a second," and Richard cut in coldly. "Get an ice pack now." "Yes, right away." The servant hurried off in a fluster. Butler Ferguson quickly handed over an ice pack. Richard held her hand in one palm while gently pressing the cold pack against the burn with the other. "Hurts, doesn't it? We'll put some ointment on later." It did sting a bit, honestly, but his over-the-top reaction kind of dulled the pain. "It's fine. Just a little burn. This is enough. No need for the ointment." After a few moments, Richard lifted the ice pack to check her hand, then leaned in to softly blow across the tender skin. The servant who had just scalded Perry stood to the side, trembling with fear, nearly in tears. "I'm so sorry, Alpha. I really didn't mean to." Richard's tone softened a bit. "Be more careful next time." "Yes, I will, I promise," the servant sniffled, wiping her eyes before stepping back into place. Meals in a big household really hit different, 4 staff standing by just in case someone needed anything. People outside hyped Richard up like he was some heartless, ruthless alpha, but in reality, he treated the staff at home decently. Perry had noticed too. Yeah, this werewolf could be intense, but he definitely had a softer side too. "I'm fine now. You should eat. I got the rest." Richard took a quick look under the cold pack. "No blister. That's good. Keep it on a bit longer just in case." He kept holding her hand the whole time, helping her apply the ice pack himself. It wasn't until Perry said she didn't need it anymore that he finally set it aside and picked up his chopsticks again. Joel saw everything and felt oddly moved. He'd never seen Richard this attentive or this anxious over anyone before. And Richard still claimed he wasn't interested? Yeah, right. "Perry, once you're done eating, you should have Richard show you around," Joel suggested. Perry glanced at Richard, and he didn't say no. Benjamin looked like he was about to volunteer instead, but after witnessing Richard's protectiveness earlier, he kept quiet. Clearly, Richard's feelings weren't casual. Joel added, "Perry, Richard had the kitchen specially prepare this meal for you. Give it a try." Perry's heart skipped a beat. "Wait, He had the kitchen make this just for her. Richard said softly, "You need more nutrients now." After all, she was eating for two. Perry couldn't figure out why he cared so much, but since it was already there, might as well eat. Her appetite was fine anyway. After their meal, Richard asked, "Want to go for a walk?" She was interested in exploring the Bloodmoon Pack's place, and after a good meal, a walk sounded nice. So she followed him out into the courtyard. Richard slowed his pace to match hers. "Besides being a great healer, you know how to fight too?" Perry took a deep breath. "I used to be real sick as a kid. When I was learning medicine, my mentor also taught me some self-defense, mainly to help boost my health." "You were sick a lot growing up?" Richard looked curious. "So you must have taken tons of medicine?" Perry nodded. "Lived off the stuff, honestly. I've tried almost every herb I could get, mostly to test their effects firsthand. Makes it easier to know how to use them properly." "So your blood's like immune to poison?" Richard asked, a flicker of worry in his eyes. Imagine if some shady person figured that out. Perry replied, "It's not that magical, honestly. Depends on the poison. Plus, you usually need the right mix of herbs. But yeah, in emergencies, it can buy enough time to treat someone." What a rare talent. Richard couldn't help but wonder what other skills this girl was still hiding. Perry walked over to a pavilion and sat down. "There's this rumor that Bloodmoon Pack has this ancient noble history. Have your ancestors always lived here?" Richard sat across from her. "Not always. This place was built about 200 years ago, then rebuilt 50 years back. We've made a few renovations since, but the main layout has pretty much stayed the same. We've just added some modern details to the decor." Perry took it all in and smiled. "You guys really are a fascinating bunch." Richard wasn't much of a talker to begin with, so silence sat awkwardly between them. A servant came in with a pot of tea and some snacks, setting them on the round table in the middle. Perry, thinking of Alicia, broke the quiet. "Miss Arnold came to me. She asked what's going on between us." Richard's brows knitted, clearly less interested in Alicia than in what Perry had told her. She picked up a soft, chewy dessert and took a bite. "I think she likes you. She probably got jealous seeing us eating together, but I thought she was Benjamin's ex." Richard snorted coldly. "She wishes." Wow, talking to this guy is like dragging words out of stone. "I should get going," Perry said, standing up. No matter how nice the place was, she couldn't just keep crashing at someone else's home. "I'll walk you out," Richard offered. She shook her head. "No need. I've got somewhere else to be. I'll grab a cab outside." She needed to check on Mara. Joel came over with a few boxes of supplements, pulling her gently aside. "Take these. They'll be good for you. And come by whenever you have time. Perry, I can see it. Richard really does care about you. I've never seen him treat any girl like this before. Seriously." Perry felt Richard's kindness too, but she figured it was just because she'd saved Benjamin. "Thanks, Mr. Scott. I'll be off now." After 2 days on Perry's prescription, the pain and itch on Mara's skin had eased and her fever had come down. But the rashes were still there, some already festering. It looked pretty nasty. Perry examined her, then glanced over the latest lab results. "Stick with the same meds for now, and for those festering spots, you can apply some ointment." Lying in bed with a veil on, Mara eyed Perry with subtle hostility. She'd heard from Sarah that Perry had dinner alone with Richard at that fancy Michelin restaurant. In her eyes, Perry was seizing the chance to get close while she was sick. But she couldn't say anything, not without exposing herself. Perry caught the look and asked casually, "What? Don't want me treating you?" Mara quickly masked her expression and lowered her voice, trying not to let it show. "No, it's not that. I just remembered the person who did this to me. That's all." Perry didn't think much of it. If Mara didn't even have the guts to face her, then she likely hadn't told Richard either. "Get some rest. Call me if anything comes up." "I'll walk you out," Mara said, pulling back her covers. She adjusted her veil a bit higher and put on a hat, confident Perry still hadn't recognized her. "You sure you can walk?" Perry didn't exactly want her tagging along. "It's fine. Didn't you say I should get some sun? I thought I'd take a stroll in the park downstairs anyway," Mara replied, avoiding the elevator. "Let's take the stairs, less crowded." "All right." Perry followed her, heading toward the stairwell. It was only the 6th floor, not a big deal. Mara trailed behind, eyes on the steps, and slowly raised her hand. One push from behind, and Perry would tumble down, and there'd be no way to save the baby. But then Perry glanced back. Careful. Hold the railing. Mara stiffened, quickly pulling her hand back and grabbing the rail. I got it. Perry kept descending the stairs. With just the two of them there, Mara again raised her hand. Her heart pounded. She couldn't let Perry have Richard's child. But if she did this, there'd be no one left who could cure her. Perry glanced toward the stairs, lost in thought. A shaft of sunlight filtered through the window, casting Mara's raised arms as shadows on the floor. She turned her head slightly and asked, "What are you doing?" Mara flinched. "Nothing, Didn't I tell you to hold on to the railing? What if you fall?" Relieved Perry hadn't seen anything unusual, Mara quickly responded, "Right, I'll be more careful." "Fine, let the baby in Perry's belly live a little longer. Once she got better, she'd figure out a way to take her down." Outside, people strolled through the park down the street. A few pregnant women leaned on their mates, who supported them attentively, making sure they were okay. The women looked so blissful. Perry felt a pang in her chest. She was pregnant too, yet there was no one by her side. She couldn't even tell anyone. The burn on her hand from earlier still throbbed a bit, redness not yet faded. Her mind suddenly conjured the memory of Richard holding her hand, icing the burn. He could be unexpectedly sweet sometimes. "What's on your mind?" Mara picked up on her mood fast and noticed her staring at the expecting couples, clearly guessing what Perry might be thinking. Snapping out of it, Perry said, "Nothing. You go enjoy your walk. I'm heading back." Mara intentionally added, "All right, I'll give my mate a call. Have him come keep me company." She'd almost forgotten she had a veil on. She couldn't risk Perry seeing who she really was. Seeing Perry didn't seem suspicious. She relaxed a bit. Perry had known who Mara was since the first time she treated her, but hadn't said anything. Since Mara wanted to keep playing games, a little reminder wouldn't hurt. "Given your condition, maybe it's best to keep your mate in the dark. Not every werewolf would be okay with all this. Especially not Richard." Mara had meant to show off, maybe warn Perry to stay away from Richard, but Perry threw it right back at her. Nervous, she tried fishing for information. "Do you know who my fiancé is?" Perry didn't want to escalate things. "I'm leaving. Take care of yourself." Mara couldn't get anything out of her. Feeling both anxious and uneasy, she wandered the garden a bit before finally mustering enough courage to call Richard. Back at the pack, Richard glanced at the caller ID and waited until it almost rang out before answering. "What is it?" Mara's voice trembled with anticipation. "Richard, what are you up to? I miss you so much. Can we see each other?" Richard frowned. "If you're calling to demand something, fine, we'll meet." He wanted to settle things with her once and for all. Mara's voice broke as she cried, "Richard, you know what I really want. I just want you." He was growing colder to her by the day, and the sobbing didn't help. "Then I'm afraid you'll get nothing. But that night, you promised to take responsibility. You can't go back on your word." "There are many ways to take responsibility. Marrying you isn't one of them," Richard snapped, his tone sharp. "Don't test my limits again." Mara could almost hear her heart shattering. "You've fallen for someone else, haven't you? I'm telling you, Perry's bad news. Her private life's a total mess. I saw her go into a hotel with a werewolf, more than once. And she's pregnant too, doesn't even know who the father is." Richard's heart skipped a beat. Perry was indeed pregnant, and she'd never mentioned anything about her mate. Could it be true? Was she not only unmarried, but also unsure of the baby's father? No way. He didn't know her that well, but deep down, that just didn't sound like Perry. His chest tightened unexpectedly. "Who I fall for has nothing to do with you. I know exactly what kind of person Perry is. Stop spreading lies behind her back." Mara flinched. Did he actually know who the baby's father was? No, that couldn't be. Bellin had people tailing Perry. If Richard truly knew, things wouldn't be like this between them. Plus, Balin hadn't had a chance to tell her yet. Perry had lunch at the Bloodmoon Pack today. "I'm not lying, Richard. Every word I said is true. I've seen her with my own eyes, different werewolves, Crown Regent Hotel, all of it. She's definitely pregnant. Ask her yourself if you don't believe me." Perry might look put together, but sometimes the brighter someone shines on the surface, the more messed up they are inside. She's got her quirks, and hers just happened to involve sleeping around. The way she said it, it almost sounded convincing. Richard fell silent. It was true Perry was pregnant, and no one seemed to be taking responsibility for her. Mara grew more animated, her voice picking up speed. Richard, I'm begging you, don't get fooled just because she seems impressive. She's a lot more complicated than you think. Seriously. Richard's voice went cold. Say one more word and don't blame me for what happens. Then he hung up. He barely knew Perry, but hearing people drag her name through the mud rubbed him the wrong way. Her face popped into his mind again. It had been happening more and more lately, like she'd somehow carved a place in his heart he couldn't shake her from. Byron came in with some files. Alpha, here's the new proposal from Gamma. I've gone through it. Looks solid. Richard sat there without speaking for a moment, then looked up. Byron, what kind of person do you think Perry really is? Byron blinked. Alpha? What do you mean? Richard let out a dry laugh. Forget it. Just bring me the papers. You're into her, aren't you? Richard's eyes darkened. She's carrying someone else's baby. Why would I like her? He knew he shouldn't. But why did she keep creeping into his thoughts without warning? Byron's phone rang. Alpha, it's Bellin. He wants to meet and talk business. Business? Tell him to come up, Richard said flatly. He'd give the Silverfang pack a tiny bit of leverage. It could help tie up loose ends with Mara. Richard's interest in Mara had clearly cooled, while his interactions with Perry were growing more frequent. That time he failed to have the Shadowborn pack take out Perry. And then, like a twisted coincidence, Mara just happened to need Perry for medical treatment. At this rate, the truth wouldn't stay buried for long. He couldn't afford to stall any longer. Alpha, Richard, Bellin said, stepping in with a smile. This is the cooperation project I mentioned before. I hope we can count on your support. Bellin had drugged Richard just to make this deal happen. As long as they got what they wanted, it was good enough for him. Richard glanced at the document Bellin handed him. Give it to Byron. He'll take a look when there's time. Bellin Morgan's eyes were red, like he'd been through hell. Alpha, Richard, Mara, she thinks about you every single day. It's like she's losing her mind. You were her first, and she says she'll never forget you. She even told me she'd rather stay single forever than be with anyone else. Richard Scott's gaze turned cold. He stood up and flung the folder he'd been holding right at Bellin's face. And you seriously came here to pin this on me? Yeah, he had some mixed up feelings after that night with Mara. He felt like he had to take responsibility. But once he actually spent time with her, it hit him hard. She just wasn't the one. Bellin flinched, clearly spooked. No, that's not what I meant. Don't be mad, seriously. I've been trying to talk her out of it, told her it's time to let go. Richard sat back down. I'll let Byron review this proposal. If it checks out, fine, I'll agree to it. But as for Mara, that's all I can do. And don't bring this up to me ever again. Got it. I won't say a word. Bellin sounded defeated. He knew in front of Richard he was a nobody. Get out, Richard snapped. Not daring to stick around, Bellin made a quick exit. He knew just how ruthless Richard could be. If things kept going the way they were, sooner or later the truth would leak out. And when Richard found out what was really going on, who knew what he'd do to him? Perry Lake had to go. Once Mara's condition was stable, it'd be time to make sure Perry disappeared. Watching Bellin leave, Byron muttered under his breath, "What a scumbag werewolf." Oh, and Alpha, don't forget dinner with Miles. We should get going. Richard stood up and left with him, heading to the Crown Regent Hotel. Perry Lake was sitting in the lobby cafe flipping through an old medical book. She wore a white dress, her long hair tucked neatly behind her ears. Just sitting there, she gave off this calm, effortless vibe, like a scene out of a painting. Richard glanced over at her a few more times than he meant to. Miles Hall had just arrived too. Richard, how about we invite Miss Lake to join us? Richard had invited Miles out to thank him for treating Benjamin Scott. Miles had been caught up in a surgery at lunch, so Richard had picked this dinner spot instead. Not just because of the food, though decent enough, it was more about the fact that Perry was here. He nodded and walked up to her. Not wanting to interrupt her reading, he stood quietly for a moment, before speaking. Reading something interesting, she was totally absorbed and didn't react right away. After a moment, she looked up. "You? Here?" "I'm grabbing dinner with Miles. Want to come join us?" She closed the book, rubbed her tired eyes, and said, "Didn't I already have lunch at your place? I'll pass." Just then, Miles walked over. "Come on, you were a huge help in Benjamin's recovery. You deserve this." Maybe it was because she saw another doctor, maybe it was something else, but Perry nodded. "All right then." The three headed upstairs to a private dining room. Richard couldn't help glancing at her stomach. She was barely 3 months along, and with that loose dress on, it wasn't showing yet. Byron handled most of the ordering. He picked a few dishes and a soup. Richard gave an extra instruction to the server: prepare a hot tonic soup just for Perry. Pregnant women needed the extra nourishment. Miles chimed in. "Miss Lake, with your skill, you'd be such a great asset to our hospital." Richard seemed to light up at that. "Working at the hospital would be perfect. You'd save even more people. I can help make it happen." Miles said, "Miss Lake graduated from the top medical school. She's amazing when it comes to treating werewolves." "Oh, really?" Richard raised an eyebrow. He hadn't dug that deep. "Then maybe you two should team up sometime." Perry smiled politely. "I'm used to working on my own. Thanks for the offer, though." Miles chuckled. "Fair enough. Still, when something truly tricky comes up, we'll have to count on you." Perry didn't hesitate. "Sure." Richard glanced at the girl next to him, so composed, not a hair out of place. It was hard to match this serene woman with words like messy relationships. Maybe what Mara said was just noise. Still, she was pregnant. Maybe there was more to Perry than he thought. While Miles and Perry chatted about some complicated medical cases, Richard just listened quietly. Her calm analysis and logical thinking really left an impression on him. After dinner, Richard suggested they head upstairs for some karaoke. Perry declined. She wasn't into noisy crowds and instead went for a walk by the river. Walking a bit after a meal helped, especially for someone about to have a baby. The next morning, Richard had Byron call Bellin Morgan. He agreed to the partnership, barely changing any terms. They'd stick to Bellin's original proposal. The only condition, no media coverage. Bellin had hoped to make a splash with the news to boost Silverfang Pack's reputation, but Richard shut that down fast. Still, teaming up with Bloodmoon Pack was big news. Word would get out anyway. Once the deal was signed, Richard added, "Tell your sister we're even. Don't let her call me again." Bellin stiffened, his voice edged with anger. "So what? You're saying this deal came from using my sister?" Richard let out a cold laugh. "You should be thankful it was just that." Bellin swallowed his irritation. "All right, guess she just wasn't the right person for you. I'll talk to her, but feelings aren't something you can just shut off." "You can go now," Richard cut him off sharply. "Byron will handle anything else. If you need to talk, talk to him." "Fine, thanks, Alpha Richard." Bellin forced a tight smile. In his head, he vowed Richard would regret this. He'd owe Mara for real someday. Bellin headed straight to the hospital. "We're seriously not allowed to contact him anymore." Mara yanked down her veil. "How could you just decide that for me?" Bellin didn't flinch. "He doesn't want anything to do with you. You need to move on. Focus on getting better. But with Perry around, this whole thing could blow up. If she talks, he might still turn on Silverfang. But if I marry him, everything changes. I'll be the Bloodmoon Pack's Luna, and my son the next Alpha." Bellin gave a dry laugh. "The problem is, he doesn't want you. As for Perry, I'll handle her for now. She's still useful. You just focus on getting healthy." Mara glared at the wall, hate burning in her chest. "It's all that bitch's fault. If it weren't for her, Richard would have picked me." Bellin had nothing to say to that, but one thing was sure. Perry couldn't stay. Mara leaned back against the bed, her face clouded with disappointment. It hit her. This was just a fantasy. Richard never saw her the way she wanted him to. As soon as Perry stepped into the hotel, Gina grabbed her arm. "My dad set me up on a blind date at Maison de la Seine tonight. You have to come with me. You know I can't stand this kind of thing." "A blind date?" Perry raised a brow, not exactly thrilled, but had no reason to say no. "All right, with me there, he won't dare try anything shady." Gina rolled her eyes. "Geez, no. I just hate sitting across some random dude and pretending we're vibing. Let's go. It's already time." She was still in her work uniform, You're not going to change first? Nope. This is the real me. If he's into me, he better be into all of me. Perry was left speechless. This sounded just like her own mindset when she turned down Richard. Maison de la Seine was smack in the middle of the city, on the top floor. It was the fanciest French restaurant around, and not too far from the Bloodmoon Pack's territory. Table 9, over there. Gina tugged Perry towards a window-side table and plopped down. Can you believe this guy? Already late. He's clearly not serious. Perry checked her watch. Technically, we're 5 minutes early. You chill here. I need the bathroom. When he shows, screen him for me. If he's a no-go, feel free to kick him out. Perry looked at her a bit amused. Wait, you don't even know who he is. Didn't bother to ask. Makes it more exciting, don't you think? Gina said as she walked off. Shortly after, a man approached the table. Excuse me, is this table 9? Perry froze a little. This must be Gina's blind date? Slowly lifting her gaze, she caught sight of a well-groomed, confident-looking man with a warm smile. Not bad at all. She cleared her throat and glanced at the number card on the table, giving him a nod. He took the seat across from her, polite as ever. You dining here as well? Isn't that the whole point of coming here? She quipped, trying to figure out where he was going with that. Since Gina tossed her the lead role, Perry figured she might as well play it. So, mind introducing yourself? Still smiling, he replied. My name's Brant Phillips, and you are? Polite guy, Perry thought. Not bad. Gina might actually like him. Perry Lake. Brant leaned back on the sofa, his smile easy. Nice to meet you, Miss Lake. Perry returned a bright smile. Nice to meet you too. So what do you do, Mr. Phillips? He chuckled lightly. Nothing special, just part of an ordinary pack. What about you? She answered simply. I'm currently not working. Is that so? Brant found her kind of interesting. He could guess she was here for the date, just at the wrong table. Let me guess, you just graduated? Yeah, not too long ago, Perry nodded. But before she could explain further, another figure joined them. She immediately caught a familiar scent. Richard. What was he doing here? Richard looked puzzled. Why the hell was she sitting there? You two know each other? He asked. Brant smiled casually. Just met, actually. Something felt off to Perry. Wait, you guys know each other? Yeah, we're good friends, Brant replied. We were supposed to meet here for dinner. I booked table 9. Perry quickly stood up. You did, but my friend reserved this table. Richard frowned slightly. Well, if that's the case, why don't we all just eat together? Brant was fine with it. Works for me. Perry's cheeks were turning red. I probably messed up. Sorry, really, my bad. Grabbing her handbag and stepping aside, Perry quickly dialed Gina's number. Are you sure you got the table right? You told me it was table 9. Gina smacked her forehead. Crap, my bad. It's table 19. Perry sighed inwardly. Great. Table 19 had a werewolf sitting there. She'd seen him at a previous party, Alpha Henry. Gina came rushing back from the restroom, glanced toward table 9, and caught a good look at Brant's face. Her heart skipped a beat. Wait. Nope. I think I was right after all. It's him. This guy checked every one of her boxes. Seriously, he was exactly the kind of werewolf she'd been dreaming of. Super handsome, polite, and had that easygoing vibe. Totally her type. What are you staring at? Perry waved a hand in front of her friend's face. Over at table 9, Richard was chatting with Brant. Why is she sitting here? Brant gave a guess. She's probably here for the matchmaking event. Maybe she got the table number wrong. Still, she seems pretty interesting. You know her? Matchmaking? Richard's eyes darkened. Perry here for a date? What was her deal anyway? She showed up disguised to his pack trying to call off their bond, and now she's out here speed dating? Mara had said she saw her head into a hotel with a male werewolf, and honestly, Richard was starting to believe it. She's a healer. Pretty skilled. We've crossed paths before. Brant's curiosity was piqued. She's a healer? Wouldn't have guessed. I mean, she's gorgeous. Richard's tone was flat. Gorgeous? Don't be fooled by appearances. Brant glanced her way and flashed a smile. She looks sweet to me. Cute, even. Perry smiled back politely. After all, she had plopped herself down at the wrong table. A little awkward, yeah. Noticing Gina still zoned out, she nudged her. That's Henry at table 19. Didn't you used to like him? Shouldn't you at least say hi? That was back when I had terrible taste. But now, Gina practically had hearts in her eyes. I mean, sitting at this table by accident? It must be fate. And with Richard here too, perfect excuse to say hello. Which was exactly why Perry didn't want to go over there. Richard had been giving her strange looks all night, and it was freaking her out. Just go say hi to Henry, okay? But Gina was already daydreaming about her whole future with Brant, even planning where they'd take their wedding photos. Okay, how about you go say hi to Henry for me? He doesn't even know I'm his match today. She was worried Brant might get the wrong idea, considering she already saw him as potential boyfriend material and he didn't even know her name. Perry sighed. They were already here, so courtesy demanded something. Let's go. We still need to eat dinner. I'll say hi and that's it. Reluctantly, Gina followed Perry toward table 19, but kept stealing glances back at Brant. When she saw him smile, probably just being friendly, her heart fluttered like crazy. Henry looked up with surprise. Miss Lake? Wow! I didn't expect to see you here. Perry caught Gina making exaggerated expressions at her and let out a quiet sigh. Guess she had to help her out this time too. Sorry, Alpha Henry. We're a bit late. Henry stood up politely. No worries at all. Please, have a seat. Back at table 9, Brant tilted his head toward Perry's direction. Looks like their date's actually that guy. Richard recognized him, Henry Carlisle of the Bloodmoon Pack. So, was the date supposed to be with Perry or Gina? But it was obvious. Henry's attention was all on Perry. Blind dates are the trend now, huh? Richard said, sounding clearly irritated. Brant chuckled. You seem unusually interested in that girl. A bit of heaviness settled in Richard's chest. Perry was pregnant and still showing up at blind dates. Mara's words were starting to sound less far-fetched. She's good at what she does. I've worked with her before. Really? Brant perked up. She's in medicine? Wouldn't have guessed. She's way too pretty for that stereotype. She's not just good, Richard said, surprisingly serious. She's honestly top tier in the medical field. Seriously? Brant's eyes lit up. That kind of praise coming from Richard wasn't handed out lightly. Richard ordered 2 meal sets. Anyway, enough about her. What have you been up to lately? Brant, the designated alpha of the Bloodmoon Pack, was on par with the Bloodmoon Pack in terms of influence and resources. Same old stuff, drowning in pack affairs. Came this time to discuss a partnership. Richard held up his wine glass to clink with his. Looking to expand into the north, huh? Brant smirked. That's Bloodmoon territory. I'm just tagging along for the ride. I'm actually glad you're expanding here. Means we'll get to hang out more often. Right? Brant glanced over toward table 19 again. Things had already started over there. Henry had his eyes locked on Perry. Miss Lake, imagine my surprise seeing you as my blind date. Seeing how into it he was, Perry had to clear things up. This is a misunderstanding. I'm just here with Gina. She's the one you're supposed to meet. Henry had probably figured that out, but with his interest clearly on Perry, he played dumb. Miss Layton and I know each other professionally. We might even partner up soon, right, Miss Layton? Gina wasn't in the mood for this charade. Sure, we do business. That's all, really. This dinner? Just for show. Henry seemed pleased with her answer. But Miss Lake, you really give this refined, gentle vibe, perfect mate material. Perry wasn't a fan of his overly suggestive gaze. She'd rather shut this down right now. Funny, that's exactly what my mate said too. Henry nearly spit out his wine. Mate? Perry gave a light, slightly awkward smile. Is it that strange for me to have a mate? Henry froze for a beat. Someone like Miss Lake surely has plenty of admirers. Having a mate makes total sense. Perry just smiled, keeping quiet. Hopefully he got the hint. Gina turned and spotted Brant looking her way and quickly gave him a nervous but excited smile. Brant smiled back, though his attention seemed elsewhere, on Perry. Perry got up and headed toward the restroom. Richard noticed and followed behind. He stepped out before her and stood outside smoking. When Perry exited, her eyes met his. She looked startled for a brief second. Richard pressed out the cigarette in the ashtray, his gaze drifting down to her stomach without much subtlety. So you're here for a blind date? His tone was calm, but the sarcasm was impossible to miss. Perry's heart skipped a beat. She'd always been proud of who she was. So what, Alpha Richard? You think I'm not allowed to go on a blind date? Richard's brow twitched slightly. So it was true? Seriously? A woman who's pregnant showing up on a blind date? Miss Lake, you're smart, skilled, and gorgeous. But maybe you should make better use of your strengths. Just saying, maybe be a bit more mindful of your actions." He'd meant it as a subtle hint, but to Perry, it sounded more like a thinly veiled insult. Perry's eyes flared with anger. "You're way out of line, Alpha Richard. So just because I showed up for a date, I'm suddenly trashy now? What about you, huh? And all the things you did to me, what are those? What part of me isn't self-respecting, Richard? You've seriously crossed the line." With that, she shoved him hard in the chest. It wasn't gentle. Richard stumbled back and barely avoided falling, thanks to the wall behind him. He didn't think he'd said anything wrong. He thought he'd been pretty tactful. Why was she blowing up like this? Perry stormed back to table 19, fuming. Meanwhile, Henry had just confirmed with Gina that Perry was pregnant. Gina told him she had a mate. The flame in Henry dimmed a bit. He'd been all in from the first sight, but since someone had claimed her, he wasn't the kind of guy to steal someone else's girl, even if he wasn't fully ready to give up. "Is Miss Lake okay?" he asked. Perry took a deep breath, grabbed her lemon water, and took a deep sip. "I'm fine. Just bumped into a stray mutt that nearly took a bite out of me." Gina blinked. "A dog? Pets aren't even allowed in here." Henry chuckled. "Sounds like you ran into a real handful." Perry let out a sigh. "Yep, exactly that. A totally unreasonable jerk." Richard sat back in his seat and gave a bitter chuckle. Maybe he was sticking his nose where it didn't belong. He turned his attention back to his business chat with Brant. Perry's appetite had been fine before, but now, thanks to Richard's words, she couldn't even look at food. Who gave that wolf the right to say something like that? Her whole life, she'd lived upright, respected herself, was proud of herself. No one had ever dared say otherwise. If not for him, would she even be in this mess, pregnant and alone? That man, absolutely shameless, disgusting, unforgivable. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. He took her innocence and now dared to call her unworthy? That kind of wolf? Literal trash. "Miss Lake, take it easy." Henry handed her a glass of iced water, not worth getting all worked up over some random guy. But the problem was, he wasn't just some random guy. He was the father of her baby. Perry took the iced water in her hand, then suddenly paused. Richard had once told her not to have cold stuff. Right, she's pregnant now. No point getting mad at that kind of person. She quietly put the glass down. Better stick to warm water. Henry, ever the gentleman, stayed through the meal. Even if Perry was taken, no harm in being friends. After dinner, they headed towards the parking lot and then went their separate ways. Perry wasn't in the mood and went straight to her room at the hotel. Gina, still on a bit of a high, helped out at the front desk with a hopeful little spark in her eyes. She didn't have to wait long. Richard really did walk Brant over to Crown Regent's presidential suite. So Brant was staying here. Gina couldn't resist stepping forward, giving a slight bow, welcome. Brant's eyes lit up. "Wait, aren't you the girl who was with Perry earlier? You work here as the lobby manager?" Oh man, his voice was kind of dreamy. Way better than Richard. That guy always felt stiff and serious. Brant seemed way more chill and polite. Gina's heart did a little flip. "Yeah, this hotel's actually owned by my family. I'm Gina. Nice to meet you." She reached out her hand eagerly. Brant gave her a polite shake. "Nice to meet you too." Then he turned to leave with Richard, heading toward the elevator. Gina watched them walk away. No point tagging along. They were staying here after all. She'd probably get another chance to talk to him later. After Richard saw Brant off to his room, he turned back. As he passed the hotel lobby, he spotted Gina still standing there. Alpha Richard. Honestly, she just wanted to ask about Brant, but felt weird bringing it up out of nowhere. Richard stopped. He also had something on his mind. "How's Perry doing?" Gina's pulse jumped a little. "She's fine, though I think she was a bit upset tonight. Did you say something to her?" Richard moved slowly toward the exit, lighting a cigarette. "Just thought I'd remind her. It's not really cool to go on blind dates when you already have a mate. Saves everyone some trouble." Gina was still buzzing, especially since Brant was Richard's friend. She couldn't help chatting a bit more and blurted out, "She doesn't have a mate." Richard froze. A strange rush of emotion hit him. Relief? But that quickly gave way to confusion. No mate, and still pregnant? Gina couldn't believe he didn't know who he'd slept with that night. She's really single. Perry's beautiful and smart. Tons of guys liked her back in school, but she never showed interest in anyone. I'd know. Richard's head spun. Then how on earth, unless the healer made a mistake, or something even worse happened? She's pregnant, you know that? He asked slowly. Gina blinked. You know she's pregnant? Just found out recently, Richard muttered, blowing out a puff of smoke. Wait, you knew and you still… Gina wasn't sure how to finish that sentence. You found out she's pregnant, so like, what now? Richard looked totally confused. What are you getting at? Gina hesitated, voice trailing off. Nothing, just thinking out loud. After a moment of silence, Richard narrowed his eyes. Are you trying to say I should take some responsibility? Aye. Before Gina could finish, Richard's phone rang. He picked up, clearly something urgent, already walking as he answered. Gina followed a couple steps, saw him tuck the phone away, then blurted, Alpha Richard. Perry went to the presidential suite the night before she asked for the annulment. She figured he ought to know. Her voice wasn't loud, and the lobby was kind of noisy too. She wasn't sure he heard. Richard paused and glanced back. What did you say? Gina's heart was racing. I said, Perry, she. Richard's phone buzzed again. He glanced at her hesitant expression. I've got something to take care of. Call me if anything comes up. With that, he got into the car parked on the side of the road and drove off. Gina waited until his car disappeared before heading back into the hotel. She went straight to the upstairs room. She'd been staying with Perry for the past few days. Just got out of the shower? Perry was lying on the bed, flipping through a medical book. Yeah, you done with your stuff? Gina opened a bottle of water and took a few sips. Brant moved into the presidential suite. Really? Perry put the book down. So what, you're already that close to him now? Gina looked a little flustered. I'm not sure. Feels like I like him more than he likes me. Honestly, I think he's into you. Perry sat up, twisting open a bottle of water herself. Where do you even get that idea? Don't be paranoid. Not every single werewolf I meet falls for me. Brant's a great guy, good-looking, rich, and more importantly, he's got manners. Unlike someone else. Ugh. Shaking off the topic, Gina frowned. Richard knows you're pregnant. Perry jerked in surprise, nearly dropping the bottle in her hand. He knows? Did you tell him? Gina shook her head. Nope, he said it himself. Told me he just found out recently. No wonder he stopped her from eating ice cream and sometimes snuck glances at her belly. Her mind started racing. So he knew. Then why was he still acting like this? Every time Richard did something nice, he made sure to add it was because she saved Benjamin. He was so obvious, just didn't want her to get any ideas. Perry snorted. It has nothing to do with him. I'm having this baby and raising it alone. Gina hesitated. But maybe. He doesn't realize it's his. Perry snapped. Oh, he doesn't? He was the one who had the security footage from that night deleted. Probably scared I'd pin it on him. That's exactly what Riley had told them. Now Gina looked confused too. Right. Why did Richard do that? Maybe he didn't know it was you? Maybe he just didn't want anyone to know about that night, so he got it wiped. But think about it. If he really knew that baby was his, would he be this chill? He's the Bloodmoon Pack's alpha. There's no way he'd just pretend nothing's going on if he really believed that. Perry didn't know. Maybe that's why he kept mentioning her mate. Whatever. I'm not planning on telling him anyway. Just don't bring it up again. He still deserves to. Gina trailed off when she saw the anger on Perry's face. Better to just let it be for now. Perry was sitting in a cafe when Richard approached and slid into the seat across from her. Deep in thought? Only then did Perry realize someone had joined her. Remembering how he acted at Maison de la Seine, her annoyance flared again. Nothing much. Why are you here? Richard checked the time. Thought I'd grab a bite. Free now? Want to join me? I'm busy. Perry blurted without hesitation. Richard raised an eyebrow. He knew perfectly well she wasn't. Last time was on me, so now it's your turn to treat me. I didn't ask you to pay. You insisted. Perry shot back, clearly annoyed. Richard chuckled, half joking. So you're saying you're never paying me back? Didn't you say you hate owing people? She paused and sighed. That's exactly why. Fine. One meal, then we're done. Don't bug me again. And with that, they headed upstairs to the restaurant. If you ever need help, Just say the word. I might be able to do something, Richard said sincerely. Perry's stomach gave a loud growl. She quickly ordered a few dishes, all her personal favorites, then glanced at Richard, asking, "Order whatever you want. I don't really know what you like." Seeing she already ordered 4 dishes and a soup, Richard replied lightly, "I'm good with anything." Just then, a young couple walked in. The woman was clearly pregnant, and the man carefully helped her into her seat before calling for the waiter. "We'll start with your signature dish, the braised sea cucumber." The waiter offered a polite but apologetic smile. "Sorry about that. We're all out of sea cucumber today, but we've got other specialties that are just as good." The woman's face immediately turned sour. "We drove 2 hours just for that dish, and you're telling me you're out?" The waiter stayed calm and repeated, "We've just sold out, I'm afraid." Her mate sat beside her, holding her gently. "Honey, maybe let's try something else?" But she wasn't having it. "Do you not get how picky a pregnant woman's cravings can be? I want that one dish and nothing else. We came all this way. I'm starving, and I want it now." No matter how the man consoled her, she kept throwing a tantrum, grabbing and hitting him in frustration. He just kept soothing her, afraid to push too hard. Perry couldn't help feeling a twinge of jealousy. A pregnant she-wolf being pampered by the mate who loves her, that kind of freedom to be unreasonable? She didn't have it. Her own mate was right in front of her, yet felt like a stranger. She flagged down the waiter. "You can give her mine." The waiter returned to the couple and said, "One of our guests has offered her portion to you. It'll be out shortly." The woman was stunned silent for a moment, Sita glancing at Perry awkwardly. "I mean, it's not like I desperately needed it. Perry got it. She only wanted to be spoiled a little by someone who cared. "It's fine. I eat that dish a lot anyway. Skipping it tonight is no big deal. You're pregnant, I get it." The woman smiled gratefully. "Thank you. Want to join us? We can share." Perry shook her head. "Nah, enjoy it with your mate." "All right then." She seemed genuinely pleased and leaned into her partner. "Sorry, love. Did I hurt you just now?" He stroked her hair softly, clearly doting on her. "You're fine. As long as you're happy." Perry's eyes misted over quietly. She rested a hand on her own belly, heart aching. They're both pregnant, but the difference between them couldn't be more obvious. The pregnant woman looked at Perry, then turned to Richard. "You two make a great pair. Guessing you'll be really happy together." "Mate?" A slight flicker crossed Richard's expression, though his face stayed unreadable. Perry felt a little bitter inside. "You've got it wrong. He's not my mate." That surprised the woman. "Oh, that's too bad. I thought you were." The man nudged her subtly, signaling her to drop it. Richard noticed the hurt in Perry's eyes. Try as he might, he couldn't associate her with anything like a messy personal life. But she was clearly pregnant. "Since you gave up the dish you liked, how about I order you something else?" "No need. 3 dishes and a soup is already plenty." Her tone carried quiet disappointment. As she nibbled on a slice of citrus the waiter brought over, sweet and tangy, it stung more than it comforted. He probably thought this baby wasn't even his. Richard served her a bowl of soup. "Drink it while it's hot." Perry forced her tears back down and picked up her spoon to sip the soup. Watching the gloomy look on her face, Richard felt an unexpected pang of ache. Whoever got her pregnant and then ditched her, total jerk move. How could someone be that irresponsible? But since she wasn't saying anything, he didn't push. He just tried to show a little care. "Ashen Pack hasn't been bothering you lately, right?" That question rubbed Perry the wrong way. Why would they? It's not like I owe them anything. Fair enough. Perry might be kind-hearted, but she wasn't some pushover. Richard always felt the urge to do something for her, though, so he asked, almost without thinking, "Do you know who the baby's father is?" Perry stiffened, and a chunk of meat splashed back into her bowl. "What's it to you?" Richard had wondered before. What if it wasn't Mara that night, but Perry? Still, the thought never stayed long. He had to be realistic. "If it does turn out to be mine, I'll take responsibility." Perry set her spoon down with a clang. "Who needs your responsibility? What makes you think you even deserve to?" Richard didn't get it. Why was she pushing him away like he was the enemy? He was an alpha, not used to getting shut down like this, especially not by someone like her. Well, if Miss Lake's got walls up, then maybe I should quit sticking my nose in. He left before finishing the meal. She didn't want him sitting there across from her, but once he was gone, Perry felt kind of empty inside. Slumped at the dining table, she turned to glance out the window. Richard was on the street, cigarette in hand, letting a few smoke rings drift up into the air. A girl started walking toward him. Perry recognized her right away, Alicia Arnold, the one who'd warned her before. Her chest tightened. What was Alicia doing here? Why was she approaching Richard? He turned away and stubbed out the cigarette in a nearby trash can, clearly uninterested. But Alicia stepped in front of him. Richard, I know you're still mad at me. I was totally out of my mind back then. But come on, wasn't it partly your fault too? You pushed me away. You ignored me. I got close to Benjamin just to get a reaction out of you. Richard glanced up. Perry was leaning on her hand by the window, watching them with a blank expression. She didn't even look away when their eyes met. Alicia kept talking. Richard, what's going on with Benjamin? Is he still abroad? I went looking, but his classmate said he hasn't shown up in a long time. Richard's gaze flicked back to Alicia, his tone icy and flat. Where Benjamin is has nothing to do with you. Don't be like that, Richard. I know you loved me once. There were just way too many misunderstandings. If you hadn't pushed me away, I'd never have used Benjamin to get back at you. Alicia stayed confident. She hadn't come back for Mara. Mara didn't even matter. But Perry was making her nervous. That was the real threat. Richard didn't bother answering. He couldn't care less, really. He headed for his car parked nearby. He'd come tonight hoping to grab dinner with Perry. But honestly, it had been anything but pleasant. He'd just called Byron and made plans to hit a bar with a few friends. Alicia had been tailing him ever since he left Bloodmoon Pack. She'd spent her time sitting in the cafe downstairs until he finally came out. Now she caught up with him again. Richard, can we just talk? Just give me a few minutes, please? Richard didn't say another word, just slammed the car door shut. Alicia followed behind in her car, tailing him all the way to the bar. Richard had made plans to meet Byron and Brant in a VIP room upstairs. Alicia, meanwhile, parked herself at the bar and ordered a cocktail. Back at the dining room, Perry was still zoning out at the table. Gina came bouncing over, full of excitement. Come with me to the bar. What for? Perry looked uninterested. Do I even look like I'm in the mood to go out? You don't have to drink. Gina leaned in with a whisper, like she had a secret. I just heard Brant's over there. Perry chuckled. Isn't he staying in the presidential suite? We see him all the time. Yeah, but it's different, Gina grinned. The vibe hits differently at the bar. Come on, just keep me company? Perry wasn't feeling great anyway, so she ended up agreeing. The bar was buzzing with energy when they arrived. Not a fan of the crowded and flashy scene, Perry picked a spot tucked away in the corner. Gina ordered a cocktail and got a juice for Perry. Taking a sip, Perry glanced around at the vibrant nightlife. If Brant's going to be here, he'll probably be in a private room. How are you going to accidentally run into him? Gina smirked as she picked up a call. I don't need to fake anything. Come on, he's upstairs. In the hallway, the bar manager stood holding 2 bottles of liquor. Alpha's daughter, this is what Mr. Phillips asked for. I'll take 'em, Gina said while grabbing the bottles. She even explained herself, just in case. Mr. Phillips is one of our target clients. I've been watching him for a while. Tonight's the night. The manager went along with it. Got it, Alpha's daughter. Let me know if you need anything. Oh, and there are only 3 werewolves in there, none of them singing karaoke. Perfect. That's when it hit Perry. This place was run by the Orion Pack, of course. Gina called over her shoulder. Come on, Brant thinks highly of you. Your presence helps ease the awkwardness. Perry figured she'd tag along. What else was she going to do? She knocked on the door a couple times and followed Gina in once it opened. Gina took a breath and put on her game face. Mr. Phillips, your drinks. Clearly, none of the guys, Brant, Byron, or Richard, were expecting to see them walk in. Perry spotted Richard right away. Brant was clearly happy to see her. Miss Lake, you two? We're only here 'cause this bar's part of the Orion Pack's property, Perry explained casually. Gina had a shift here tonight, heard there was a big client, so I tagged along to help her deliver drinks. Dropping the bottles on the table, Gina said, Want me to open them for you? Brant chuckled. Sit and have a few with us? Maybe sing something later? Perry shot Richard a glance, cold and distant. He was still puzzled why she always acted like she hated his guts. He couldn't recall doing anything to deserve it. Thinking she was hesitating because of Richard, Brant nudged things along. You and Richard know each other pretty well. What do you say? Like inviting her was Richard's call. Richard had just had a tense dinner with Perry earlier, ending on a sour note. He knew she was pregnant, with someone else's kid supposedly, but he couldn't stop himself from getting drawn to her. Yet she always kept him at a distance, cold, aloof. And Richard Scott was not the type to beg any woman for attention, so he let out a low voice, almost bored. Whatever. If she wants to stay, she can. Brant stood up with an easy smile and looked at Perry. Don't mind him, Miss Lake. He's always grumpy. Since we ran into each other here, why not sit down and hang out for a bit? Richard's eyes darkened. What was Brant getting at? Interested in her now? He probably had no clue she was pregnant. She obviously doesn't want to. No need to push it. Gina nudged Perry's sleeve. The guy already invited you. No point playing hard to get. Brant even turned to Gina. Miss Layton, I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Gina beamed. Not at all. You're one of our best guests. It's our job to take care of you. Whether it was to help Gina or maybe just fed up with Richard's attitude, Perry finally said, All right. Brant looked visibly relieved. What do you ladies want to drink? The liquor's kind of strong here. How about some cocktails instead? His warm vibe threw Gina off a little. I'm good with anything. I can handle my liquor, but Perry, I'm not so sure about her. As if just to spite Richard, Perry cut in, I can drink too. Richard was baffled. Was she seriously here just to pick a fight? Fine. If she wasn't even worried about her own body, why should he care? He just grabbed the bottle, filled 5 glasses himself, and knocked one back. Gina lifted her glass. Mr. Phillips, Alpha Richard, this one's for you. Richard glanced at Perry. Not drinking? She picked up her glass but then put it back. There was no point hurting herself just to make a statement. I'm good. Gina flagged down a server and ordered fruit juice for Perry, leaning closer to whisper, He has no clue it's his baby. Picking fights with him won't help. Perry was fuming. This werewolf had destroyed her life, left her pregnant, and she couldn't even speak up for herself. I swear I want to throw this juice in his face. Don't, Brant's here. Do me a favor. Gina had always been the kind to fall hard and fast. Once she liked someone, there was no dragging her back. Just be nice, yeah? Think of it as doing me a solid. Perry wasn't even sure if she was helping out Gina or just trying to ignore Richard, but she raised her glass of juice to clink with Brant's. Let's pretend this juice is wine. Cheers. Brant smiled wide. Cheers, Miss Lake. Do you like karaoke? Maybe pick a few songs? Perry gave a nod, especially when she noticed how sour Richard's face looked. That made it even better. Sure, why not? Gina jumped to pick out a track. This one's a duet, Mr. Phillips. Want to sing it with me? Brant had hoped to sing with Perry, but Gina was Perry's best friend, and he couldn't just turn her down. He took the mic and joined in. Gina was full of energy, and her voice was sweet, full of passion. Brant sang even better. Their duet really lifted the mood in the private room. Byron sat quietly in the back, noticing right away that Gina was into Brant, while Brant clearly had his eye on Perry. Richard wasn't dense. He had to be seeing it too. Perry stepped out to take a call at the door, and Richard instinctively followed. She hung up and turned, startled to see him. Were you eavesdropping? Richard lit a cigarette, then shifted the smoke away from her, remembering she was pregnant. This isn't your private phone booth. Why would I need to eavesdrop? You're ridiculous, Perry snapped. Just seeing him got under her skin, but she still couldn't bring herself to tell him about the baby. Leaning against the wall, Richard thought about how he tried to be decent, asked her out to dinner, tried checking in, but she treated him like the enemy and flirted with Brant right in front of him. The irritation just boiled over. You're pregnant and still acting wild. What? You hoping someone else will raise your kid for you? Perry almost slapped him, but held herself back at the last second. Instead, she sneered, Richard, don't tell me you're actually jealous? Richard's eyes darkened. I've never been interested in anyone else's used she-wolf. His meaning was clear. She was pregnant and had been with another wolf. No way he'd take her now. Perry wasn't dense. She caught on immediately. Is that so? Perfect. I was just thinking how little I care about you. Brant's way more decent. At least he's polite and knows how to treat people. The whole thing felt less like a civil conversation and more like a post-breakup brawl. They kept firing shots, cutting each other up with just words. So what now? You're in love with him? There was an odd sting in Richard's chest. His voice grew colder. Think he'll still want you after finding out you're pregnant? You should really watch your behavior. From now on, it's not just about you. You've got a kid to think about too. He couldn't even explain why he said it. Maybe she just got under his skin that bad. Perry looked like she'd been gut punched. No slap, no yelling. She just stood there, stunned, eyes welling up, holding her chest like the pressure might crush her. She wobbled slightly, like she'd collapse any second. Richard stubbed out his cigarette and instinctively reached out to steady her, but before he could touch her, Perry turned away and walked off, leaving behind a lonely silhouette tinged with bitterness. Richard froze. That's it? She just left? Perry's heart ached more than she thought possible. Everything that led her to this point, all thanks to him. And after all that, he still had the nerve to mock her, to twist the knife deeper. She'd never hated him this much in her life. She swore he wouldn't get away with this. Not this time. Downstairs, Perry headed straight for an empty table. She needed a second to breathe, to pull herself together. Alicia was still perched by the bar. She'd spotted Perry as soon as she walked in, and now, noticing the obvious pain on her face, leaned in to whisper something to the wolf beside her. That wolf, drink in both hands, sauntered over to Perry. Tough breakup? Same here. Misery loves company, right? Want a toast to our mutual heartbreak? Perry shot him a side glance. Speak for yourself. He set one of the glasses in front of her. Hey, it's a bar. Drinking's kind of the point. Just a little red wine won't knock you out. Come on, live a little. Perry picked up the glass, gave it a slow swirl near her nose. Didn't smell odd. Still, she set it back down. I don't drink. Find someone else. Come on. What's the point of coming here if you won't even take a sip? Relax. I'm no creep. Just thought we could talk a bit. He pushed the glass back toward her. From a distance, Alicia watched. The guy was Neil Arnold, her cousin, known playboy. The two had always gotten along. Perry was already on edge. She knocked the drink out of his hand. Back off. Red wine splashed all over Neil. For a guy used to the company of women and getting his way, being rejected was one thing. But being splashed before he even made a move? That was new and insulting. Irritated, he lifted a hand to her shoulder and reached for her face. You ruined my suit. You're going to make up for that tonight. Or... Perry sprang up, grabbed his wrist, and twisted hard. A sharp yelp followed, and Neil's arm hung limp at his side, dislocated. You think you're someone special? Don't ever touch me again, she snapped. Neil, stunned from the blow, turned to Alicia like she might come bail him out. Stay right there. If I don't have you crawling back by the end of tonight, I'm not even an Arnold. I couldn't care less who you are. If you're so tough, come at me, see what happens. I'm not going anywhere, Perry replied, arms crossed, eyes blazing. Honestly, he made the perfect target to vent her rage on. A few of Neil's pals noticed the commotion and rushed over to surround Perry. Richard stood not far off. After Perry left, he lingered for a moment, unable to stop worrying, so he followed. He had half a mind to come kick Neil away earlier, but Perry turned out to be tougher than he'd expected. He was curious to see how far she could handle things on her own. Neil, grimacing from the pain, glared at Perry. Think you're so tough? There are 4 of us here. Should we all go at once or take turns? The other werewolves cackled. You think she could handle us all at once? Maybe we should take turns. Riding her? Yeah, that last part was clearly meant to humiliate. Perry didn't waste words. She kicked one of them hard. I'll deal with you one by one. The guy hit the ground, bounced back up fast, and yelled, All together now! Just then, Perry's stomach lurched. Maybe she'd pushed herself too hard. If they really ganged up on her, she wasn't sure she'd last. She took a few steps back, breathing deep, trying to steady herself. She braced to fight again when suddenly one of the werewolves blocked her view, and within seconds, they were all down. Beer bottles and glasses from the nearby tables lay scattered in shards everywhere. The manager rushed over with a few deltas in tow. Seeing Richard, Neil went pale. Alpha Richard, 5 seconds. Get lost, Richard snapped. Neil didn't need to be told twice. He and his crew scrambled out as fast as they could crawl. Alicia hadn't expected Richard to pop up like that. In just a few seconds, he'd flattened them all. Yep, this was the kind of dominance she liked to see in a werewolf, fierce and unapologetic. Shame he did it for Perry, not for her. Richard turned to look at Perry. You okay? Perry sank onto the couch, trying to calm down and catch her breath. Richard asked the bartender to bring her some warm water and handed it to her. Drink this. If you're still feeling off, I can take you to the hospital. Perry took the cup, sipped a little, then hugged herself tightly, curling up on the couch without saying a word. Richard sat next to her and gently asked, Did you get hurt? Want me to go with you to get checked out? She shook her head, tears slipping silently from the corners of her eyes. Even though he'd helped her, she didn't feel grateful. If it weren't for him, none of this would have happened. Just leave, she mumbled. I want to be alone. Richard frowned, clearly not wanting to walk away. I can't just leave you like this. Because I look pathetic now, right? Perry gave a bitter laugh and then muttered coldly, Richard, who even asked for your help? That caught him off guard. Wow, ungrateful much? So I was out of line trying to help you, huh? Fine, next time someone messes with you, I'll keep out of it. I never needed your damn help, she snapped, still fuming. Now do me a favor and disappear. I don't want to look at you. Richard sighed, confused and frustrated. What the hell did he do wrong? Why was she acting like he was the villain? Fine, I won't bother your sight. He stood to leave just as Neil came stumbling back in, holding his dislocated arm. Alpha Richard, wait, don't get the wrong idea. My arm, she twisted it out of place. I heard someone say it's dislocated. She needs to fix it. Richard cursed under his breath. Serves you right. Yeah, I probably deserve it, Neil admitted quickly. But I had no idea she was a friend of yours. If I'd known, I wouldn't have touched her with a 10-foot pole. He turned to Perry, practically begging. Miss, I screwed up. Please, can you help me out here? Perry's anger had cooled slightly. She stood and circled him slowly. Who told you to mess with me in the first place? You better spit out the truth, or I swear I'll mess up your other arm too. She had already spotted Alicia and saw Neil chatting with her just moments ago. If her instincts were right, Alicia was the one who'd called him here. Neil didn't even try to lie convincingly. No one told me to come, he muttered. I just saw you sitting here looking so down, and you're insanely pretty. Thought I'd come say hi. Seriously, no one put me up to it. Yeah? Then get your arm fixed by yourself at the hospital. Perry turned to leave. With Richard there, Neil didn't dare run his mouth. He scrambled after her, looking pitiful. Come on, gorgeous, please help me out. I swear I won't mess with you again. Promise. Perry wasn't in the mood to drag it out. She figured he'd gotten a taste of consequences and her anger had cooled a bit. She grabbed his arm and gave it a sharp twist. Neil winced hard, sweat beading on his forehead, but at least the joint popped back into place. He moved his arm around, relieved. Thank you, beautiful. I was just being an idiot. You're way out of my league. Thanks again. Scram, Perry snapped. Neil didn't stick around to get yelled at twice. He bolted. Richard, too, had noticed Alicia. His gaze was icily sharp, and it made Alicia flinch. Her heart skipped. Crap, was she busted? Perry checked her phone. 2 missed calls from Gina. She called back. Gina's voice was rushed. Where'd you go? I kept calling and you didn't answer. Come back, okay? She and Brant had already finished 3 songs. Brant, clearly disappointed at Perry's absence, sang a couple more with Gina and then went to sit down, more annoyed than before when he realized Richard was also missing. Perry hung up and glared at Alicia for a couple of seconds, her eyes cold as ice. Then she turned and went upstairs. Richard followed. Are you okay? That thing with your stomach, is it serious? Perry let out a cold laugh. Richard, don't tell me Alicia had nothing to do with this tonight. If she's under your wing, maybe give her a tight leash. Alicia's not my anything, but if she really did tell Neil to bother you, I'll deal with her. Richard was still thinking about how Perry had twisted Neil's arm back into place like it was nothing. This girl kept surprising him, What else was she capable of? They walked back into the private room. Brant looked over. Where have you two been? That took forever. Perry plopped down on the sofa. Had to teach a stray dog a lesson. Brant blinked and turned to Richard. What does that mean? Richard chuckled. Miss Lake went downstairs for a bit and ran into someone causing trouble. Someone messed with her? Who the hell dares? Brant's anger flared. I'll go find them. No need, Richard said calmly. I've already handled them. Gina chimed in. Don't worry, Mr. Phillips. With Alpha Richard around, Perry's totally safe. Brant looked at Perry. You all right, Miss Lake? She nodded. I'm fine, thanks. Appreciate your concern. You guys go on with the singing. I just need to rest. Brant had been hoping to do a duet with her, but since she wasn't joining in, he lost interest too. Gina called for a fruit platter. Perry, have some fruit. You need to eat. Perry held her stomach. That brief moment of action earlier had left it feeling off. Richard deliberately chose to sit farther away, next to Byron, though his eyes kept drifting her way. If you're not feeling better, you should probably see a doctor. You feeling all right? I can take you. Brant offered eagerly. Hey, Perry, how about letting Mr. Phillips tag along with us? Gina obviously couldn't hold back her excitement. She grabbed Perry's hand and gave it a playful pinch. Come on, don't waste the chance. Perry glanced at Richard. All right then. Brant stood up. Richard, stay and have a drink with Byron. I'll take Perry to the hospital. He even dropped the formal Miss Lake. Gina knew Perry wasn't interested in fighting over him, so she was all in for grabbing any shot she had with Brant. Richard felt choked up. He'd just helped Perry, and now she'd rather go with someone else. She's doing this on purpose, isn't she? Byron saw through it. Alpha, Mr. Phillips is clearly into her. Didn't you notice? Richard's face darkened. So what, now she's trying to get close to him too? Just because she wants a relationship now? Did she forget she's pregnant? Byron replied, Maybe Mr. Phillips doesn't mind that at all. Alpha, it's not like you're going to marry her. If she ends up with someone like him, it might not be a bad thing, right? What's good about it? Richard snapped, then tried to cover it up. I just mean, would Brant even be okay with that? I just don't want to see her get hurt again. By the way, whose kid is she carrying anyway? Byron also found that bit mysterious, but hadn't paid it much mind. No idea. Haven't seen any werewolf hanging around her. Richard didn't want to go deeper into it. Whoever the father was, it had nothing to do with him. He ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. Let's just drink. Forget it. Just then the door to the private room opened, and Alicia walked in. She'd seen Brant leaving with Perry and decided to check things out and maybe smooth things over. Richard, so this is where you're at. Richard put the glass down and shot her an icy look. You need something? Alicia was in a tight mermaid gown, slowly walking toward him. I was bored sitting by myself at the bar, saw you from downstairs, figured I'd come up. Richard, how about we sing a song together? Richard's eyes darkened. If you ever send someone to mess with Perry again, don't blame me for what happens next. Alicia flinched at his tone. Richard, you've got it wrong. Neil might be my cousin, but I didn't tell him to do anything. Perry was sitting alone. You know how Neil is. Do you really think I'd push him into it? Same goes for you. Stay away from Perry from now on, Richard said, voice low and steady, but cold enough to chill someone to the bone. Alicia was fuming. She's just a nobody from the sticks. Why are you so chivalrous toward her? Don't tell me you've fallen for her. None of your business. Richard got up, grabbed his phone. Byron, let's go. Wait, Richard, Alicia called out, frustration and self-blame written all over her face. Why do you leave the second I show up? When did we end up like this? Richard had once been good to her. She knew that. She just didn't know how to cherish it until it was too late. After messing things up, she tried to get back at him by involving herself with Benjamin, but in the end, nothing worked. Richard didn't even look back. He and Byron headed straight to the parking lot. Alicia stood frozen, bitter emptiness washing over her. She would have preferred Richard yelling at her, even hitting her, anything but this cold indifference, this kind of silence. It only meant one thing. He truly didn't care anymore. Byron started the car. Alpha, we going back to the hotel or the Bloodmoon Pack? Richard sat still for a moment, eyes unfocused as he stared outside. The hospital. Just then, Alicia stepped onto the road and stood in front of the car, like she was ready to block it with her own body. Byron stopped the car and leaned out the window. "What's Miss Arnold trying to do?" Alicia's eyes were brimming with tears. "I just want to talk to Richard properly." Richard's brows tightened. "Drive forward." Byron hesitated. Are you sure?" Richard's voice turned cold and firm. "Whatever happens, I'll deal with it." Byron started the engine and slowly moved forward. Unexpectedly, Alicia closed her eyes like she was ready to die right there. She looked like someone about to go down in flames. Byron glanced over at Richard, who gave a slight nod to keep going. With that, Byron stepped harder on the gas. Alicia jerked in surprise, quickly stepping aside. She hadn't expected Richard to really not care. In his eyes, her life clearly wasn't worth much, so scaring him was pointless. Byron almost broke into a cold sweat. "How'd you know she would move?" "I didn't." Richard rested one arm on the car window. "If she's that desperate to die, who am I to stop her?" Benjamin nearly lost his life because of Alicia. She had to pay the price somehow. Byron finally understood. Thank goodness Alicia got her senses back in time, or Richard really wouldn't have held back. Alicia was shaken. Everyone else saw her as some high-class lady, daughter of Loon Blues Alpha, but to Richard, she was just nothing. Meanwhile, Brant and Gina had taken Perry to the hospital. After some rest, her stomach felt better. Perry definitely didn't want Brant knowing she was pregnant. This hospital trip was just to give Gina more time to hang around Brant. "I'm fine now. No need for a checkup." Gina sat beside her in the back seat. "You sure you're okay? Want to catch a midnight movie or something?" Perry didn't feel like going out at all. "You two go ahead. I just want to rest back at the hotel." Brant had only come because of her. "Then let's head to the hotel. Movie can wait." Gina looked a little disappointed but nodded. She knew these things couldn't be rushed. When Byron arrived at the hospital, the others had already left. Richard had him check if any pregnant young woman had come in tonight. The on-call healer said no such patient had been seen so far. Richard sat quietly in the car for a while before telling Byron to head back to Crown Regent Hotel. Luckily, Brant was already back. "So, are you crushing on that girl or what?" Richard shrugged off his jacket and poured himself a glass of red wine. Brant chuckled. "Yeah, I am. Why don't tell me you like her too?" Richard stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, staring out into the night. He had half a mind to spill Perry's secret. "You should back out before you get in too deep. You'll regret it otherwise." "Why would I regret it?" Brant had been drawn to Perry since the first time he saw her. "I've made up my mind. I'm going after her." Richard choked on his wine and coughed hard. "You can't!" Brant frowned. "Why not?" Richard didn't want to reveal Perry's pregnancy. If Brant got emotionally involved, they'd all end up hurt. In the heat of the moment, he blurted, "Because she's my mate." Brant choked on his drink. "Are you kidding me? Perry's not even your friend, and now she's your mate? Richard, that's low even for you." Richard strolled back to the liquor cabinet and poured himself another glass. "Come on, Brant. You've known me long enough. You really think I'd joke about something like this?" Brant, seeing he was serious, looked even more stunned. "But she doesn't even seem to like you. Ever heard of the phrase, 'too much passion turns into fights'? There's just some stuff between us that got a little messy." Then Richard casually changed the topic. "Anyway, Gina clearly has a thing for you. My guess, she showed up tonight just to get close to you." Brant had noticed Gina's interest. "I'm into Perry, man. You never mentioned she was yours. Doesn't matter, though. She's not with you now, so I've got every right to go after her." That's when it hit Richard. His slip earlier wasn't just to keep Brant away. He actually felt something real for Perry. "Don't even think about it." Brant gave a half-joking smile. "What are you gonna do? Fight me over a girl? 'Cause I haven't seen you be all that nice to her either. Pretty sure you haven't even told her how you feel. Actually, didn't you kind of piss her off too?" Richard couldn't deny it. He let out a long sigh, trying to cool off. "Perry's not what you think, man. I'm saying this for your own good, and hers too." Brant frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Richard sighed again. "I like her too, okay? Just like you. But her heart, it already belongs to someone else. Chasing her would just be a waste." He added, "You know, Gina's sweet. Maybe you should give her a shot." but Brant didn't hesitate. I don't feel that way about Gina. Why would I lead her on? Perry isn't with you, so it's fair game. Richard didn't know how to respond. You'll regret it. Brant shrugged. I'd regret it more if I didn't try. At least I want to know who she really loves. And that made Richard realize Brant was serious about Perry. But he stopped himself from revealing her pregnancy. Instead, he shifted the focus again. Gina really likes you. If you go after Perry, you're going to break her heart and maybe start a mess between them. It's late. I'm turning in, Brant said, clearly done with the conversation, and left for his room. Richard stood silently in front of the big window, lost in thought for a long while. Meanwhile, in the downstairs guest room, unlike the tension between them, Gina was bursting with excitement. She couldn't sleep at all. Brant's such a catch, Perry. I swear, I don't think I'll ever be able to get over him. Gina had a rough childhood. Her parents divorced and ditched her. Her mom moved abroad and vanished from her life. Her dad got remarried and shipped her off to the countryside, barely caring. She'd been abandoned too many times, so now, when she wanted something, she clung tight. Perry could see it. Gina was totally obsessed. Let things happen on their own. Brant's great and all, but sometimes feelings just don't line up. Being friends is still a win. Gina hugged her pillow and looked at her. Honestly, I think he likes you. Perry, you won't go after him too, right? Why don't you just tell Richard you're carrying his baby? Maybe then he'll finally be with you. It was a fancy double room. Staying together at least meant neither was alone. Perry was feeling all kinds of messed up. Richard could be real considerate sometimes, but then he'd turn around and piss her off just as much. She had her pride, and honestly, she was still mad about him forcing himself on her that night. He's got Mara now. Besides, I wouldn't be into him even if he begged. Relax, I'm not about to steal Brant from you. But hey, as the Alpha's daughter from the Bloodmoon Pack, learn to hold on and let go, all right? Why haven't you told him? Gina meant the pregnancy. You gotta see it. Richard's not that into Mara. That's between them. Nothing to do with me. I told you this baby's mine, and I'm gonna raise it just fine. I'm done talking. Perry turned over and pulled the blanket over her head, ending the conversation. Gina scrolled through her phone, her mind full of Brant. She was honestly kinda obsessed, but so what? The next morning, right as Perry stepped out of her room, she ran straight into Richard. Gina had already left for work. She looked at the werewolf in front of her with a frosty expression. Richard looked surprised. I gotta ask, why do you always act like you've seen your mortal enemy every time we bump into each other? Did I do something to you? Perry thought, you didn't just do something, you actually did something awful. But she wasn't ready to say that out loud yet. This guy was a mess to deal with, Mara, now Alicia, and who knew how many others would show up. You're not exactly a saint either. You throw shade at me every time we talk, you know. Richard shot back, that's 'cause you get under my skin. Are you and Brant getting close? Perry had just finished demolishing a big chicken drumstick. She wiped the sauce from her mouth and snapped, and how is that any of your business? Why couldn't she just talk normally? Richard looked annoyed. He's my best friend. What do you think? Perry could tell he was revving up to lecture her again. Then maybe talk to him instead. Richard's face darkened. Fine. But let me be clear. Brant's my friend, and since you're already with someone, maybe don't go. Complicating things. He didn't say seducing him out loud, which Perry guessed was him being polite. That hit a nerve. Being labeled already taken was probably the mildest way he'd ever thrown shade. At least he didn't say she didn't even know who the baby's father was this time. When did I ever come on to him? Ever heard of a gentleman admires a graceful lady? Honestly, I've had plenty of guys interested in me. And let's be real. Brant's incredible, hot and super easy to be around. Pretty sure any she-wolf with eyes would be into him. That really pissed Richard off. She was once again gushing over another guy right in front of him. Not even the first time. You better not be thinking of hitting on him. Like I even need to? Perry could see his face getting colder. That sharp glare of his really wasn't something to mess with. And out here in the middle of nowhere? Yeah, maybe it'd be smarter not to poke the wolf. Chill. I'm not into werewolves. Plus, Gina's into him. Why would I steal someone my friend likes? Richard didn't say anything after that. He just stared at her quietly. After a moment, he gave a faint smile. "I'll have someone bring you breakfast." Perry didn't dare sit down. Richard's intense stare just now made her heart skip a beat. "I'm heading back to my room. Call me if the food arrives." She rushed inside and quickly locked the door behind her. Richard chuckled. She was already carrying his baby, yet still acted all prim and proper around him. It wasn't until half an hour later that the meal was brought over. Richard knocked on her door. "Dinner's here. You can come out now." Perry opened the door, walked straight to the couch, and pulled her robe tighter around herself as she sat down. Richard scooped her a bowl of porridge. "Relax. Pregnant women aren't really my type." Perry paused, as if anyone's dying to be your type. "Well then, guess we can both stop pretending. No need to put up walls. I'm not going to do anything to you." Richard started eating, and in between bites, he kept adding food to her plate like he was afraid she'd go hungry. Perry shot him a curious look. "Why do you even want to be around me? Don't give me the hole for your brother excuse. If Richard Scott really wants to repay someone, there are a million other ways." Funny thing was, Richard had asked himself the same thing plenty of times. Why did he keep feeling this urge to see her? Especially now that Brant was so obsessed with her, it made him even more drawn to her. He knew full well she wasn't his usual type. "I respect your skills as a medic, and I think you're a good person. Does that count for something?" A wolf tailing a she-wolf everywhere just out of admiration? Really? Perry laughed. "What do you think then? That I've fallen for you?" Her heart skipped a beat. "Get over yourself. I've got enough admirers. Don't need you in the lineup." Richard still pushed out the question. "Whose baby is it?" Perry's hands shook. Her spoon almost slipped from her fingers. "None of your business." "I know it's not," Richard replied calmly. "I'm just curious. What kind of guy makes you want to carry his kid?" "A total scumbag." Her voice was barely above a whisper. "What?" "Someone I don't ever want to talk about. Don't ask. I won't say." Richard wasn't one to press hard. "All right. When you're ready to talk, I'll listen." Night had fallen. Perry looked at the man in front of her and felt a twinge of vulnerability. He'd been pretty decent to her, actually. Thoughtful, even. There was a moment when she almost wanted to open up and tell him everything. "Richard, Mara was the she-wolf you liked, right? Why'd you end things with her?" Richard had only been into the girl from that one night, the night they slept together. Everything else about Mara put him off. People change. "So your feelings just expire? You broke our engagement for her and then boom, you're over it. Wow, impressive," Richard sighed. "It's not as simple as you think." His eyes flicked to her belly again. Perry tensed up and quickly finished the rest of her porridge. "All done. You can go now." She stood up, pushed him out of the room, and locked the door again. Even dragged a chair to block it, just in case. Outside, Richard clenched his fists, frowning. He walked away, clearly not happy about it. Irene had Belen meet her in a hurry. "Auntie, I've always wondered," Beelen asked carefully. "Uncle never even tried to find that kid all these years, and he treats Perry like she's nothing. I mean, he even sold her to Tom. That's not something a real father would do." Irene let out a sneer. "So what? He could sell Perry 10 more times and not feel a thing." That piqued Belen's interest. "I heard Perry's mom did something shady back in the day. Is that for real?" Irene picked up her coffee and took a sip. "Of course it's real." "Uncle actually caught Helena with another wolf?" Leaning back into the sofa, a sharp glint flashed across Irene's eyes. "Did your mom tell you that?" "Does it matter who told me? Just answer me. Was it true?" Irene's voice turned cold. "Yes, absolutely. Helena was involved with a wolf before she ever married your uncle. That guy later went abroad. Things ended badly between them. Then the old alpha stepped in, and she and your uncle became mates." Beelen still looked puzzled. "Helena might have gone to an elite college, but she's still a small-town girl, and Ashen Pack was a big name back then. Why would the old alpha agree to such a match?" Irene replied, "Your uncle really did like Helena at first. Pretty, well-educated, polite. Problem was, she couldn't let go of the past. Even after they got married, she still had feelings for that ex." Beelen perked up, hungry for the gossip. "So when did you and Uncle fall for each other?" Irene drifted into memory. It was at some fancy reception when she first fell for Francis. a mature, confident man who caught her eye immediately. She didn't hesitate to let him know how she felt. But back then, Francis only had Helena on his mind. They were planning their future. He pretty much ignored Irene. Helena had been hurt badly by her ex, Damien Morrison. She was already down when she found out Damien had taken a mate abroad. Crushed, she gave up and married Francis. In the beginning, Helena genuinely wanted to make it work. She told Francis the whole story, and he assured her he didn't care. And to be fair, he really did treat her well. But Irene was obsessed. She always found ways to be around Francis. At the time, Silverfang Pack and Ashen Pack were working together, which gave her more chances to get close. She even tracked down Damien. Damien hadn't gotten himself a girlfriend overseas. He was just focused on work and couldn't prioritize romance, but he never stopped caring about Helena. When he heard she'd gotten married, it tore him up for a while. When Damien came back home for a business deal, Irene made sure Helena heard about it and that Damien still had feelings for her. She also fed Damien the story that Helena's marriage was just a reckless move, and she never stopped loving him. Irene arranged for them to meet at a hotel. She bribed a server to lace Helena's wine, so she passed out, and Damien carried her to the sofa. He didn't touch her. He just sat there quietly, watching her sleep like a wolf still in love. Irene had someone take a bunch of pictures. Then she spun it like Helena and Damien were meeting up regularly. To top it off, she made sure Francis saw Helena and Damien walking into a hotel room together. Francis was fuming. Irene stuck close to him, constantly trying to soothe him with gentle words and good timing. That night, he drank a ton, ranting about how he didn't want to go home or see Helena. So Irene took him to a hotel and ended up in bed with him, only for Helena to walk in on the whole thing. After that, things between Helena and Francis just went downhill. And as if that wasn't messy enough, Helena found out she was pregnant. At Irene's urging, Francis started to believe the baby wasn't his, that it was Damien's. From then on, his attitude toward Helena turned completely cold. Unable to take the neglect, Helena packed up and went back to the countryside. She didn't contact Francis until the day she went into labor. He showed up the next morning, and only under pressure from the old alpha did he bring Helena and Perry back to the pack. Still, Francis kept stepping out with Irene like nothing had happened. Eventually, he pushed ahead with divorcing Helena, despite Mr. Lake's objections, and married Irene. Helena and Perry were kicked right back to the countryside, and he never looked back. Is Perry actually Damien's daughter? Irene wasn't totally sure. But she'd given Francis a paternity test once, one she'd arranged herself, that said he and Perry weren't biologically related. The test was just a setup to make Francis commit fully to her and her own kid. Francis had pretty much bought into it. To him, Perry wasn't his kid, and he couldn't stand her or Helena. He'd only keep them around when they were useful. "And Irene, do you know where Damien is now?" "No clue," she replied. "Last I heard, he moved abroad. Ever since Helena had the baby, he just disappeared." "Perry managed to latch on to Richard, huh?" "Auntie, you dealt with Helena back in the day. Perry shouldn't be that hard, right?" "She's got Richard on her side," Irene pointed out. "So what? If you're clever enough, you can make Richard turn on her. People fall in love and they fall out just as quick." Irene nodded slowly. It made some twisted sense. If Perry ever dug up the truth and came after her, she might not be able to handle it. "You're right. No way I'm letting her climb over my head. Can you believe that idiot ditched Mara for her?" Belen kept adding fuel to the fire. She deliberately called off her engagement with Richard to screw over the Ashen Pack, right when they needed help. Then, when she found out Richard liked Mara, she just wedged herself in between them. She's awful. Irene's eyes darkened. I'm not letting her off the hook. Belen still needed Perry around to help treat Mara, so he couldn't make a move yet. Right now, we've just got to open Richard's eyes, make him see who she really is. Who she really is? Irene thought for a second, but couldn't come up with anything concrete Perry had done wrong. Just like how you dealt with Helena, get Richard to hate her too. Irene didn't tell Belen how she'd actually taken Helena down all those years ago. "What are you getting at? Helena made her own mess. Your uncle just found out about it." "Yeah, sure. But you definitely helped speed things along, didn't you? We're family, Aunt Irene. Gotta have each other's backs. Irene sighed deeply. Fine, I'll handle it. Even Tom couldn't deal with her. That says a lot. Who else do I even have left to throw at her? Bellin chuckled. Maybe just sell off a few more people? Irene frowned. Perry was turning out way tougher than she'd ever expected. Early that morning, Richard Scott drove back to the pack. Bellin Morgan had been waiting in his office since the crack of dawn. Alpha Richard, good to see you. About that partnership. Besides discussing cooperation, he mainly wanted to gauge Richard's reaction. With how close Perry Lake had been to him these past few days, he wasn't sure if she'd told him what happened that night. Richard dropped the tote bag to the side. Talk to Byron about that. He had zero intention of dealing with Balin himself. All right, I'll wait until Beta Byron shows up, Balin responded, clearly under pressure from Irene Morgan. Still, he tried pushing once more. Alpha Richard, things are getting critical with the Ashen Pack. Thought maybe you could lend a hand. Not my problem. Is it because of Perry? Balin pressed, feigning ignorance and trying to stir things up for Mara Morgan's benefit. It was just another angle to squeeze more out of Richard. Alpha Richard, you know how much Mara cares about you, yet you're treating Perry so well while ignoring her. You know how significant that is for a she-wolf. Richard's stare turned icy. You're really bringing that up to my face? Haven't I already given you enough? That shut Bellin right up. Love wasn't something that could be forced. Richard clearly didn't have feelings for Mara, and no matter what Bellin said, it wouldn't change anything. Byron arrived a few seconds later. Richard's mood dipped even lower. Take Alpha Bellin to the guest lounge, and next time, call first. Don't just show up at our pack uninvited. Bellin's face fell. Got it, won't happen again. As he followed Byron off, Bellin clung to one shred of hope. At least Richard didn't seem to know what had really happened that night. Meanwhile, Perry Lake stopped by the hospital. Oh, she was 3 months along and needed her prenatal checkup. When filling out the form, she left the father's name field blank. The healer glanced at her and reminded gently, "We'll need the father's name and phone number here too." Perry froze for a second, a little embarrassed. "Can I leave it blank? I'd rather not write it." "Then at least fill in the certificate number. Otherwise, you won't be able to get any reimbursements later." "I'm not planning on getting reimbursed," Perry replied, shaking her head. The healer seemed to get the message, looked like a case of having a baby outside of marriage. He sighed. "Young folks nowadays. All right then, go ahead with the tests." He handed her a few slips, urine test, ultrasound, the usual. Even though Perry was a healer herself and knew her own condition, it was her first pregnancy. Coming to the hospital gave her some peace of mind. The ultrasound waiting area was packed. She grabbed a ticket number and sat down. Most of the pregnant women around her had someone fussing over them, carrying water, asking how they felt, doing all the doting things. Then she realized she needed water too. A girl standing nearby had a small baby bump, probably around 3 to 4 months along like her. "Try warm water," she suggested. "It helps if you need a full bladder." Perry nodded. "You're here alone too?" The girl pointed not far away. "My mate's with me. He just ran out to grab snacks. You?" That hit a nerve. Perry gave a small smile. "Came by myself," and just like that, the loneliness crept right in. The girl looked at her with a bit of sympathy. "Your mate must be super busy, huh? Couldn't your mother-in-law come with you at least? You're having a baby for their family, and they just let you come alone?" Perry's eyes turned cold. "I'm having this baby for myself, not for anyone else." The girl blinked, confused. "For yourself? Seriously? No wonder they all ignore you. If you don't act like you matter, they won't treat you like you do. You're a she-wolf, girl. You've got to hold your ground. If they don't take care of you now, when do you think they will?" Perry didn't have a comeback for that and just muttered, "As long as I take care of myself, that's enough." The girl shook her head. "Look, when a she-wolf's pregnant, she's the queen. This is the time to ask for what you want. Milk it while it lasts." She then turned on her mate, giving him an earful while he frantically tried to calm her down. Watching all this made Perry feel hollow. She never expected special treatment just because she was pregnant. But still, seeing others surrounded by loved ones, it stung a little. After waiting forever, it was finally her turn. She got her ultrasound done, rushed straight to the restroom, and then headed to the healer's office. She didn't really need anyone to explain the results to her. She could read them herself, but she still needed to check the box, so she handed them in. The healer gave her the usual list of things to watch out for, then sighed. "You really shouldn't be doing this all alone. You're still young and don't fully get it. It's going to catch up with you eventually. You should at least tell that wolf. They ought to take some responsibility." "Got it," Perry replied, brushing it off as she walked out of the office. Her phone buzzed. It was a message from Benjamin. "I came to the hospital for a follow-up. Still waiting on the results. How are you doing?" Heading out of the outpatient building, Perry glanced at the inpatient wing nearby. She didn't reply. Instead, she shoved the report into her bag and walked straight to Miles's office. "Perry?" Benjamin's eyes lit up the second he saw her. "What brings you here?" There was a shadow of worry on her face. "I was just nearby. So any word on your test results?" Miles came in holding a stack of papers. "Oh, Perry's here too? Just got Benjamin's reports. Virus is cleared, but his body's still weak. If he's not careful, he'll catch something again real quick." Benjamin looked a little down. Being a werewolf and still this frail, he'd never be like Richard, sure, but he didn't want to be stuck in sick mode all the time either. "Is there anything I can do to get stronger?" Footsteps echoed from the hallway, followed by a strong whiff of perfume. Benjamin's eyes immediately darkened, annoyance bubbling beneath the surface. It was Alicia. She was there to see Miles. The Arnold family had some connections with the Bloodmoon Pack, and after her breakup with Benjamin, even Miles didn't look at her the same way. Earlier that morning, the old man from the Bloodmoon Pack had called Miles asking for his usual prescription. Someone was supposed to come by to pick it up. He just hadn't expected Alicia to show up herself. A light knock tapped at the door before she walked in. Her expression twisted in surprise when she spotted Perry. But when she saw Benjamin, her jaw practically hit the floor. "Benjamin, what are you doing here?" Benjamin slowly calmed down. He looked at the she-wolf he once loved without a trace of emotion, only regret lingering in his mind. He'd moved on from that painful chapter, completely. Whatever he used to feel for Alicia Arnold was now gone. "Miss Arnold, long time no see." His composure made Alicia hesitate. There was a time he'd come running the second she called. Not anymore. That ship had obviously sailed. "Benjamin, are you all right? Why are you at the hospital? You don't look great. Did something happen?" "I'm fine," Benjamin replied coldly. Alicia looked uneasy. "Glad to hear it. I actually went by your school looking for you. Your classmates said you haven't been showing up. What's going on?" His eyes chilled over. He didn't even want to waste another breath on her. Turning to Miles, he said, "Miles, you handle Miss Arnold's stuff. I'll wait for you next door." He glanced at Perry. She followed him into a small office. "You okay?" she asked softly. Benjamin gave her a faint smile. "Yeah, I'm fine. Alicia, she just..." Seeing he was a little awkward, Perry smiled. "It's cool. You don't have to talk about it. Everyone's got past relationships. It's part of the game, right? As long as you've moved on." Benjamin blinked. Her relaxed tone caught him off guard. Had she been through a few breakups herself? "Yeah, I've definitely let it go." "Alicia's not the right one for you," Perry said as she flipped through his medical report. "Your health's really weak, Benjamin. I'll write you a prescription, also put together a meal plan. Give it to your chef and have your meals made like this for a while. Stick with it and you'll see results." Benjamin trusted Perry without a doubt. "Got it. Thanks. I'll follow it." Miles had already told the nurse to bring over the meds. Alicia took hers and couldn't help but ask, "Perry and Benjamin seem kinda close, huh?" Miles made a non-committal grunt. Out of respect for the Bloodmoon elder, he tried not to make her feel too embarrassed. "If there's nothing else, you should head back." Alicia pulled out a chair and sat down. "Miles, seriously, what's between Perry and Benjamin? Did she come with him?" "I'm not getting into it," Miles said, not hiding his disapproval. "Didn't you and Benjamin break up ages ago? Since it's over, why still poke into his business?" "I'm not trying to meddle," Alicia replied quickly. "I'm just curious. Perry's also close with Richard. I'm worried she might be playing both brothers." Miles shot her a cold look. "You think everyone operates like you do?" Alicia's face darkened. What's that supposed to mean? Miles, I'm genuinely concerned about Benjamin and Richard. Does Benjamin even know how close Perry is to his brother? Miles opened up a medical record, not interested in continuing the conversation. What's that got to do with you? Alicia's temper flared. Come on, why are you being like this? Our families go way back. Can't you at least be civil? Still staring at his computer, Miles said flatly, some people don't deserve civility. If there's nothing more, you should leave. Alicia Arnold walked out of the office, clearly irritated after being shut down. She couldn't resist peeking into the room next door. Benjamin Scott and Perry Lake were still chatting, sitting side by side. Gritting her teeth, Alicia stepped in. Benjamin, how about grabbing a meal together sometime? Benjamin didn't even hesitate. There's no need for that. Why not? I mean, even if we're not together, we can still be friends. Alicia smiled as she gracefully approached, her tight mermaid dress clinging to every curve like she was on a runway. Don't be like this, Benjamin. I had my reasons back then. Just give me one dinner to explain, okay? He stood up calmly. Let's not. Better to just avoid each other if we bump into each other again. Keeps things simple. Turning to Perry, his tone softened. Perry, let's go see Miles. Alicia's gaze darted to Perry. Miss Lake, impressive. Got both brothers wrapped around your finger, huh? Something in Perry's eyes cooled. Is that something you assume all females are like, Miss Arnold? Alicia's smile faded. What's that supposed to mean? Benjamin stepped between them without missing a beat. She meant what she said. Not every female is like you, Alicia, and show some respect in front of Perry, or you're not going to like how I respond. Alicia blinked, clearly shocked. Was Perry really that good? How did she manage to get both Scott brothers on her side? Perry, you must be using some kind of spell. I'm warning you, if you ever hurt Benjamin or Richard, I won't just sit back and watch. She took a step closer to Perry as she spoke. Without thinking, Benjamin reached out and firmly pushed her back. What do you think you're doing? Alicia staggered in her high heels, almost losing balance before grabbing a chair to steady herself. Benjamin, I'm trying to look out for you. What if she harms you? She won't, Benjamin replied firmly, taking Perry's hand. And you don't need to look out for me. Once inside Miles Hall's office, Perry gently pulled her hand back. She wasn't used to Benjamin being this forward. Miles, I already reviewed the test results. Here's the treatment plan and meal schedule I came up with. Let me know if anything needs tweaking. Miles looked over her notes and smiled approvingly. Looks great. Benjamin, follow this and you should feel better soon. Benjamin nodded without hesitation. Got it. I trust her completely. Perry grinned. All right then, I'll get going. I'll walk you out, Benjamin offered, walking with her down the hallway. He'd come in one of the Bloodmoon Pack vehicles and the driver was still waiting downstairs. His warm insistence made Perry feel a little awkward. Outside the inpatient wing, Alicia was still loitering like she'd been waiting. She rushed up the second she saw Benjamin. Benjamin, I've been worried. Are you okay? That's a lot of medication. Don't tell me something serious is going on. Benjamin walked past her without a word. To him, the cold shoulder was the best revenge for someone he couldn't stand. Alicia's face stiffened with embarrassment. Benjamin, do we really have to be like this? Benjamin paused briefly, glanced at her, then turned and kept walking. There was nothing left between them anyway. Benjamin! Alicia hurried after him in heels, nearly twisting her ankle. Would you just wait a sec? But he didn't stop. He headed straight to the parking lot, opened the back seat door and gestured politely to Perry. Hop in. He slid in after her. Where to? Perry glanced in the rearview mirror. Alicia had caught up and was standing not far behind, looking frustrated. Miss Arnold's right behind us. Benjamin let out a sharp, dry laugh, followed by a sigh. I used to believe she was the one, you know? Turns out I was just being used. And when she was done with me, she ditched me like I was nothing. I was just too blind to see who she really was. Perry had wondered before, maybe Benjamin had gone into that forest because the heartbreak had just cut too deep. Every path we take shapes us in some way. Pain teaches us what really matters. You're right, still. Benjamin gave a bitter smile. If I had the chance to do it all over again, I'd make different choices. But life never gives you do-overs. Perry touched her belly gently. If she could go back in time, would she still choose Richard? Back then, she wouldn't have hesitated. But now, she wasn't so sure. The way Richard looked after her, those small, thoughtful moments, they'd started to change something inside her. She didn't mind being around him anymore. In fact, somewhere deep down, she'd started to like him. She didn't regret the baby, either. In fact, she was glad it was Richard's. Benjamin dropped her off at the hotel right around noon. He got out of the car with her. "I should treat you to lunch or something." Perry smiled. "I already ate with the Bloodmoon Pack, but hey, how about I treat you instead?" Honestly, as long as they ate together, who cared who paid? Benjamin grinned. "Sure, sounds good." Perry ordered dishes that would be good for Benjamin's health and poured him a glass of water. "Even though the virus is gone, your immune system still needs TLC. By the way, are you still planning to study abroad?" Benjamin shook his head. "Not for now. I think I'll just start working with the pack first." "What about you?" Perry chuckled. "Still jobless, pretty much." "You're being modest." Benjamin looked genuinely impressed. "I've always wondered, how did you end up as Vinnie Ritchie's apprentice?" Vinnie Ritchie had lived in seclusion for years. When Perry was 5, she used to follow her grandpa deep into the mountains to gather herbs. One day, she ate some wild fruit that turned out to be poisonous. Her grandpa panicked, helpless, until, by pure luck, Vinnie showed up, foraging nearby. He quickly mashed some herbs together, stuffed them in her mouth, and saved her. Her grandpa was so grateful that he begged Vinnie to take Perry as a student. Vinnie found her sweet, smart, and easy to teach, so he agreed and brought her to his place. From that day on, Perry dove into the world of medicine. Whatever her teacher showed her, she mastered in no time. She even taste-tested hundreds of herbs herself, took regular herbal baths. She once joked that she had practically grown up soaking in a medicine pot, and it wasn't far from the truth. "My teacher saved me, and after that, I just followed him and learned," she explained. Benjamin looked intrigued. "Wow, I always thought Vinnie Ritchie was just a legend. Didn't know he was real. And I heard there's a whole Vinnie Valley. Is that actually a thing?" Perry kept her teacher's whereabouts to herself. "You know how rumors are, right? They're rarely true. Vinnie Valley's just a name he gave his private residence. The entire place is basically a huge herbal garden." "He's still living there?" Benjamin asked, curious. She shook her head. "He's been traveling for the past few years. I honestly have no idea where he is now." Vinnie had trained a few other students before Perry, and while they were all decent, none of them had her natural talent. Over time, her senior brothers left Vinnie Valley and joined major hospitals, but Vinnie always favored Perry. She was the one he passed everything down to. "This gets more interesting," Benjamin said. "But say you need to reach him, how would you do that?" "I've got my ways," Perry replied casually. "It just takes some time." "People like him really do live differently," Benjamin said while placing a few pieces of food onto Perry's plate. Maybe it was the emotional bond, but every time he saw Perry, he couldn't help wanting to get closer. "You've probably cured all kinds of tricky illnesses, huh?" Perry smiled with pride. "Yeah, I actually enjoy hard cases." "That's because you've got the skills," Benjamin said, full of admiration. Perry found herself missing her teacher for a moment. Growing up, aside from her grandpa, it was really just him around. Who knew where the old guy was off wandering now? She went back to eating. "You better eat more too. Look at this. Most of the food on the table's disappeared into my stomach already." Benjamin liked that about her. She spoke her mind, no fake smiles or filters. "I've eaten plenty. You should keep going." Being pregnant, it made sense she'd eat more anyway. "You free this afternoon? Want to go for a walk?" Benjamin asked. They were about the same age. He was just a few months older, and they got along easily. Perry technically had time, but the way Benjamin looked at her, it was kind of complicated. Plus, with Alicia acting so weird all the time, better not go out alone with him now. "I've got to review a patient's reports this afternoon. Rain check?" "Sure thing," Benjamin replied without pushing. His feelings toward her were a mix of respect and admiration. "I'll go check in with the pack then." "Yeah, you should get out more anyway." Even though Perry had said she was treating him, she still insisted on paying. After the meal, she walked Benjamin to the hotel entrance, then wandered back to the lounge cafe inside. Richard and Brant showed up not long after. Brant wasted no time explaining how Sarah and Mara had deliberately tried to trip Perry earlier. Richard was furious hearing that. Those two women were a real piece of work. "You okay?" Richard asked, eyes flicking instinctively to her belly. "I'm fine," Perry said, shaking her head. "Good thing Mr. Phillips stepped in when he did, otherwise." "Yeah, it could have really gone south." Richard gave Brant a polite nod. "Thanks." Brant gave him a strange look. "Why are you thanking me? I was helping Perry, not you." "How is that not helping me?" Richard trailed off, eyes fixed on Perry across from him. Perry had started to warm up to Richard over time, but whenever he did something for her, he always brushed it off, saying it was because of his brother. So Perry took it upon herself to explain. "Alpha Richard's just worried about his brother. He thinks I'm still important for him, and if something went wrong with me, it could put his brother at risk. That's why he feels the need to be around, to keep me safe so his brother stays okay." Brant could tell Richard wasn't being nice to Perry just for Benjamin's sake, or at least not only for that reason. Still, he played along with her words and said casually, "Oh, I see. Richard, if that's how it is, you're kind of being selfish." Richard's brows drew together as he shot Brant a glare. "Of course it's not just that." "Then what is it about?" Brant didn't let up. If Richard liked her, he should just say it, not admitting it while stopping others from getting close to Perry. Yeah, that was pretty selfish. Perry looked at Richard, clearly curious about his answer. She was carrying his baby, after all, and he'd been so attentive these days. If he truly did have feelings for her, maybe she could accept that. At the very least, for the child's sake. She gave herself that excuse. Richard stayed quiet. He couldn't deny this woman had gotten under his skin. Why else would he travel halfway across the world just to tag along with her? But the baby, that was something he still couldn't wrap his head around. The whole thing had him stuck, so he didn't say anything. Just then, the dishes arrived. Richard served a bowl of soup and slid it over to Perry. "You must be hungry. Have some soup first." Perry's heart sank. So, all of this really was just about his brother. Why was he always around, acting so damn involved? The way he acted, how could she not misunderstand? She wished she didn't care, but she did. And that stung. It meant he'd already taken up space in her heart. Her chest tightened. If all Richard cared about was protecting his brother, then she'd rather not take his word or kindness at face value anymore. When Richard reached over to drop a drumstick in her bowl, she stopped him cold. "You don't have to. Eat it yourself. Come on, you need to eat more." Richard didn't back down and placed it in her bowl anyway. Irritated, Perry picked up the drumstick with her chopsticks and threw it right back into his bowl. "What, do you think I don't have hands? Stop trying to feed me all the time. Just worry about yourself." Some soup splashed onto Richard's face. He looked dumbfounded, caught between frustration and confusion. He was just trying to be nice. She didn't have to lash out like that. "Perry, you're way out of line right now." "Really, me?" Perry snapped right back. Concerned that things were about to blow up, Brant tried to play the peacemaker. All right. Cool it, both of you. Richard, I'd say this one's on you. Perry knows what she likes. No need to go putting stuff on her plate she doesn't even want." He smiled and passed her a plate. "Here, Perry, try the fish." Perry accepted it happily. "Exactly, fish is what I actually like. Thanks, Brant. You get me." Brant grinned. "Of course I do. We've hung out plenty by now. I'd have to be pretty dense not to notice." Richard was fuming now. That dish? He was the one who ordered it for her. Same with the soup. He knew what she could eat while pregnant, but now she was ignoring him and smiling at Brant like they were best buddies. And now it was Brant this and Brant that. When did they even get that close? "This one's good too. Give it a try." Brant offered her another dish. Perry took a bite, smiling. Not bad. You try some too, Brant. Don't just worry about me." The two of them chatting and laughing like it was just the two of them. The way Richard saw it, he'd been completely sidelined. Only Brant could tell Perry was doing this on purpose, getting back at Richard. She'd clearly been hurt by something Richard said. But truth be told, Brant wasn't exactly thrilled by her sudden friendliness either. It didn't cheer him up one bit. Richard, however, totally bought it. In his mind, he'd been good to Perry, climbing mountains with her, staying by her side. but now it felt like she'd rather be with someone she barely knew like Brant. Gina rushed over and squeezed in next to Perry. "Hello? Could have at least texted me." "Rude." Perry added a couple more dishes to the order. She had completely forgotten to call Gina earlier, still annoyed about those two women downstairs. "You're here now. That's what matters." Gina stood up and poured Brant some lemon water. "No one's drinking tonight." Richard hadn't ordered alcohol because he thought Perry shouldn't be drinking, but with how she was acting now, he was pretty let down. "All right then, let's have some." He told the waiter to bring a bottle of red. Richard poured wine into just 3 glasses, none for Perry. Perry grabbed the bottle and poured herself a glass. "Richard, what's your deal? Everyone gets a drink but me?" Richard said calmly, "It's for your own good. Drinking's not really safe for you." Brant looked confused. Perry wasn't even showing. He had no idea she was pregnant. "Wait, is something wrong, Perry?" Didn't look like it. Richard spoke up. "Drinking's just not ideal for her. Let's enjoy ours." Perry, clearly trying to provoke him, raised her glass. "Who said I can't drink?" "Brant, cheers." Gina looked totally lost. "What's going on?" She leaned over to whisper to Perry, "You're doing this just to piss him off? Don't forget, he doesn't know the baby's his." Perry replied under her breath, "A little red wine won't cause any harm." "If you say so." Gina shrugged and lifted her glass too. "Let's have a little then." Suddenly, Richard stood and yanked Perry's glass out of her hand. As a pregnant woman, she should at least consider the baby, whether or not she cared about herself. He poured her wine into his own glass and told the waiter, "Could you bring her some orange juice?" Perry stood up, glaring at him. "Are you serious right now, Richard? Whether I drink or not has nothing to do with you." "It's better if you don't." Richard replied, voice even, but firm. Brant stared at both of them, clueless. Gina pulled Perry back down to her seat. "Come on, he's just looking out for you. Drink the juice, okay? Richard, no need to fight with her." Richard couldn't help his frustration. "How do you not take care of your own body? Of course I'm mad." Perry snapped. "It's just wine. It doesn't stop me from treating your brother." Richard's eyes reddened a bit. "Don't be so stubborn. Just have the juice." Gina chimed in, trying to ease the tension. "Yeah, have some juice." She handed over the one the waiter had just brought. "It's good, kinda tart, kinda sweet." Perry set the juice on the table. It wasn't that she didn't want it, but the fact that Richard asked for it made her refuse out of spite. "Wow, Richard, way to go. Controlling my drinks just for your brother's sake? Scared I'll mess up and can't help him, is that it?" Richard really wanted to explain that wasn't it at all. He wasn't being selfish, but he couldn't say it. Her being pregnant felt like a stake driven into his heart, because he cared about her, and yet he couldn't accept it. The truth was, he was in pain too. Perry paused, then said coldly, "No, I know. That's exactly why." Richard got up and headed to the restroom. He needed a moment to cool off. Gina followed, stopping outside to wait. "Do you like Perry?" she asked, straight to the point. Water still dripped from Richard's face. He just splashed it with cold water. "What are you talking about?" Gina took a steady breath. "If you really care about her, then stop hurting her. And maybe think about accepting the baby too, because..." Richard's eyes darkened. "Because what?" Gina hesitated, heart thumping. Should she say it or not? "Because if you truly like her, then you need to accept everything about her. That includes the baby." Richard's brows knit together. "Whose kid is it?" "That," Gina stalled. Without Perry's permission, she couldn't spill it. She knew Perry too well. When she got mad, her temper was no joke. Besides, this was Perry's personal issue. It wasn't Gina's place. "You should really ask her yourself." Richard had asked before, more than once, but Perry never gave a clear answer. Once she even said it was some bastards. "So what, the pregnancy was an accident? Are you saying someone..." Gina sighed. At least he was starting to get it. "Just go talk to her, okay? Promise me you'll ask." Scared she might say too much, she turned and headed back into the dining room. Only Brant was left at the table. Richard suddenly felt a strange emptiness. "She left?" Brant replied, said she wasn't feeling well, went back to her room. "Not feeling well?" That jolted Richard. "What's wrong with her?" Brant shrugged. "No idea." Truth was, he liked Perry too, but it was obvious there was something deep and complicated between her and Richard. He had offered to walk Perry back earlier, but she turned him down flat. He didn't even get to finish telling her how he felt. She shut him down before he could start. She clearly didn't feel the same. Gina pushed gently. You should go check on her. Show a little care. Richard wanted to. He really did. But he felt stuck, like his feet wouldn't move. Would it even help if he went? All he'd get was her cold shoulder again. Before he knew it, he dropped back into the seat beside Brant. Still a ton of food left. Let's keep eating. He poured himself another drink while picking at the dishes. But his mind was a mess. His heart kept teetering between wanting her and not being able to accept she was pregnant, and the rejection side was winning. Still, he couldn't stop thinking about her. Richard knocked back a few more glasses. He didn't want to sober up, but his tolerance was annoyingly good. Drink wasn't helping at all. Meanwhile, Gina had her eyes on Brant. Hey, want to catch that new movie tonight? Just came out. I'm not a fan of theaters. You should ask someone else. Brant rarely went to the cinema. If it were Perry asking, though, he'd be out the door in a heartbeat. Then Gina got a call from the front desk. Something needed her attention. Brant's phone rang too. A friend wanted to meet at a bar to talk about something. He looked at Richard. Feeling down? There's a bar meetup, some singing too. Want to come? But Richard was numb. Suddenly, nothing mattered. Nah. Brant stood up. I don't get you, man. You like her but won't admit it. You keep dodging it. If you don't say something soon, I'm going for it. I've already told you. I like Perry. Then he walked off. Richard stayed slumped at the table, drinking 2 more glasses. He hadn't eaten much that night, but the alcohol kept coming. His stomach was queasy, his head fuzzy, and all he could picture was Perry. Over and over again. Richard had no idea what went wrong. How did he manage to upset her again tonight? He stepped out and headed toward the elevator. Instead of pressing the down button, his finger hit up. He was going to the 12th floor. Perry once mentioned she and Gina were staying in room 1219. Standing at her door, Richard raised his hand to knock, but froze halfway. He thought about ringing the bell, hesitated again. If he couldn't accept everything about her, should he really disturb her like this? Still, the thought of her being unwell lingered. Was she really not feeling well? Leaning against the hallway wall, he winced as his stomach churned. Too many drinks tonight. He scratched his head and accidentally hit the doorbell. Instantly still, he stepped back, a little startled. There was no undo button for this. Just as he was about to bail, the door creaked open. Perry stood there in her pajamas, fresh out of the shower. As soon as she saw Richard, her face darkened. Why are you here? But even as she snapped at him, her heart skipped a beat. She couldn't help feeling nervous and weirdly expectant, worried she looked a mess. Clutching his stomach, Richard mumbled, My stomach's killing me. Thought you might take a look. It's late, no walk-in patients, go to a hospital. Her tone was curt, but she didn't back into the room either. He leaned against the door frame across from her. Hospital's kind of far. Don't you have a home healer? Use that. He frowned. Seriously, Perry? I show up sick and you're turning me away. Unable to keep refusing him, she sighed. Fine, come in. Richard almost smiled in relief, the tension of the night easing away as he followed her inside and shut the door behind him. The room was a luxury business suite, classy living room, big bedroom. Not cheap at the Crown Regent Hotel, but Perry could afford the best and clearly chose it. Sit. She pointed to the couch, then slipped into the bedroom to change. When she returned, she sat beside him and took his pulse. You overdrank. Your stomach's bloated, but nothing serious. She opened her med kit and handed him a pill. Take this. Richard gulped down the water and pill. That's it. Feels like I'm spinning and just off. You're fine. Just go back and sleep. Perry, are you still mad at me? Her sarcastic snort said it all. Of course she was mad. Why wouldn't she be? But then again, he never truly opened up to her, never promised anything. She couldn't afford to read too much into it. Nope. I just want to sleep. You can go. Oh, by the way, Brant said you weren't feeling well. Should I take you to a doctor? Is it stomach pain? The concern in his voice hit a nerve. He always showed up when she was hurting, always made a scene of caring, and right when she started to let her guard down, he'd crush her again. Classic alpha behavior. Whatever it is, I can handle it on my own. You don't need to care. Now please leave. She walked over to open the door. Out, Alpha Scott. Richard didn't move from the sofa. He stared at her. I just need a minute. Got a bit dizzy. Let me sit a while. Then go rest in your presidential suite. You haven't checked out yet, right? Why are you even here in my room? He half smiled, teasing. We've shared rooms before. You forgot? That hit a nerve. Perry's face flared with annoyance. She stormed over, grabbed his arm. Get out! But she misstepped, tripped on his foot, and tumbled right into his chest. Richard instinctively pulled her into his arms, holding her like a child. Their eyes met, and for a moment, both froze. Perry quickly came to her senses, scrambling to get out of his hold. Her hands flailed a bit, and in her panic, she stumbled and fell right back onto him. Her hand landed on a very unfortunate spot, and the soft, warm feel under her palm made her face flare up in an instant. Although Richard winced, he didn't push her away. His gaze slowly dropped to where her hand still rested. Realizing it a split second later, Perry yanked her hand back like she'd been burned, pressing it on his chest instead as she struggled to steady herself and get back up. Her heart was thumping like crazy. The door was still open. Good thing no one had passed by just now. Richard stared at her flushed face, barely holding back a laugh, and couldn't resist reaching for her hand. You good? Perry jerked her hand away. Why are you still here? Just leave. Richard settled back comfortably on the couch. Not until you stop being mad at me. You're the worst, Perry snapped, her voice breaking as tears spilled down. Everything she'd been holding in finally burst out. It was all you. You always turn it around on me. What did I even do wrong to deserve this? Seeing her cry, Richard was at a loss. He stood up and walked to her. Why are you crying? Perry looked at him with red, watery eyes. You really have to ask? Richard, everything is your fault. I wouldn't be like this if not for you. He blinked, struggling to understand how he'd ruined her exactly. Clearly, werewolves had a special talent for dramatic accusations. Okay, it's all my fault. Can you stop crying now? I'm sorry, all right? I really am. He opened his arms and pulled her back into a hug. It's all on me. Perry froze. Then tell me, what exactly did you do wrong? Richard paused, thinking. I shouldn't have given you the chicken leg, or stopped you from drinking. I shouldn't have. He didn't finish that last part. He couldn't say it was all for Benjamin, but that was exactly what she was waiting to hear. She pushed him away. Forget it. You don't get it. Just go. I don't want to see your face. Richard gently wiped away her tears. He didn't want to leave. He wanted to stay with her. Then tell me what I did wrong, please. He didn't even know? Perry slowly touched her stomach, her heart aching. Just go. I really don't want to see you right now. All right. Try to get some rest. Richard didn't want to leave either, but if he stayed, he wasn't sure he could keep it together. He wasn't ready, not yet, to accept the child growing inside her, and until he was, he couldn't be honest about his feelings. He walked to the door and quietly closed it behind him. Perry felt an emptiness settle in her chest. She hated having him here, but now that he was truly gone, it just felt worse. She collapsed back onto the couch, still warm with his scent. That moment just now, falling into his arms, that embarrassing touch, it all replayed in her head, and her face burned again. She was already his, in every sense. But to him, she still felt like a stranger. Richard lingered at the door for a while, before finally walking away. If she had asked him to stay, just once, he might have dropped everything and chosen her. But she didn't. Belen was having dinner in a private room with Irene, Mara, and Sarah, discussing how to deal with Perry. Apart from leaving out the fact that Perry was Vinny's student, he laid everything else bare to Irene. That's when Irene and Sarah finally realized Mara wasn't Richard's mate at all. The one who had slept with Richard was Perry. Irene was visibly shocked. Wait, Perry's pregnant with Richard's child? Sarah was practically green with jealousy. If she really gives birth to his kid and becomes a core member of the Bloodmoon Pack, we'll all have to bow down to her. How's she this lucky? It's like she won the universe jackpot. Irene sighed, a bit overwhelmed. She and Richard had a contract to begin with. I guess there's truth to the saying, what's hers will always be his. No one can take it away. Mara's impersonation act didn't seem like it would hold up much longer. That's why we can't let her have that baby. Once Richard learns the truth, there's a good chance he'll wipe out the Silverfang pack. And once they fall, the Ashen Pack's next. That wasn't entirely impossible either, and to Irene and Sarah, letting Perry waltz into a cushy life was out of the question. Bellin added grimly, I've already got a deal cooking with the Bloodmoon Pack. If this works out, Silverfang will step into a whole new league. But if Perry ruins it, we're not just losing the deal, we're going down with it. Irene burst out cursing, clearly pissed at how things were snowballing. What the hell does that girl have that's got Richard circling around her like a puppy? Balin didn't have a complete answer himself, but he had his guesses. She looks good, and she's got serious medical skills. Maybe that's what caught Richard's eye. And they've been spending a lot of time together lately. Aunt Irene, we can't just sit back and wait. You're right, Irene muttered, her brain in knots. First, we deal with the thing in her stomach. After that, what came after wasn't something she had figured out yet. Perry, she froze for a second. Standing in front of her was Joel. Mr. Scott, you're at the hotel? Yeah, I was upstairs talking business. Want to sit over there for a bit? Joel gestured toward the nearby cafe. Perry, how've you been lately? He asked with a warm, fatherly smile. I ran into your dad yesterday. We talked a bit about you and Richard. He's actually really supportive. Francis? Perry blurted out. That's none of his business. Joel paused, surprised by her reaction. Was her relationship with Francis really that bad? That's definitely not the impression he got yesterday. He told me he regrets it, Joel said gently. That he's sorry he didn't look after you. Perry let out a sarcastic little laugh. He plays the guilt card well, doesn't he? Mr. Scott, I really don't have anything to do with him. Let's not talk about that. How have you been? Joel had still been hoping maybe Francis could talk some sense into her. If Perry and Richard ended up together, at least he could stop worrying so much. Look, Joel said carefully, I get it. Your dad wasn't there for you growing up. He didn't care. But no matter what, he's still your father. Seeing she wasn't buying it, Joel quickly changed the subject. All right, forget that. How are things between you and Richard? Perry nodded, but there was clearly something bottled up inside her. He told me he only got close to me because of Benjamin. Joel's face froze in disbelief. He said that to you straight up? Yeah, he said it himself. More than once, actually. I guess he's just worried I'd take it the wrong way. Joel let out a long sigh. That dumb kid. What's going on in his head? Perry, how do you really feel about Richard? Perry gave a half smile, bitter and distant. That contract we had, it's already over. At best, we're just working together now. I saved Benjamin, and now he wants to protect me. That's all there is. Joel's chest tightened a bit. He'd been hoping to bring them together. Thought he saw a spark there. Turns out it was just wishful thinking on his part. Mr. Scott! Alicia's sweet voice rang out as she walked over with her usual charm. Didn't expect to see you here. Joel's gaze darkened. Honestly, he wasn't in the mood for her. He looked at Perry and wrapped it up quickly. Perry, I've got to go take care of something. If you get the chance, come visit sometime. I will. Perry stood politely, offering to walk him out. Alicia's smile stiffened at the sight. Mr. Scott, my dad said it's been too long since you two had tea. He was talking about visiting the Bloodmoon Pack soon to catch up. Joel replied flatly, Appreciate the thought, but I like my peace and quiet. No need for visits. Pretty clear he didn't want them around. Funny though, he just asked Perry to come by earlier. Perry walked Joel to the hotel entrance. Take care, Mr. Scott. Thanks, Perry, Joel said as he got into the car. Make sure you come visit soon, all right? I will, she answered, helping him into the vehicle. Alicia watched it all from the side in silence. She couldn't even get a goodbye in. The Bloodmoon folks really had no patience left for her, it seemed. After sending Joel off, Perry headed back into the hotel lounge. Alicia followed behind, her tone laced with annoyance. What were you two talking about? Perry didn't even look at her. Not about you, that's for sure. Alicia blinked. I figured that. So what was it about? Since it wasn't about you, why does it matter? Perry replied, settling back into her seat. She rarely took patience unless it was for something truly complicated. Most of her time was spent studying, immersed in medical texts and research. Alicia's phone buzzed just then. Unknown number. Normally she'd ignore it, but after getting brushed off like that, she answered without thinking. Who's this? Ms. Arnold? I'm a friend of Richard's. I'm at the cafe across the street. Mind coming by for a chat? Alicia frowned. About what exactly? About Perry and Richard. I know you have a thing for him. I want to help. With nothing better to do and curiosity getting the better of her, she crossed the street. She recognized him immediately. You? Bellen Morgan gestured to the seat across from him. Got the cold shoulder from Perry again, huh? Face it, you can't beat her. I don't know what you're talking about. Alicia took a seat anyway. She'd come back to win Richard over, but Perry showed up out of nowhere and wrecked the plan. You really want to be with Richard? Alicia scoffed. You here to back your sister up? My sister already lost. She's not a match for Perry. I can't stand Perry either. If Richard has to end up with someone, I'd rather it be you than her. Marry Perry? Seriously? Alicia frowned. It didn't seem like things were that deep yet. You're underestimating her. Perry's way more capable than you think. Bellen's eyes were cold. He had his own reasons for dragging Alicia into this. So why are you talking to me then? She asked, arms crossed, her tone guarded. Because we've got the same enemy, Bellen said bluntly. I need to stand up for my sister. You haven't noticed how Richard practically glued himself to Perry lately? Well, then go handle it yourself. What, you think I'm that easy to manipulate? Alicia sat poised like a queen, back straight and elegant, never dropping her socialite persona for even a second. Bellen chuckled. You're taking this the wrong way. I'm offering you help here. My sister's got no chance with Richard anymore. But you're still in the game. He's just mad at you for what happened with his brother. That caught Alicia's attention. Richard always liked me first. I just messed things up acting spoiled. He's just holding a grudge. So tell me, how exactly do we take Perry down? Bellen wasn't about to show his hand. I don't have a clear plan yet, but if you've got thoughts, I'm open to hearing them. Alicia narrowed her eyes. She wasn't about to fall into his trap. I've got nothing. Let's pretend this meeting never happened. She stood to leave. Bellen didn't stop her. All right, call me if you change your mind. Just remember, Perry's the problem for both of us. Alicia couldn't stop thinking about it. She really did resent Perry. But more than that, she desperately wanted to get closer to Richard. So without another thought, she jumped in her car and drove straight to the Bloodmoon Pack. Richard didn't want to see her, so she waited, and when he finally walked out, she hurried up to block his path. Richard, wait. I need to talk to you. He avoided her, stepping wide to walk around. Clicking in her heels, she kept up behind him. Bellen came to me. He said I should team up with him to go after Perry. That made Richard pause. Seeing that flicker of interest, Alicia quickly added, he said he hates Perry, thinks you dumped his sister for her, wants revenge. But I told him I wouldn't help, because I know you're close to Perry. I'd never go against you like that. Just be careful, Richard. Bellen's not someone you can trust. A sharp glint flashed in Richard's eyes. Anyone who tries to hurt Perry won't get away with it. And with that, he turned and walked toward his car. Richard, wait, can you give me a ride? My feet are killing me. I can't drive, Alicia called out. Richard didn't even look back. He got in, slammed the door, and drove off without a word. Left alone, Alicia stood frozen, stunned by how cold he'd been. She'd just shared valuable intel. She'd even thrown Bellen under the bus, all to win Richard's favor. But all she got was indifference, like she was nothing. She dragged herself back to her car, completely deflated. Bellen had been right. Richard only had eyes for Perry. Nothing she did could change that. Bellen was still counting on Alicia to team up with him. But the next day, he realized something was off. The funds promised by the Bloodmoon Pack hadn't come in by evening. With no other choice, he called Byron. Byron answered bluntly, yeah, the funds are on hold. Alpha might just pull out of this whole thing. What? Bellen's brain just went blank. What do you mean? I thought we had a deal? Richard's backing out now? Byron replied coldly. He's not backing out. Maybe think about what you've done. You think you can mess with my Alpha and just walk away from it? Not happening. Come on, Byron. Give it to me straight. What did I do to piss him off? Bellen was starting to panic. Could it be that Perry spilled the beans about that night? If you don't even know what you did, then call me when you figure it out. Byron hung up. Bellen stood frozen. He seriously couldn't recall ever offending Richard. His pulse was racing. That wouldn't be because of Perry, would it? He rushed over to Crown Regent Hotel. As usual, Perry sat in the cafe calmly reading. "You're looking for me?" In his rush, Bellin totally forgot to wear a mask. Technically, Bellin wasn't supposed to be someone Perry knew. Showing up like this might reveal that Mara, the girl she was treating, was actually his sister. So he held back. "You're Miss Lake, right?" Perry raised her eyebrows. "Seriously? Still playing this act?" "Yeah, and you are?" Beelan took a breath. "Miss Lake, do you recognize me?" Perry wasn't in the mood for games. "Just say what you came here to say." Beelan got straight to it. "Did you say something to Richard Scott? He pulled his investment. Looks like you know who I am." "Fine, I'm Mara's brother. I know she ticked you off the other day." "Richard stopped backing Bellin? Was it really because of Mara's stunt the other day?" Perry blinked, confused. "I honestly don't know. You should ask him about that." She didn't seem like she was lying or even aware of what happened. Sorry to bother you." Bellin turned and left in a hurry. Outside the hotel, it hit him. "Alicia." He called. No answer. Called again. Still nothing. Third time she finally picked up. "What now?" Bellin didn't hold back. "What did you say to Richard?" Alicia thought about the way Richard had shut her down. The memory still stung. "We just had dinner. I casually mentioned he should keep an eye out. I didn't think he'd care so much about Perry." "What, did he do something to you?" Trying to save face, she acted more chill than she actually felt. "So it really was you?" Bellin wasn't sure if he should feel relieved or furious. On one hand, Perry hadn't ratted him out, but on the other, Alicia had totally backstabbed him. She was clearly way too unpredictable. "Richard dropped the investment. What exactly did you tell him?" Alicia sounded indifferent. "Just that you were targeting Perry, didn't give him any details." Bellin kicked a tree out of frustration. Figures. She never actually agreed to be part of his plan. Of course she'd twist it her own way. "Nice one." Alicia paused, then said, "You know what? I'm done pretending. Richard's not who I thought he was. Fine, I'm in. Let's work together to take Perry down. I'm not in the mood for this right now." Bellin hung up and headed straight to the Bloodmoon Pack. He poured his heart out to Byron, swearing he'd been set up by Alicia. She planned to go after Perry, and he refused, so she ran to Richard to twist the story. Typical backstabber move. "I wasn't going to say anything, but now that you guys pulled out of the deal, I have to come clean. That's what really happened, Byron. Please explain it to Richard Scott." Richard soon stepped into the meeting room, eyes sharp as blades. "Bellin, are you even human? Perry's been treating Mara, and you're trying to go behind her back to take her down? Seriously?" Beelan looked like he just got punched in the gut. "Perry's treating Mara? Richard Scott, where'd you hear that?" Richard let out a sharp, cold laugh. "You think a mask could hide your face? Perry knew it was Mara from the start. She just chose not to say anything. Unlike you, she's not that low. She won't sell out a patient's privacy like that." Richard's words always carried weight, and Beelan knew better than to doubt him. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have assumed about the investment." "I'll handle the funding," Richard cut him off. "But if you dare disrespect Perry again, don't expect me to play nice. Now get lost." Sweat gathered on Bellin's forehead. He didn't dare argue further and left in a rush. As long as the investment was safe, he could breathe a little easier. Still, Perry was a ticking time bomb. There was no telling when she might spill what happened that night. If Richard ever found out, Bellin knew just how ruthless he could be. He wouldn't get away unscathed. Even now, Richard didn't know the full story and already sided with Perry. If the truth came out, Bellin wasn't sure he'd survive that fallout. It was like falling into a trap he'd built himself. One wrong step had pulled him further and further in. Now there was no turning back, just mistake after mistake, digging the hole even deeper. And honestly, he was exhausted. Perry finished breakfast, slung her bag over her shoulder, and got ready to head out. Today, she was going to treat Klaus. But as she stepped into the lobby, it was packed. Right at the front stood Tom Pierce, holding a giant banner with both hands. Behind him were several members of his pack, all standing in perfect formation. With sincere gratitude, Tom presented the banner. "Miss Lake, your hands are like magic. You cured an illness I've suffered with for years. I can't thank you enough." He'd gone for a checkup the previous day. The virus was completely gone. He still had no idea who Perry really was. When Bellin sent him to her to help Mara, he never mentioned Perry was Vinnie Ritchie's protege. Perry, ever modest, was clearly thrown off by the big gesture. "What are you doing with this cheesy stuff? Put it away, seriously." Tom just grinned. "Miss Lake is really humble." He rolled up the banner and handed it to her. A few guests nearby had paused to watch the scene, making Perry blush a little. "Okay, I get it. Thanks, but I've got somewhere to be, so let's wrap this up." At Tom's cue, his group bowed deeply to her. "Thank you, Miss Lake." All right, that's enough. Get going." Perry placed the banner on the front desk. "Gina, mind keeping this for me?" Gina chuckled. "Tom cracks me up. This is your first thank you banner, right? Better hold on to it." Tom left with his people. For him, Perry hadn't just cured his illness, she'd given him back his life. News of his recovery even brought his ex-wife and kid back. They were trying to work things out again. Though Perry never liked being the center of attention, deep down she felt warm and kind of proud. Not only had she saved Tom, she helped piece his family back together. Seeing them so happy made her feel like her work really meant something, and that just made her love it even more. As evening rolled around, Perry's phone lit up. Francis Lake was calling. "Perry, it's been a while. Can we meet?" "If you've got something to say, spill it," Perry snapped. She had zero interest in a meetup. "You're really that set on keeping your distance from your own father? If you've got a point, just say it over the phone." Her tone sharpened, irritation creeping in. Francis sighed heavily. "Lately my health's been off. Irene gave me meds a few times, but nothing's worked. I know you've got skills in medicine. Maybe you could take a look." Perry rolled her eyes. To him, she was just someone who knew medicine. "If it's not serious, you should just go to the hospital like anyone else." What he really wanted was her help when the doctors couldn't fix him. "Just so you know," she added, "my consultation fees aren't cheap. Think you can handle it?" "Perry, what's that supposed to mean? Is this how you talk to your dad?" Francis had already reached the hotel lobby and walked straight into the cafe, spotting Perry right away. She glanced over at him. He looked awful, sunken eyes, pale face, definitely exhausted. "You've been overdoing it. Just rest properly for a bit. You'll be fine." Francis gave a stuffy sniff, clearly catching a cold. "Haven't really slept these days. The pack's a mess. I've been running myself into the ground just to keep Ashen Pack intact. Look, Perry, you could heal me if you really wanted to. Just talk to Tom or Richard." Ah, so that was it. He didn't come for help. He came to use her. Perry couldn't help but laugh. "And why would I want to help you?" "Because you're a Lake. You're my daughter." Francis softened a little. "I saw Joel the other day. He said he hopes you and Richard get closer. If things go well, maybe you two can become mates. I know the pack's struggling, but I can still get you a solid dowry. You'll have a respectable wedding." Perry leaned back on the couch, amused. "So I marry Richard, and then you come leech off me? That it?" Francis didn't even blink. "It's not like you're planning to stay single forever. If not Richard, I can introduce someone else." His tone made it obvious. This wasn't about caring for her. It was about squeezing value out of her, just like he'd done with Helena, just like she'd always suspected. Perry gave a short laugh. "Too bad for you. If you'd shown me a little compassion back then, just a bit of concern, I might have been willing to help out, even for something like the Ashen Pack." "You?" Francis looked like he'd just heard a joke. "Get real. Dead serious." Perry had helped cure plenty of high-level patients over the years. "But you don't deserve it." "What did you say?" Fury flashed across Francis's face. "I'll ask you one thing. Why did you abandon my mother back then?" Francis's hand gave a tiny tremble. He had been excited at first when Helena was pregnant, but once he found out she kept close ties with Damien, secret meetups, hotel rooms, it all went downhill. Then Irene handed him a paternity test, claiming Perry wasn't his biological daughter. That report sealed his decision. He never looked back. "You wouldn't understand. It's complicated. Anyway, let's not dig up the past. Richard's a good match for you. Give it some thought." It was clear Francis was only here because Joel had sent him, and the only thing he cared about was gaining an advantage. Perry gave him a cold smile. "So you really let Irene run circles around you all these years?" Francis snapped. "Don't you dare slander her." She chuckled. "Funny how it's always the one in your bed who's the easiest to fool you." Francis paused, eyes narrowing. You're not wrong. I gave your mother everything, and he trailed off. Couldn't even say it aloud. Perry's tone turned sharp. What about my mom? Francis scoffed. It's over and done. Don't dig into it. Maybe keep that pretty image of your mom intact while you still can. He sounded like he was protecting her, but it felt more like he was covering for himself. Perry's eyes darkened. You seriously think you have any right to talk about her like that? You tossed her aside like garbage, destroyed her, and now you're acting like the victim? Francis let out a long breath. He didn't want to argue with her. She wasn't going to let herself be used, and clearly no deal today was going to happen. He stood up to leave. Perry grabbed his wrist. Not so fast. Spill it before you go. Francis froze. What do you want from me? I'm not trying to hide the truth from you to be cruel. If you're so desperate to know, then go ask your grandfather. See if he's got the guts to face what really happened. Francis shook her hand off and walked away. Perry froze. Wait, could it be her mom had wronged Francis somehow? That didn't add up. Helena had passed when Perry was barely 4. She didn't remember much, and Grandpa never talked about it. All this time, she believed Francis and Irene had kicked them out of the Ashen Pack, turning their backs on her and her mother, pushing Helena into a downward spiral. So now Francis had the nerve to speak badly about her mom? She never liked Francis anyway, so whatever he said shouldn't matter. But hearing him throw shade on her mother still lit a fire in her chest. She pulled out her phone and called her grandpa. She meant to ask about the past, but when he answered, her throat tightened and the words stuck. Perry? Perry? She blinked a few times, steadying herself. Grandpa, how are you doing? Everything okay? Bryce, busy seeing a patient, replied calmly, I'm doing just fine. Is something wrong? There was a pause, then she muttered, Nothing really. I just missed you, that's all. You silly girl, he chuckled. I'm good, just working every day, treating people, writing prescriptions. Life's full, no need to worry about me. Okay, that's good. She hung up, sighing. No, there was no reason to question what kind of person Helena was. It was Francis who was a coward. He'd thrown them away and now had the audacity to drag Helena down. That was seriously messed up. Trying to shake off her frustration, Perry stepped out of the hotel for some fresh air. The streets were buzzing, people in a rush. She walked absent-mindedly, lost in thought. Suddenly, a werewolf on rollerblades zoomed toward her, holding a takeout box. It took her a second to react. Then she quickly jumped into the bushes on the side. He whizzed past, barely missing her, even glanced back at her before taking off again. Her heart was racing. Cold sweat clung to her back. She leaned to the side of the walkway, totally spooked. Forget the walk. She turned back to the hotel, still jumpy. She didn't know if that guy had done it on purpose or not, but after everything, she couldn't afford to lower her guard. You okay? You look pale. She looked up. Richard was standing in front of her at some point. I'm fine, she muttered, then turned and walked inside. Richard followed. Maybe because Perry stayed here now, or maybe out of habit, somehow he always ended up here after his meetings. Are you sure you're okay? She'd had it. Her nerves were already on edge, and the last person she wanted to see right now was him. Even if I wasn't, would you care? Richard, what are you trying to prove? Here we go again. Richard looked puzzled. Every time he tried to be nice, she practically bit his head off. Have I ever not helped when I could? Yeah, he stepped in for his brother. Her voice shook with anger. I didn't ask you to help, and I won't in the future either. Mind your own business. We're not that close, okay? Richard had his pride. He wasn't the type to keep groveling just to be snapped at. Fine, I was just meddling anyway. He turned and headed straight for the elevator. He had a dinner appointment in a private room upstairs. Perry stood there in a daze. She didn't mean to drive him off like that, but every time she saw him, all she could think about was that night, and the child she was carrying. This was supposed to be the happiest time in her life, and yet, what had she become? Gina watched from nearby, exasperated. Seriously, how long was Perry going to keep this up? Wouldn't it be better just to tell him the truth already? Richard was having dinner with a few friends in a private room, but nothing on the table pleased him. He waved the manager over. What's up with these dishes? Add a fish to the order. The manager nodded and did as he was told. Despite the spread of fancy dishes, nothing seemed to satisfy Richard. When the fish was finally served, he still wasn't happy and insisted the head chef make it over. 3 tries later, he was still frowning. The manager reported the issue to Gina, who walked straight in and took a bite. "This is it. Tastes the same, Alpha Richard. You've had it before." Richard frowned. Something just felt off. "It's not the same. Tell Perry to explain to the chef how she did it." Byron raised an eyebrow. It clicked for him. Richard just missed Perry's cooking. Gina sighed and found Perry. "What exactly is he trying to eat? Have you cooked for him before?" Perry admitted it. "Yeah, once. Whatever, if he doesn't like it, let him cook it himself." Gina pleaded. "Come on, this is a hotel. We can't upset guests like him. He's a VIP. Just tell the chef the trick, please." Eventually, Gina managed to pull Perry into the kitchen. Perry tasted the dish. "Yeah, it's not quite right. Let me fix it." Gina breathed a sigh of relief, but then hesitated. "You're pregnant. Are you sure you're okay doing this?" Perry glared at her. "What, you want the entire hotel to find out or what?" Gina shut up instantly. The hotel's head chef stood nearby, assisting as Perry prepped a fresh dish of pickled fish. He didn't think it was that different, just more seasoning. "He'll like it like this?" Gina took the dish up herself and watched nervously as Richard took a bite. Both she and the manager held their breath. "Well?" Gina asked. Richard nodded. "That's it. Finally got it right. You can go." Still, he had doubts. How would the hotel chef know exactly what he liked? Was it Perry who made this? Byron was just as intrigued. Richard had always been picky with food. "Take your time eating. Call me anytime if anything's wrong." Gina left the room and grabbed Perry's hand excitedly. He said, "That's exactly the taste. He misses your cooking. Honestly, I think he still has feelings for you. Aren't you going to come clean?" Perry gently touched her stomach. "What would be the point? So he'll feel obligated to marry me for the baby? I'm not that kind of person. I'm not using my kid to tie him down." Gina didn't know what to say. Letting this drag on wasn't a solution either. She had to tip Richard off, but she had no idea what he'd think about it. After dinner, Perry headed back to her room. Gina was still busy working the front desk. She really took her manager duties seriously. Richard didn't want to stay cooped up in the suite, so he went downstairs with his friends and spotted Gina. Gina walked up with a tentative smile. "Alpha Richard, everything good with tonight's meal?" Richard paused. "Something you want to say?" Gina hesitated. "I mean, it's kinda obvious you still care about Perry, right? The fish tonight? She made it." Richard froze for a second, but then Perry's cold attitude toward him flashed in his mind, making his expression darken. "So?" Gina didn't expect him to be that indifferent. No curiosity? No emotion? She made that dish for nothing then. Richard shrugged. "She probably just didn't want you to get stuck in the middle. Like she'd ever cook for him out of affection." "Richard, Perry's pregnant. Did you ever even think of checking in on her?" Richard looked genuinely confused. "Why should I care that Perry's pregnant? I've always cared. She just doesn't see it." Gina raised an eyebrow. "I mean, really care. Are you helping her just 'cause she saved your brother? If that's all it is, I'll shut up." Richard gave a non-committal grunt. "Sort of." "No other reason?" He was starting to get irritated. "Just spit it out already." Gina hesitated, then said, "The night before she went to break off the engagement, she went into the presidential suite." She had to muster up her courage to say that again. She'd brought it up before, but Richard hadn't really caught it. Hopefully this time he would. Richard's brows knitted. "She went to the suite? So what, she saw him and Mara? That's why she broke it off?" "Yes, but she had no idea it was you in there. As soon as she stepped in, Gina inhaled sharply. "You know what I mean, right? Perry ended up in the presidential suite and you were there that night, drugged no less." Richard still didn't seem to get it. "So that's why she turned me down?" Gina tried to tread lightly, hoping he'd catch on. "At first, she thought someone had taken advantage of her. Not exactly. Truth is, she was going to break it off anyway. Didn't want Francis's schemes to work. She just had no clue she'd walk into that." Richard finally seemed to connect the dots. "You're saying the baby is mine? But it had been Mara that night, hadn't it?" Gina breathed a small sigh of relief. Maybe he was finally getting it. Richard still looked unsure. "Is that for real?" She blinked in disbelief. "How could it not be?" Perry doesn't even have a mate, and yet here she is, carrying your kid. She's never told you because she's proud. She never asks anyone for help, said she'd raise the child on her own, and every time you try to help, she ends up more hurt. Can you really blame her for not trusting you? Something lit up in Richard's eyes. The doubt that had clouded him suddenly vanished, replaced by a quiet sort of excitement. It's really true? If you're still doubting it, then just forget I said anything, Gina snapped, already tired of the conversation. I've got work to do. And listen, she didn't want you to know, so don't go barging and acting like you found some big revelation. And absolutely don't tell her I told you. With that, she turned and headed back toward the front desk. Richard stayed right where he was, processing. Just then, Byron came over. Alpha, everyone's asking if you're heading to the bar. They're all waiting. Richard shook his head with a sudden grin. I'm skipping tonight. All right, I'll let them know. Byron turned to go. Richard stopped him. Wait. Tell them something came up and I'll talk to you later. Byron sent the others on and came back to the lobby. What's going on? Richard recapped what Gina had said. It wasn't Mara in that room. It was Perry. Byron just stood there, stunned. It took a few seconds for that to really click. But sure enough, the look on Richard's face said it all. So, Mara and Belen were lying to you? Richard said. Think we can recover the deleted surveillance? No clue. We'll have to check, Byron replied, already heading toward the security room with him. Not that he doubted Perry, but the joy was too sudden, too surreal. Richard needed proof with his own eyes. Byron sat in the surveillance room for a while but couldn't recover the deleted footage. It had been completely wiped. He needed to take the hard drive back for further analysis. With the hard drive in hand, he went up with Richard to the presidential suite on the top floor. Richard looked in pretty good spirits. He walked to the wine cabinet, poured 2 glasses of red wine, and handed one to Byron. Take your time. No rush. Byron glanced at him and said, If that girl really is Perry, then Belen's been lying to you, Alpha. What do you do about it? Richard's eyes darkened, a dangerous glint flashing through them. If that's true, I'll make Belen wish he was never born. No one plays me like that and walks away. Byron totally believed him. Gotta hand it to the Morgan siblings. Their act was convincing, even fooled you. The only thing still bugging Richard was the scent. Could that girl really be Perry? And if it wasn't, then why would Gina lie? Every time Perry saw him, it was like she was looking at her worst enemy. Was it because of that night? Richard had always taken responsibility for his actions, so why hadn't anyone told him the truth? Too many questions. He needed answers, one at a time. If Perry really was carrying his child, he wasn't going to walk away. He'd do right by her. He'd marry her. Byron sipped his wine and kept working from the couch. Perry arrived by cab at the tea room. Irene and Belen were already seated in a private booth, brewing tea. As Perry walked in, the scent of fresh tea hit her. She glanced around after getting out of the car, saw no signs of any backup. If it was just Belen and Irene, she could handle it. You came, Irene said, arms crossed and eyes cold. Belen was more polite. Have a seat, he said, pouring her tea. Sorry for calling you out so late. Honestly, this isn't all on me. Your dad, he hated your mom for what she did. He's the one who didn't want you. What did you say? Francis had said something similar before, but Perry never believed it. Don't you dare talk about my mom like that, Irene snorted. I'm not making anything up. Before marrying your dad, your mom was in love with someone else. They had a fight, and out of spite, she married Francis. But she never really ended things with the other guy. You get what I'm saying, right? Francis saw Helena with her ex, checked into hotels, hitting up bars. They were way too close. Now you know why he couldn't bear to look at you. I wasn't planning on saying all this, but you keep pushing, so here it is. Perry clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms, and slammed the table. Bullshit. My mom was pure and dignified. How dare you drag her name through the mud? Don't use my mom as an excuse. Irene leaned back, laughing. Look at you, so naive. Oh yeah? Perry snapped, eyes burning. I've got plenty of ways to deal with you. One phone call, and both the Ashen Pack and Silverfang Pack are history. Irene didn't buy it, but Belen looked unsure. Perry was Vinnie Ritchie's student, no small backing there. Perry, we came here to negotiate. Peace would be better for everyone. No point dragging this into a war. We get what we want. You get what you want. Sounds good, right? Later that morning, Richard was staring at his laptop when Byron came in and turned the screen toward him. Footage recovered! Richard froze, looking sharply at the screen. Byron pointed. That's Perry. She was in there for almost an hour. Came out looking a mess. No doubt about it. Mara and Belen were lying. Richard finally let out a breath, oddly enough feeling a bit excited as a small smile tugged at his lips. So it really was her. No wonder she's been pregnant this long, and not a single werewolf has shown up around her. Thinking back to the bloodstains on the bed that night, he felt a sharp pang in his chest. No doubt about it, she's the one he had been looking for all along. Byron gave him a knowing grin. You already had a bond with her anyway. Maybe this was fate. The two of you were supposed to end up together. Even that whole breakup thing couldn't really change that. Richard scrubbed his face with both hands and muttered, Yeah, what's mine will stay mine. Otherwise, why else had he been trailing after her all this time? Why couldn't he rest easy unless she was in front of his eyes? Seeing her struggle with morning sickness tore him up more than he liked to admit. What's the next step? Byron asked, shutting the laptop. Richard's expression turned cold. Those Morgan siblings dared to mess with me? Fine, let's pull the funding. Got it. Byron left the office and promptly called Belen. When Belen didn't pick up, he didn't bother calling again. Instead, he dialed Silverfang Pack's finance department and initiated the withdrawal. Belen nearly passed out when the news came in. Richard actually made a move. That could only mean Byron had recovered the surveillance footage from that night. It exposed not just the drugging, but also the fake setup he and his sister Mara had staged to fool Richard, nearly tricking him into marrying her. His original plan was simple: get Mara married into the Bloodmoon Pack. Even if Richard figured things out later, the damage would have already been done, and what could he do about it after the fact? Maybe just stay mad for a couple of days. What Belen didn't expect was for Perry to end up pregnant. Worse, Richard seemed to be getting closer to her by the day. Even if he had no clue the child was his, he still treated her way better than Mara. As for Mara, Richard didn't seem to care at all. Wait, Richard's pulling his investment? Are you serious? Mara stormed into Belen's office, almost fully recovered and back at work in the pack. Belen knocked everything off his desk in frustration. Byron must have checked the security tapes. That night, it's all out. What do you mean? Are you saying Richard figured out the girl he slept with was Perry? Mara looked like she was hanging by a thread. If that were true, then how could she possibly get close to Richard now? I need to talk to him. What's the point? Belen shot back, voice sharp. Then he reined himself in and added more calmly, Even if you go, what would you say? Mara had no clue. He used to like me. Maybe if I talk to him sincerely, explain everything, he won't go after Silverfang Pack. Him? Like you? Belen was clearly skeptical. Caught off guard, Mara's face flushed. Still, she clung to her belief. Of course he did. Otherwise, why would he say he'd take responsibility? I'm going. I'll talk to him myself. She rushed over to Bloodmoon Pack, but as soon as she stepped into the lobby, Delta stopped her from heading upstairs. She called Richard, but he didn't answer. Then she rang Byron. This time he picked up, but his voice was ice cold. You two thought tricking an alpha was a game? You played. Now deal with the consequences. Mara's voice trembled as she spoke through her tears, playing innocent. What did we even do, Beta Byron? What exactly are we being blamed for? You don't know? He replied, clearly not buying her act. Choked up, she pleaded. Please, Beta Byron, just tell Richard I want to see him. I'm downstairs. He's not interested, no matter where you are, Byron said bluntly. And he's not going to meet you. Do yourself a favor. Go figure out how Silverfang's going to cover all that missing funding. With that, he hung up without hesitation. Mara hadn't expected Richard to be so ruthless. She retreated back to her car but didn't leave. She waited, all morning until finally, around noon, she spotted Richard and Byron walking out of the building. She immediately jumped out and rushed toward them. Richard, she called, tears streaming down her face as she stood in front of him, looking completely heartbroken. Richard stared at the two faint dark spots on her cheek. They didn't look like makeup. Did Byron mess up the explanation? Mara reached out, as if trying to grab onto him, then held back. Richard, you can't do this to me. I really love you. I genuinely went into the presidential suite that night. You just assumed it was me, so I went with it. I was overjoyed. I've dreamed about being with you. But you've always treated me like I don't matter. I didn't mean to lie. Besides, my brother had no idea. He thought it was really me with you that night. He didn't know the truth. She made it sound logical, like maybe the misunderstanding was his fault. Richard's face was blank, voice icy cold. Fine, I'm pulling my investment. Mara, eyes filling with tears, looked at him pleadingly. Richard, you can't do that. You signed a deal with my brother. The Silverfang Pack poured everything into that collaboration. If you pull out now, we can't go on. The damage will be massive. Byron chimed in. Alpha just said he'd withdraw funding, not destroy Silverfang entirely. You should be grateful it ends there. Richard walked past Mara and got in the car. As the car drove away, Mara stayed frozen where she stood. Pulling the funds didn't bring war to Silverfang, but it basically cut off their lifeline. She slumped into her own car, completely drained. Richard didn't care about her at all. Once he realized she wasn't the girl that night, she stopped existing to him. Perry took a cab back to her hotel. As she got out, she bumped into Richard coming out of the lobby. He had some lunch meeting and ate at the hotel. When he saw her, he paused for a second. The look in his eyes shifted from cold to concerned, automatically glancing at her stomach. You, okay? Richard's eyes softened with concern. Perry looked at him suspiciously. Something had to be wrong. Why was he giving her that look? She took a cautious step back. I'm fine. What's up? Richard smiled, his eyes tinged with red. Have you eaten yet? I could join you if you haven't. No need. She hadn't eaten, but sure didn't want his company. Well, want to get dinner then? I'll pick you up after work. We can go wherever you want. His sudden enthusiasm threw her off. Richard, are you sure you're okay? I'm more used to you being all cold and serious. Richard chuckled. Was I really that cold? You didn't notice? Perry gave him a weird look. What was going on with this guy? Maybe. I've just always been like that, Richard said, eyes dropping to her belly again. Have you done any checkups? Perry nodded. Yeah, I have. Everything's good with the baby? Of course. Her brows furrowed. Not that it's any of your business. Richard didn't say anything. He wasn't ready to spill the truth. He was afraid she'd flip out. I'm just worried about you. Duly noted. Perry walked past him toward the elevator. Byron stood to the side, chuckling. You two are something else. Both know the truth, and neither of you says it. She's carrying your baby, and you're still dancing around it. Richard gazed after Perry. Maybe. I haven't exactly been great to her. Probably cause of Mara. Perry probably thinks you're into her and doesn't want to get between you two. That hit Richard. When Perry came to break off the engagement, he did tell her there was someone else he liked. Could be, but from now on she better be careful. A sly grin crossed Richard's face. Let's go. Back to the pack. Her belly was starting to show, growing a little more each day. Perry walked into the baby store. She never liked maternity clothes, so she just grabbed a few cans of formula and picked out some loose-fitting outfits from a good brand. Gina helped carry the formula and asked, You're still not telling Richard? Perry shook her head. Why should I? All right, your call, Gina exhaled, feeling a bit relieved since at least Richard knew now. That was something. Back at the hotel, Mara was fuming. She stood up the moment they walked in and stormed toward Perry. What did you tell Richard? Perry blinked, confused. What are you talking about? Mara's face was twisted with anger. Don't play dumb. What exactly did you say to him? Perry didn't feel like dealing with her drama and kept walking. Mara grabbed her arm. You're not going anywhere till you explain. Richard used to be into me. He said so. But today, he totally ignored me and told me to stop bothering you. Perry yanked her arm, trying to break free. What's wrong with you? What he does has nothing to do with me. It's all because of you, Mara shouted, shaking her arm harder. Just then, a custom Maybach pulled up out front. Richard strode over, yanked Mara's hand off Perry, and flung her to the ground. Perry was carrying his child, for God's sake. Richard, why'd you push me? Mara's eyes welled up, her voice trembling. He had once told her he'd take responsibility, and she'd bought into that fantasy. Now lying on the floor, she didn't even try to get up. Maybe he'd come help her. Richard didn't spare her a glance. His eyes were fixed on Perry. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine," Perry replied coolly. He was hot and cold like a damn weather app. She couldn't keep up with who he'd be next. Richard gave her a once-over. "Aren't you supposed to be tough? Why didn't you at least push back?" Perry glanced at Mara, still sniffling on the floor like some tragic heroine. Please, she knew who Mara truly was. No sympathy here. She ignored Richard too and walked straight toward the elevator. He hurried after her and stepped in with her. Now just the two of them in the elevator. Perry slid to the side, turning her head so she was staring at her reflection in the wall mirror. Richard leaned in, close enough for his breath to tickle her ear. "What? Giving me the silent treatment again?" His low voice was smooth, almost teasing. A warm breeze seemed to sweep down her neck, making her shiver all over. She instinctively stepped forward, putting space between them. "Why are you getting so close?" Just the two of them in that tight space, and Richard inhaled the faint, sweet scent on her. It instantly pulled him back to that night, the one he kept thinking about. "You still haven't answered me. Why are you avoiding me, huh?" His tone was soft, almost like a lover's. Perry's heart raced. The elevator felt stifling. She was supposed to go to the second-floor restaurant, but she'd pressed 12 instead. Great. Richard was clearly not himself today, more unpredictable, more shameless. "Are we even that close? Why should I talk to you?" He smirked. "You really think we're not close?" Ding. The doors opened. Perry bolted out and headed for her room in a near jog. Richard was right behind her. As she paused to swipe her keycard, she froze. Was he planning to come in? "Why are you following me?" He almost reached for her. "Because you didn't answer me, and I'm not leaving till you do." Perry almost forgot what he'd even asked. She turned back sharply, glaring at him. "Why do I have to answer you anyway?" Richard spread his arms, planting his hands on the wall, trapping her in. "Just tell me, is the baby mine?" The hotel corridor already felt stuffy, and now with him caging her in like this, her face flushed even more. His chin lightly brushed her forehead, lingering there purposefully. "Why so quiet, huh?" Perry's heart was racing, and she could feel his heartbeat speeding up too. "Richard, let go. It's too hot. I'll let you go if you tell me. Just say it. Am I the father?" He leaned in, whispering close to her ear. It felt like an electric shock passed through her body, and she shivered. Instinctively, she blurted out, "No." "Are you sure?" "I said it's not yours. Now back off." Perry started pushing against his chest, trying to get him away. But no matter how much she resisted, he didn't move an inch. Suddenly, Richard scooped her into his arms and kissed her, straight on the lips. That familiar, maddeningly comfortable feeling was back in an instant. Holding her head with one hand, he kissed her harder. This girl, she was the one he'd been looking for all along. Perry was breathless, shocked by the kiss, then completely snapped out of it. Who gave him the right to touch her like this? Her eyes flared. She shoved him away with all her strength. "Richard, what the hell do you take me for?" Richard's eyes were burning red, his breathing heavy. "You're my mate. What do you think I take you for?" Perry stared, stunned. "Mate? Since when am I your mate? How long are you going to keep lying to me?" His voice cracked a little. "You're carrying my child. You can't keep denying it." She froze, taking a few seconds to process. How the hell did he find out? "Who said this baby is yours? It's not. You've got nothing to do with it. Nothing." Down the hallway, Mara stood frozen, watching it all. Richard just kissed Perry, hugged her tightly, totally ignoring her struggling. Her heart shattered. She used to dream of Richard holding her like that, but he never even looked her way. He gave her hope, only to crush it to pieces. If Perry had just told him the truth sooner, maybe he never would have misunderstood, never would have led her on. She wouldn't have wasted her time clinging to a dumb fantasy, only to be wrecked in the end. Tears streamed down Mara's cheeks. It hurt like hell. She hated Perry for snatching away the man she loved. Richard leaned in again, arms back on the wall, boxing Perry in. "Stop fighting with me, please. The baby's mine. I know now. I'm sorry, truly. I messed up that night, but I don't regret it, not even a little. In fact, I thank fate for giving me the one I've been waiting for." Perry was still in shock. The switch in his tone was so sudden. "You seriously need to stop. This baby is not yours, and that night, it wasn't me. You're mistaken, Richard. You've always had someone you liked. Why drag me into this? Yeah, I did like someone. That girl I was with that night. I've been thinking about her ever since. That girl wasn't me, Perry said quietly. He just said he had someone in his heart. The girl from that night? That couldn't be. Richard exhaled deeply. Doesn't matter whether you admit it. I already have. That's not how this works. I don't accept it. Boleyn had told her Richard slept with his sister a long time ago. A guy like him? No thanks. You really won't admit it? I won't admit it. Perry was stubborn as ever. Richard gently lifted her chin and kissed her deeply again out of the blue. Startled, Perry quickly shoved him away. What the hell are you doing? Richard, just leave, all right? I'm tired and need some rest. I'll walk you in, Richard insisted, all shameless and clingy now. What, walk in my room for what? He chuckled like it was no big deal. I'm just walking with my mate. No one dares say a thing. Come on, Perry. You're already mine. Stop pretending like you're not. Someone passed by in the hallway. Not wanting to cause a scene, Perry hurried to open the door, but just as she was about to shut it, Richard's hand stopped it. He slid in smoothly and closed the door behind him. Perry looked like she'd seen a ghost, backing away a few steps. What are you trying to do? Richard's gaze burned into hers. I just want you to know, from now on I'm going to protect you and that baby. I won't let anything happen to either of you. Her heart trembled. I've told you already, the baby's not yours. It has nothing to do with you. Please just stay away. You're still denying it? Richard stepped closer, reaching to hug her again, like he was determined to prove his point. Deny it, and he'd just keep kissing her till she stopped resisting. Perry kept backing up until she hit the windowsill. Take one more step, Richard, and I swear. The window wasn't big enough to jump out of, and there wasn't any knife lying around. Suicide wasn't an option. Her eyes swept to the minibar. She rushed over, grabbed a bottle of red wine, and raised it. Come any closer and I'll smash this over your head. Richard stared at her puffed cheeks and the way she was fuming. She looked kind of ridiculous, and he actually found it cute. He tried not to laugh. Okay, I'm not coming closer. Just put the bottle down, all right? Don't hurt yourself. Perry's shoulders slumped. She lowered the bottle, leaned weakly against the cabinet, and tears welled up in her eyes. All you do is push me around. After everything, how could I ever forgive what you did? Her tears knocked the wind out of him. He pulled her into a gentle hug. I'm sorry, it's all on me. From now on, I'll make it up to you for the rest of my life, okay? Rest of his life? Perry thought he was throwing that phrase out way too lightly. Anyone could promise forever just like that. She pushed him away again. You come and go whenever you please. What do you take me for? You said everything you did for me was just because I saved your brother. Is that what this is too? No, it's not. The truth is, it's because I want to be with you. I want to stay by your side. Saying it was for my brother was just an excuse. You never told me the baby was mine, and I. He couldn't say it, couldn't admit how he really felt about her, but Perry wasn't buying any of it. You've always treated me like this, and now you suddenly act a little nicer and expect me to jump into your arms. What, out of gratitude? Forget it. I don't even like you. Richard's eyes dimmed. She could throw tantrums, scream at him, whatever. He could take it. But those words, that hit hard. It didn't matter that it was said in anger. They still hurt. What did you say? I said I don't like you one bit, she snapped again. I don't even want to see you. Every time I do, I just want to run in the opposite direction. Now get out! He sucked in a sharp breath. She was pregnant, so he held himself back. But damn, that was cruel. You really want me gone? What, you want me to invite you to stay for the holidays? Get lost. She shoved him toward the door. Without another word, Richard turned and left. Perry leaned against the door as it shut. If he had just held on a moment longer, maybe she wouldn't have pushed him away so fast. But he didn't. He left, just like that. Fine, let him leave. Just don't come back again. Mara was still zoning out in the hallway when she spotted Richard coming her way. She rushed over. Richard! He didn't even break stride, just glanced at her and walked straight past toward the elevator. Richard, she called again, keeping up with him. Can we talk for a sec? He pressed the down button and stepped inside. Mara quickly followed him in. Richard, do you really not feel anything for me at all? You used to say we'd be together. Richard's eyes turned cold. He'd just argued with Perry and was already in a foul mood. His voice was icy. If you show up in front of me again, I swear the Silverfang pack will disappear. Mara froze, shocked. She was just one woman. How could he talk to her like that? It felt like a slap in the face. Tears welled up again. Why? I'm not allowed to even see you? I can't love you? You said you liked me too. Richard didn't say another word. He wasn't interested in arguing when it was all just twisted logic anyway. He didn't need to speak. Mara could practically feel the cold dominance radiating off him. This kind of man was exactly who she dreamed of ending up with. Too bad. That was never going to happen now. When the elevator doors opened, Brant was standing there with a suitcase in tow, apparently just back in town. His eyes flicked between Mara and Richard. Heading out? Richard paused. Not heading out, grabbing food. I'll be waiting for you on the second floor. He stepped back into the elevator with Brant. Mara hesitated, then instinctively followed them in. When the elevator opened on the second floor, Richard walked out. Since it was just the two of them, he didn't bother with a private room. He remembered Perry liked the open dining area better, said private rooms felt too closed off. So, he headed straight to the main hall and picked a spot by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Mara stood nervously next to the table. Richard? Can I sit here? His face didn't even twitch. Try me. She got the message. He didn't want her there. But since he said try, well, she sat anyway. Tom Pierce had brought his mate and kids here for dinner too. Maybe trying to win Perry over by supporting the Bloodmoon Pack's business. He made sure the family was settled before strolling over toward Richard. Mara spotted him and immediately tensed up. Her face flushed red with embarrassment and anger. Tom had just wanted to say hi and maybe build some rapport. Alpha Richard, what a coincidence. You're dining here too? Richard gave him a curt nod, barely glancing over. But Tom had already noticed Mara's expression shift. He looked her way again, like he was hinting at something. Alpha Richard, dining with Miss Morgan tonight. Mara snapped. Tom, what's your problem? This is none of your business. Watch it, or I'll have Richard wipe you out. Tom actually looked a bit uneasy. Sorry, just came to say hi. Richard noticed Mara seemed nervous the moment Tom showed up. Just say whatever you're here to say, Alpha Tom. Miss Morgan isn't exactly the type who can wipe you out. Tom scratched his head, clearly unsure. He didn't really get Richard's stance toward Mara, so he tossed out a casual question. Miss Morgan, your health any better? Mara's heart practically jumped out her throat. What's that supposed to mean? You're the sick one. But wasn't Miss Lake treating you? Tom clearly had no patience for Mara's smug attitude. And hey, you're not supposed to drink while on meds. I followed that rule religiously. Quit booze, quit seafood. Since we've got the same symptoms, maybe you should watch your diet too. Richard's brows furrowed. So Mara really had the same illness as Tom? No wonder Perry once said it wasn't a nice kind of sickness. Just remembering her tone and expression made Richard chuckle. Tom blinked, confused. Was something funny? Well, better a laugh than that usual cold look. Humiliated, Mara snapped, Tom, stop spouting nonsense. That's your issue. What does it have to do with me? Tom didn't push it. All right, just saying. Enjoy your meal, I'll head back. He walked off to his own table. Eyes misty, Mara gave Richard a pitiful look. Richard, he's crazy. Don't listen to a word he said. So he guessed right? Richard's voice was icy. Mara turned red, flustered. No, I was just missing you so badly I ended up hospitalized. Tom lives in those seedy places. Who knows what gross stuff he caught. Is that so? Richard didn't call her out directly, but his face said it all. He wasn't interested in having her near. Had enough of sitting here, then get lost. But Mara wasn't giving up. I haven't eaten yet? Come on, let me treat you. Richard's patience ran out. If you don't want the Silverfang pack out of existence by tomorrow, you should leave, now. Mara froze. He didn't yell, but the threat hit hard. He'd actually say that about her whole pack. That meant one thing. She meant nothing to him. Never had. She was just deluding herself. She didn't dare linger. She stood up and left. Tom watched her go, thinking maybe bringing up her illness had flipped a switch in Richard. Brant showed up and dropped into the seat across from Richard. Perry's still at the hotel, right? Why not ask her to join us? Richard just smiled faintly. You think she'd come if I asked? She pretty much ignores me. No way. Let me try. Brant pulled out his phone and dialed her number. Perry was curled up on the couch, still dazed from Richard's earlier surprise kiss. Seeing Brant's name on the screen, she finally snapped out of it and picked up. Hey, Brant, what's up? Brant chuckled and said, We're eating on the second floor. Come with us? The thought of running into Richard made Perry hesitate. She wasn't in the mood. I already ordered takeout. Gonna eat in my room. You guys enjoy. You're sure? Yeah, really. Perry hung up quick before she ended up seeing Richard again. Brant set his phone down. She's mad at you, huh? There was a rare, genuine smile on Richard's face, a happiness he didn't try to hide. Yeah, she's been pissed at me for a while now. Brant raised an eyebrow. He liked Perry too, just not the kind to force love. Seriously? And you're smiling like that? Man, you're something else. Anyway, not like you actually like her. Richard poured 2 glasses of wine. Who said I don't? Brant, she's my mate. You'd better stop eyeing her. She's never agreed to that, dude. That's all in your head. I could say she's my mate. Would you buy that? Richard looked him straight in the eye. She's pregnant. Brant's hand trembled. He almost spat out the wine he'd just sipped. Pregnant? With who? To him, Perry was pure, like untouchable pure. This news hit him like a truck. Richard laid it all out, the night in the presidential suite, how he'd thought it was Mara at first, then realized it was Perry. Truth is, I've loved her from the start. Or else, why would I stick by her this whole time? Brant felt like his brain just crashed. So you and Perry, already? Richard looked kind of smug. Yeah, and now she's carrying my child. I did screw up. I had some misunderstandings about her. That's why she's mad, but I'll fix it. Brant, I'm gonna be a dad. Don't you think I deserve a congratulations? Brant didn't say a word for a moment. Then he glared at Richard, furious. You forced her into that room. You forced everything, and you want me to congratulate you? Richard, that's beyond messed up. Richard hadn't expected Brant to blow up this much. Must have hit a nerve. He liked Perry too. I didn't know it was her, okay? It was a damn mistake, but it's done. What do you want me to do now? Brant downed his wine in one go, needing to calm the rage boiling in his chest. The girl he liked, taken and pregnant, with Richard's kid. You good? Seeing him like that, even Richard looked unsure. Brant? Brant finally exhaled. He wanted to throw that wine in Richard's face, but a real wolf didn't do petty. Richard, you started this, so from now on, you better treat Perry right. If you ever hurt her or let her down, I swear I'll take her from you myself. Richard saw it then. Brant's feelings weren't fake, and somehow, that just made his feelings for Perry even stronger. Don't worry. I'll treat her right. I swear I won't ever let her down. Irene called Perry's number, but she didn't pick up, so Irene went to the guest room upstairs. No luck. Then she tried the dining room on the second floor. There she was, eating. Perry, Irene smiled as she walked over. Your dad wants to see you in the private room. He's got something to say. Perry didn't even look up. You seriously don't see me eating here? Irene clenched her teeth inwardly but had to keep her tone soft. Just go, please. I don't feel like it. Perry kept right on eating. The more Irene looked at her face, the more uneasy she felt. It's Alpha Tom. He wants to see you. If he wants to see me, he can come here. Perry wasn't trying to be difficult. She just had zero intention of getting dragged into their mess. Come on, we're the ones who need him right now. How could we ask him to come out here? Perry let out a cold laugh. That's Rich. We? No, it's you. Has nothing to do with me. Sarah came rushing in. Perry, how can you talk to my mom like that? She's inviting you to meet an important client. Show some gratitude. Perry's eyes darkened. And who do you think you are? Get lost before I lose it. Sarah looked like she was about to make a move, but Irene grabbed her. Enough, Sarah. Let's go back. Your dad's waiting. Ugh, Perry, you're really ungrateful. Just wait. One day you'll be the one coming to me for help. Perry gave a snort, then leave. Back in the private room, Irene smoothed her expression. Perry's still busy. She said we can start without her. She'll join later. Tom raised an eyebrow. You can actually get her to come? Sarah snapped. What's so special about her? My mom doesn't need to beg her. Tom gave a dry chuckle. Miss Lake has quite the attitude, huh? Looks like she's not coming. Well, you all enjoy. I'm heading out. He stood up. Francis panicked. Alpha Tom, let's not rush things. Sarah was out of line, but Perry will come, I promise. Tom sat back down, looking completely disinterested. He had no intention of renewing the contract unless Perry asked him directly. Francis personally went to find Perry. He got the same cold treatment Irene did. Perry completely ignored him. The whole dinner was awkward. Tom barely said a word. Afterward, he went to find Perry and made sure she knew. Let me be clear. I'm not renewing the contract unless you ask me to. Perry replied, I'm staying out of it because we've got a lot of history. Feel free to deal with them however's fair in your business dealings. No need to consider me. Tom said firmly, I play by my principles. You saved my life. That makes your enemies my enemies. If Francis treated you like that, he won't be getting any favors from me. Perry gave him a genuine nod. Thanks, Alpha Tom. Tom looked pleased. If you ever need anything, just come to me. Your problem is my problem. Sure, Perry replied half-heartedly. Bellin had already been warned by Byron. Stay away from Perry, or losing the investment would be the least of his problems. He was running out of time. Richard had given him 3 days, and tomorrow was the final deadline. If he couldn't scrape together the money to cover the whole project would be dead in the water. All his efforts, all the funds he poured in, it'd all go to waste. And the Silver Fang pack, they'd take a serious hit. He was starting to regret everything. All that scheming to secure the deal with Richard, for glory, for the pack, for his own reputation, and now it was blowing up in his face. The truth was, Richard had only teamed up with him out of guilt over Mara. But now that he knew it wasn't Mara who'd spent that night with him, there was nothing holding Richard back anymore. Bellin sat slumped in the hotel lobby, looking like a total wreck, nervously waiting for Perry to come back. It wasn't until the evening that she finally returned, and he jumped up when he saw her. Miss Lake, is there really no way out of this? Seeing how haggard and anxious he looked, Perry instinctively took a step back. What are you doing here? We had an agreement, he said hoarsely. Lack of sleep and food had taken its toll. You were supposed to help me talk Richard out of screwing over the pack. Are you seriously backing out now? She let out a frustrated sigh. Richard's not someone I can talk sense into. He said pulling the investment was already him being lenient. The man's got more money than he knows what to do with. And besides, when you guys signed that contract, there was nothing in there locking him in. No penalty for pulling out. What's the point of arguing now? Of course Bellin had thought of that, but he hadn't dared bring it up with Richard. He'd considered himself lucky just getting Richard to cooperate in the first place. Never expected things to fall apart this fast. Never thought Richard would actually pull the plug. But I found your brother, didn't I? That's got to count for something. I'm not asking for payback. Just, please, get Richard to stop. You're carrying his baby. He'll listen to you. Perry froze. How do you know I'm pregnant with his child? Bellin had let that slip out during his panic. Crap. How did he know? He scratched his head, scrambling for an excuse. It was my aunt, she told me. Said you looked obviously pregnant. Plus you had a prenatal appointment, didn't you? You've been following me? Perry snapped, clearly pissed. Bellin quickly tried to shift the blame. My aunt didn't mean anything by it. She just had no choice. It was the only way. Perry's eyes narrowed. So you knew I was pregnant and it's Richard's kid. That means those times I almost got hit by someone, those accidents. That was all planned by you guys, wasn't it? Bellin instantly realized he'd made it worse for himself. He should have kept his damn mouth shut about the pregnancy. Miss Lake, that's a ridiculous accusation. When did I ever arrange someone to attack you? You're seriously overthinking it. I only found out a few days ago. My aunt said you'd been going on private trips with Richard, clearly living together. So obviously, if you're pregnant, it's his. I mean, why else would the guy be treating you so nicely? His explanation actually made a weird kind of sense. Perry didn't have proof, but she still felt suspicious. Richard pulling out of the deal isn't something I can help with. It's between you two. Bellin wasn't ready to give up yet, but then someone walked in. Cold eyes locked right on Bellin. Did I not make myself clear? I told you to stay away from Perry. Bellin paled instantly. Alpha Richard, I'm really out of options. I only came to Miss Lake because I don't know what else to do. Please, don't back out. Richard snapped, "Out." Just that one icy word made Balin back off in terror. Perry let out a quiet sigh. "Are you seriously pulling out?" Richard stared at her, then couldn't help brushing her hair away from her forehead. "Do you not want me to?" She didn't want to get involved, but Balin's desperate expression made it hard to ignore. "If it were you, what would you do?" He gently tapped her head. "I get it. Fine. If you say don't, I won't. Consider the money alone, but I'm not joining that deal." Warmth spread from his touch, making her shiver slightly. His hand was so warm, but the things he'd done and said still lingered in her mind. "I don't want to owe you anything." His eyes softened, filled with affection. "You don't. If my mate needs something done, isn't it normal for me to help, Perry took a sharp breath, heart skipping a beat. "Who's your mate? Don't talk nonsense. You're carrying my baby. If you're not my mate, who else would be?" Richard rested a hand on her shoulder. "Hungry? Let's go eat. What do you want?" She shook her head. "Richard, do you even realize how weird this is? We're not close enough to be all touchy-feely." A crooked smile played on his lips, and he leaned closer. "Name one part of your body I haven't seen. You sure we're not close?" His breath tickled her ear, sending a rush of heat down her spine. "One more word, and I swear." She lifted her hand to smack him, but ended up freezing midair. "Stop clinging to me." She turned and stormed off toward the elevator. Richard just stood there, stunned by her anger, and forgot to follow. At the elevator, Perry paused and glanced back toward the lobby. He hadn't followed. When the doors opened, she didn't go in right away. If he came over and said something nice, maybe they'd go eat together. Humph, he blew his chance. As the next elevator opened, Perry stepped in. Her heart felt so empty. She didn't want to forgive him, but at the same time, she kind of wanted him to come after her. By the time Richard got to the elevator, she was gone. He wasn't the type to chase someone endlessly. If she hadn't figured things out yet, then fine. He'd give her more time. He left the hotel and headed to the Bloodmoon Pack with Byron. Perry stood beside the tall windows, watching his car disappear. A pang of emptiness hit her. He really left. She rubbed her stomach, feeling overwhelmed and a little hungry. With Gina busy tonight, she didn't even have anyone to eat with. In the morning, Byron walked into the office. "Alpha, we've got another big purchase of our pack's assets. It's been going on for 2 years, several accounts buying without selling. I checked, pretty sure it's all controlled by the same person. Altogether, they own around 1% now." Richard's eyes darkened in surprise. "That much?" The Bloodmoon Pack had a huge stock base. Someone grabbing 1%? That's no small feat. "Any idea who's behind it?" Byron gave a tight-lipped smile. "Can't be sure just yet, but there's a strong lead." Richard narrowed his gaze. "Spit it out." "I think it might be Perry." Richard's expression froze in disbelief. To pull off buys like that without making a ripple, it wasn't something just anyone could do. Forget about the money needed. The way it was done required real skills. "You're joking. Perry's a brilliant healer, but finance?" Byron shrugged. "It's more than just knowing a bit. She's been buying under our noses without a single slip. That takes guts and brains." Richard still looked skeptical. "No way. Someone must have used her accounts. Dig deeper. We've only just caught wind of this after 2 whole years. The daily trading volume of the Bloodmoon Pack was massive, so many transactions. But this pattern of only buying and never selling? Definitely sketchy, especially with the volume involved." Byron chuckled. "And what if it really is her? What would you do?" Richard gave a faint laugh too, Perry's image flashing through his mind. "Do what? She's the mother of my son. With genes like hers, no doubt the kid's a prodigy." Byron leaned back. "I mean, why not just ask her?" Richard's expression turned complicated. Just how capable was Perry? Where'd she even get that kind of money? Even curing rare illnesses shouldn't earn her that much. "If she knows how to move capital around, it wouldn't be hard," Byron replied. Richard had always been the stock genius, but this? She clearly knows her stuff. Spotted a solid company, held on tight, and didn't cash out, especially since the pack's stock has been climbing steadily. What throws me is the way she handled it, totally under the radar. Richard nodded, equally impressed and stunned. If it were anyone else, he'd have already taken action. But this was Perry, the woman he still had feelings for. More than anything, he admired her. Let's just wait and see what she does next. Got it, Byron said, leaving the office. Perry sat in the hotel's cafe, eyes fixed on her phone's candlestick chart. She'd just dumped some stock from another pack and reinvested into Bloodmoons again. She had a few high-performing stocks on hand and dabbled in futures or index trades now and then, but those were quick flips. Bloodmoon's stock was the only one she held long-term, and it had never let her down. It wasn't about Richard or any past agreement. They were business decisions. She simply believed in the stock's potential. The others were just for fast returns. It was a gift, really. She had a keen eye for the market. Her picks nearly always paid off. When the outlook was bleak, she switched to futures. "What'd you just buy now?" The familiar voice caught her off guard. She paused, the scent and sound unmistakable. Slowly, she looked up. "Richard?" Richard slid into the seat across from her. "You trade stocks?" Perry set her phone down. "Richard, aren't you supposed to be at work? What are you doing here?" Richard ordered a coffee, rubbing his eyes. "Had a late night. Just woke up." He yawned before smirking. "Making good money, huh?" Perry chuckled. "Just having fun with it. Whether I make money or not doesn't really matter. It's not my main gig." Richard took a sip of his coffee to wake himself up. "So what stocks are you buying? Maybe you can show me a trick or two." Perry shot him a look. "You think you need me to teach you?" Back when she first started dabbling in stocks, she'd actually used the Bloodmoon Pack's funds as a guide. "Your group's funds turn out solid profits every year. Guessing that's your handiwork?" Richard stayed modest. "I just give a little input here and there." Still, he was curious. "You're already a top doctor, your cooking's amazing, and now you're killing it in stocks too. Who taught you? Don't tell me even Vinnie Ritchie gave stock lessons." Perry swirled her coffee slowly. "He's all about medicine. The stocks, that's something I picked up on the side. I had a bit of help, but mostly I figured it out myself." "What kind of stocks did you buy?" She didn't really want to show her cards, just whatever felt right. Richard was seriously impressed. Not only was she a natural in the market, but she was also smart about mitigating risk. She used multiple accounts to invest in Bloodmoon Pack stock, nearly impossible to trace back. The girl even had serious tech chops. Well, if she wanted to play, let her. After all, she was carrying his child. She'd be part of the pack eventually anyway. Their company stock? She was welcome to it. "Keep buying like that, and you'll be one of our VIP investors." Perry waved it off. "I'm really just doing it for fun." She was still so young, already rolling in cash, and calling it a hobby. Richard was beginning to see her in a new light, smart and sharp. "No team behind you?" Perry rolled her eyes. "What team? Doing just fine by myself. Why do you keep digging, Richard?" Could it be that he found out about her staggered account purchases of the Bloodmoon stock? Well, even if he did, so what? They went public for a reason. People are supposed to buy in. She believed in their growth. That's why she invested. Richard raised his hands like it wasn't a big deal. "Just curious, that's all. How's the little one doing? Still behaving in there?" Perry placed her hand gently on her barely noticeable baby bump. 3 months in, her loose clothes hid it well, and though she'd put on a bit of weight, her proportions made it work. "We're fine. Don't worry about it." "I can't not worry. That's my kid growing in there. Or maybe it's a girl." "I'd actually love that," Richard said, eyes softening. "We're still young. We've got time for more." "Who says I'm having more with you?" Perry snapped. Her mood soured fast at the thought of that night, and Mara. And didn't forget Alicia either. Richard looked at her tenderly. "We're already here, Perry. You can try to deny it, but it doesn't change the facts. Do you really hate me that much? Why do you still keep me at arm's length?" It wasn't that Perry truly hated him or didn't want to be with him. It's just, he never gave her a real reason to say yes. "You've got Mara hanging around, and there's Alicia practically throwing herself at you. I'm not about to fight some other woman for your attention." Richard ran a hand through his hair, sighing. "Women. There's nothing going on with Mara and Alicia. Definitely not happening. I've already explained the whole Mara thing. I'm not interested in them, or anyone else." Perry wasn't like most people. She was proud, always had been. And honestly, she had every right to be. So what? Just because you did what you did that night, I'm supposed to just agree? Richard leaned in a bit, voice steady. "Then tell me, What do you want me to do? Say the word, I'll do it. Perry changed the subject. Richard, what would you do if someone started buying up a ton of your pack's stocks? At least she knew how to bring it up. A sly grin tugged at Richard's lips. Depends who it is. If it's some outsider, definitely not happening. Not just anyone gets to be a shareholder in Bloodmoon Pack. Why did you buy a bunch? Perry's mind was spinning. Truth was, she really did. Well, not that many, I guess. Just a bit more than the average person. You're not going to come after me, are you? Richard gave half a laugh, half a serious warning. Like I said, I only go after outsiders. My own mate, that's a different story. Who said I'm your mate? Perry shot back, though her voice wasn't as sharp as before. Deep down, she kind of liked him. She just hadn't figured everything out yet. Seeing her pout and blush a little, Richard couldn't hold back a chuckle. You're carrying my kid, Perry. If that doesn't make you my mate, then what does? Come on, stop being mad at me. I know you like me, don't you? No way. Why would I like you? Perry muttered, still pouting. Richard's phone rang. It was Byron asking when he'd be back. Apparently something needed handling. After hanging up, he turned to her. I've got to get back. Want to come with me back to the pack? Been there, done that? No thanks. How about dinner then? I'll call you after work. Perry paused. We'll see. All right. Richard gave a quick wave and left in a hurry. Perry felt an emptiness creep in as she watched him walk away. You don't like him when he's here, but you miss him the second he's gone, Gina said with a teasing smile as she walked over. I don't miss anyone, Perry huffed. Aren't you supposed to be working? What are you doing here? Henry called again, Gina said. He wants to know if you're free for lunch. He'd tried a few times before, but Perry had always turned him down. Maybe just tell him you already have a mate. That might finally get him to stop chasing. She actually thought that made sense. Might as well be crystal clear. All right, tell him I'll do lunch. Gina made the call, and Henry sounded thrilled. He said they'd go to that rotating restaurant near the Bloodmoon Pack and suggested just the two of them today. Maybe next time Gina could join. Perry didn't care much. Around noon, she grabbed a cab and headed to the spot. Henry greeted her with a bouquet of flowers. You finally agreed to have lunch with me. She didn't really want to take the flowers, but he stuffed them into her arms, so she just set them aside. Why flowers? Because a beautiful lady deserves some, he replied with a smile. So what would you like to eat? Perry smiled. Anything's fine by me. Henry ordered 2 of the priciest set meals. It took me a while to get you here. The food's really good, you'll see. We should come more often. Not far away, Alicia sat with her phone out. She'd just snapped a photo when Henry handed Perry the flowers. The angle made it look like they were hugging. She sent the photo off to a reporter. Let's see Perry talk her way out of this one. Henry had that polished, gentlemanly tone. Mind if I call you Perry? Feels more personal. Still staying at a hotel? Need help finding a job? What did you major in? I know people. Perry shook her head. I'm kind of used to doing things my own way. Don't really like being told what to do. So you already have work? Something freelance? Perry chuckled. Nope. Henry leaned in slightly. Come work for my pack then. Be my assistant. How about it? Perry narrowed her eyes a little at his words. I have no clue how to be a secretary. Henry had done some digging on Perry. After all, he was into her, but came back with only the basics. Raised in the countryside, illegitimate daughter of the Ashen Pack's alpha, no job, and no trace of where she went to college, if she went at all. Well, you've been blessed with that face. Honestly, you don't even need a job. Perry's smile faded. What's that supposed to mean? Henry casually poured himself a glass of red wine. Be my lover. I'll provide for you. Most girls might find that line romantic. Perry just found it icky. You? Take care of me? I doubt you could afford it. Henry studied her face. Yeah, she was stunning. Especially those eyes, full of spark. Having her on his arm would be quite the flex. Relax, I got you. I'll give you 50 grand a month as spending money. You don't need to work. I'll even buy you a condo. Make sure you've got a nice place to live. Sound good? Perry finally got it. This guy was trying to keep her like she was some side piece. She almost laughed. 50 grand a month? You're generous, Mr. Alpha Henry. Still not enough for one of my bags. Henry glanced at the bag she was carrying today. Not even a designer label. That one? Doesn't even look like it cost $2,000. Perry said calmly, "Thanks for overestimating me, it was just a few hundred." Henry smiled. "Hey, don't worry, that's just pocket money. Need a bag? Call me, I'll send one over." He liked her, sure, but he was the chairman of the Bloodmoon Pack. His real match would be someone like Gina Layton. Same status, same background. Perry could be his girlfriend maybe, but never his mate. Perry picked up on that quickly. "So this dinner was you pitching your sugar daddy package?" Henry smirked. "Don't make it sound so harsh. I just really like you, that's all. But I want to be with someone I actually love." He didn't plan to mate with her, never did. "You're still young. What's the rush?" The food finally arrived, 2 full courses and a pricey bottle of wine. Lunch alone here could cost thousands. Henry, ever the gentleman, said, "Need help cutting that steak?" Perry shook her head. "I've got it." "Gina bring you to this kind of place often?" Henry asked smoothly, tone casual but with an edge. Perry caught the hidden jab. Like she only made it to places like this because of Gina's connections. She responded, "Only once or twice, nothing too crazy." "You liking the food?" he asked, inching closer to his point. She nodded honestly, mid-bite. "Yeah, it's great." Henry dabbed at the corner of his mouth, satisfied. "I can bring you here anytime, if you want." Perry kept eating, not slowing down until her entire plate was clean. Henry noticed how fast it disappeared and figured, "Yep, this girl probably wasn't used to high-end spots. There's even better food out there. I'll show you next time." "Better than this?" Perry leaned in a bit, eyes curious with a playful edge. "Where at?" Henry hadn't finished half his meal yet. Plenty of great places. Bloodmoon Pack got some solid picks. Lou's Diner, Benny's Smokehouse, The Hollow, and Vera's, that little pasta bar downtown. Total hidden gem. You ever been? Perry said, "Yeah, I've walked past it a few times, but $560 for a bowl of truffle mac and cheese, that's straight up robbery." Henry was amused by her straightforwardness. Girls like her, lacking worldly experience, were always easier to impress. "How about I take you there tonight?" Perry shook her head. "Got stuff to do tonight, can't make it." "All right, maybe another time. You can hit me up whenever you're free." "Oh right, let's add each other. We've known each other for a while and I still don't have your contact." Henry pulled out his phone to scan her code. Perry replied politely, "I think it's better if we don't." Henry raised an eyebrow, confused. He thought things were going pretty well. "It's just adding a contact. You seem really cautious?" Perry had no interest in dragging it out. "It's not caution. I'm just not into it." Henry's brow furrowed. She just had dinner on his dime, and now she's switching up? "Did I say something wrong, Perry?" Perry gave a cold laugh. "Alpha Henry didn't say anything wrong. You just read the whole situation wrong. I'm not the kind of girl you're looking for. Do yourself a favor. Pay the bill." The waiter came over. "Hi, the total is $28,000. Who will be paying?" Henry looked at Perry, curious how she'd handle a bill this big. Perry pulled out her phone, scanned the code, and paid. Henry looked stunned. "I thought I was treating. Why'd you pay?" Perry smiled. "Trust me, I can afford one meal. But the flowers, you should keep those, and don't bother contacting me again." With that, she turned and left. Henry stood there embarrassed. Something felt off. He hurried after her. "Perry, let me take you home." Perry shook her head. "Nah, I'll grab a ride myself." As soon as she got to the hotel, Gina rushed over. "Spill it." Perry filled her in on everything. Gina's jaw dropped. "What the hell? He tried to sugar daddy you? Who does he think he is?" Perry chuckled. "He clearly thinks he's something special. But hey, lunch was decent. I'm full." "You paid? Girl, have you lost your mind? Why did you cover the bill?" Perry had plenty of money. "You think I'd let him treat me? I don't want to owe him a thing." Not long after, a post popped up online. Pictures of Perry and Henry looking rather close. Henry's face was turned, but Perry's was clearly visible despite some hair partially covering it. They were hugging, with a huge bouquet of red roses between them. Gina saw it and flipped out. She immediately called Henry. "What the hell is this? Did you post that?" Henry hadn't seen it yet and was caught off guard. "What post are you talking about?" He checked, and once he saw it, panic set in. "I swear I didn't know we were being photographed. I'll look into it. How's Perry?" Gina snapped. "Henry, I can't believe you'd stoop this low. If I knew this was what you were planning, I never would have let her have lunch with you. So you've got money, big deal. Let me tell you something, Perry isn't short on cash, so do us a favor and drop the sleaze. Henry hadn't expected things to spiral like this. He definitely underestimated Perry, but still, she had no job or family backing. Where'd her money come from? You've got it all wrong. That's not what I meant. Please try to talk to her for me. I really like her. Deal with that post first. Gina snapped before hanging up. Byron also saw the post and showed it to Richard. A wave of fury surged through Richard. She's out dating Henry? So she's his girlfriend now? What the hell is she doing? Going on dates with another wolf while carrying my child? The title was bold, the photo too bold. The hug and the massive bouquet stung his eyes. Byron said maybe it was just a regular lunch and someone with an agenda snapped the photo. Richard didn't buy it. A regular lunch and they're practically hugging? Last time they met up, she went on a date with Henry. I bet Henry's into her and she agreed. If that was true, then Richard really looked pathetic. The she-wolf he had in the bag got snatched right in front of him. Figure out what's going on, fast! Byron refreshed the webpage. The post is spreading fast. There's definitely someone pushing it behind the scenes. Henry genuinely liked Perry, so he wasn't rushing to kill the post just yet. He only asked people to look into who started it. Alpha, I should probably slow the spread of that post for now. Otherwise, it'll blow up and hit trending soon. Richard nodded. Yeah, cool it down first. Best case, get the whole thing taken down. No way was he letting his she-wolf go on a date with some other guy. Byron made a few calls, trying to find out who took the pictures, who posted them, and reached out to the websites to delete the content, but the post had already spread too quickly. It was showing up on tons of sites. Erasing it completely was going to be a challenge. Then Byron called Henry. Henry was a bit surprised Byron was taking such an interest in what happened between him and Perry. Could they have something going on? What's your deal with Perry? Henry kept it polite. We just had lunch. I didn't expect someone to sneak pictures like that. You're chasing after Perry? Henry still hadn't figured out Byron's angle. She's a stunning girl. I'd be crazy not to. Pretty girls are easy on the eyes, right? What, Byron? Don't tell me you're into her too. Byron's voice turned cold. Get that post taken down now. Lower the heat and do us all a favor. Stay away from Perry. Wait, you're into her too? Byron didn't bother explaining. Not your concern. Just do what I said. All right. I'll handle it, Henry replied, still baffled. Why was Byron acting so protective over Perry? She didn't exactly need financial help, so was Byron secretly supporting her? But then why would she go on a date with him? Clearly, she wasn't as simple as she looked. Henry didn't waste time and immediately contacted people to clean it up. By evening, the post's heat had dropped. Over at a tea house, Alicia and Bellin had been glued to the screen. Must be because both Henry and Richard jumped in, Alicia muttered. No way it would have died down this fast otherwise. Bellin said, if they find out it was you who snapped the photos and posted them, guess who's going to come at you? I'm not talking about Henry. I mean Richard. Alicia lightly touched the diamond ring on her pinky. I kind of want to see what Richard would do. What scared her most was his total silence. As long as he reacted, even if it was to yell or fight, at least that meant something between them. That would be so much better than this one-sided silence. Even a fight would be better than being completely ignored. But the truth was, she and Richard weren't even mates. Everything was just wishful thinking on her part. Perry's having his baby. Richard's definitely going to marry her, Bellin said sharply, taking a jab at her. I really don't think you've got much of a shot. Alicia, probably without even realizing it, found herself siding with Bellin. Richard is mine. I'm not letting anyone take him. Benjamin stormed straight into the Thornborn Pack. Henry, what the hell are you doing? Henry looked confused. He had no idea why Benjamin was here. Benjamin, what brings you here? Have a seat first. They were somewhat familiar, but far from close. Benjamin didn't sit down. What's going on between you and Perry? Henry froze for a second. Was this about Perry too? Seriously, who even was she with? Byron was already acting all protective, and now Benjamin? You mean the lunch photo? I just invited her out to eat. Didn't expect it to blow up online like that. Come on, sit down. We can talk. To Benjamin, Perry wasn't just any girl. She had saved his life. He respected her deeply. and after recently finding out about her and Richard, he knew he had to let go of his own feelings, but he wasn't about to let anyone else mess with her. So, you're trying to chase her or what? Yeah, I did think about it, Henry admitted, remembering Byron's warning from earlier, but it was just a meal. She didn't say yes or anything. Don't tell me, you like her too? Benjamin's eyes darkened. Henry, I'm telling you now, Perry is pure. Don't even think about going after her or I won't play nice. Henry wasn't sure what the big deal was. Just one girl, yet Byron and now Benjamin were all riled up. Who is she even with? I really didn't know she was taken, that's why I asked her out. She's my brother's mate, Benjamin said in a low tone. What? Henry was genuinely shocked. Richard likes Perry? Yeah, she was great, but even Richard was interested, and Benjamin was this protective. Wow, I didn't see that coming. Okay then, I'll keep my distance. There's a bond between her and Richard, Benjamin added as a final warning before turning to leave. Henry walked him down to the street in silence, still stunned. Perry and Richard, who'd have thought? Driving past the Crown Regent Hotel, Benjamin couldn't stop himself from pulling over. He figured she might be there. Perry liked reading in the hotel cafe. Sure enough, there she was, sitting by the window. Only instead of reading, she was just zoning out, head resting on one hand, clearly not in the mood. The buzz around that lunch post had died down, but the whole thing still left her annoyed. It was gross, really. How dare Henry even suggest keeping her as a mistress? Disgusting. You don't have to overthink it. We all know it's not true. Perry looked up, surprised. Benjamin, what are you doing here? He gave her a warm smile. Just came to see how you're doing. You okay? I'm all right, Perry replied, instinctively pulling his wrist over to check his pulse, then glanced at his tongue. Not bad. You're recovering well. Just make sure you keep eating according to that meal plan I gave you, okay? Benjamin truly looked up to her and had been following her diet advice religiously. I will. How about you? Perry smiled. I'm fine. None of it's real anyway. Honestly, what other people thought didn't bother her much. What she really cared about was how Richard would react. Benjamin said quietly, Richard didn't tell Dad about the pregnancy yet. He said you haven't forgiven him, and he's worried Dad might bother you. Perry let out a slow breath. This is my baby. I never expected him to take responsibility. But my brother really does like you. Benjamin, thank you. But when it comes to feelings, only the person involved really knows how it feels. Benjamin chuckled. I seriously wish you could become our Luna. My brother is the one I look up to the most, besides our dad. And you've saved my life. We all want you two to be happy together. He glanced towards the door, spotting Richard. Benjamin got up from his seat. I gotta go. Things to take care of. Perry didn't see Richard coming in. All right, call me if anything comes up. Sure. Benjamin walked to the lobby and gave Richard a quick heads up. Go talk to Perry. She doesn't seem to be in a great mood. Richard frowned. Benjamin, you don't need to get involved in my business with her. Head back. Dad's waiting for you to have dinner. Got it. So when are you bringing Perry home? Some other time. Still clearly annoyed, Richard brushed past and headed toward Perry. His words were blunt and sarcastic. Had quite the romantic lunch, huh? Getting that close with Henry, and even having their photos plastered online, if she really became the Bloodmoon Pack's Luna, what would people think of Richard? Can't even manage his own mate? Perry kept a straight face. She had nothing to feel guilty about. Is there a problem? Richard narrowed his eyes and sat across from her. There's gossip about you and another guy, and you think that's no big deal? Seriously, Perry, how can you be so chill about it? Perry shot back with a scowl. You said it yourself. It's just gossip. So why are you making a big deal? And since when do you have the right to question me? Who am I to you, anyway? Even Benjamin trusted her, but here Richard was, throwing accusations. Richard's expression darkened. So what, you and Henry got something real going on? Perry snapped. Even if we did, what's it to you? Richard, get this straight. We've got nothing between us. Her words lit a fire in him. Perry, do you really think there's nothing I can do? She lifted her chin defiantly. What, you gonna do something? Besides, this is my life. How is it any of your business? He couldn't hurt her. She was pregnant. He couldn't upset her either. Honestly, there wasn't much he could do at all. Are you trying to push me? What happened at lunch? Just tell me straight. Perry clenched her jaw, obviously not keen on talking. She paused for a bit before finally muttering, Henry invited me to lunch and brought a bouquet. Someone snapped a photo, and the angle made it look like we were hugging. She was giving him something, and it helped cool Richard down a little. And then, Perry was already fed up. And then what? You think there's some plot twist waiting? After the meal, he walk you back to the hotel? Her eyes turned cold. Why should I report every little detail to you? Because I want to know. Well, I don't want to say. Her mood was tanking already. Being caught up in rumors wasn't fun for anyone. I took a cab back on my own, didn't let him drive me. I paid for lunch, not him. He offered to give me 50 grand a month to be his girlfriend. I said no. Anything else you're dying to hear? Richard looked at her, heart aching. He stood up and walked to her side, gently brushing her hair back. I'm sorry. I only pushed because I was worried. So Henry wants to sugar daddy you, huh? Perry was thinking the same thing, but hearing it from Richard's mouth just rubbed her the wrong way. She brushed his hand off her head. Do I look like someone who's just waiting to be kept? Richard slumped back on the couch. He must have a death wish. Perry let out a sigh. All right, the guy didn't even know I'm carrying your kid. It's not like I've got some label on my forehead saying I'm your mate. She caught herself mid-sentence, realizing it didn't sound right. I mean, there's no need for you to be all fired up. It's my issue. I can handle it. Richard said, Let's go eat. Got something special for you. What are we eating? Perry asked, not really in the mood. Seafood. Sound good? Richard knew she liked seafood. Even though Perry hadn't been eating much lately because of the pregnancy, she did feel her cravings spark up a little. An occasional indulgence wasn't a big deal. With you? Richard stood up and gently helped her up. If not with me, who else? You seriously thinking about eating with someone else? From now on, you're only allowed to eat with me. Try going out with another wolf again, I dare you. Perry stood as well. And what exactly am I to you? You're the mother of my kid. My mate, Richard said without hesitation. Perry didn't get mad. Compared to Henry, Richard really was on a whole other level. Better looking, better background, more powerful, more charismatic. And he wanted her. Why would she even consider being Henry's girlfriend? Yeah, right. Henry was totally out of his league. Let's go. Richard reached for her hand. She pulled away. I can walk fine by myself. Don't touch me. Richard had no choice. The fact that she agreed to come was already a big win for him. All right. My car's right out front. Perry ended up getting into his car, almost without thinking. Maybe Henry had just ticked her off. Maybe it was because Benjamin had come to her, showing that the Bloodmoon Pack really did care about her. So this time, she didn't say no to Richard. Richard leaned in to buckle her seatbelt. Getting close enough, it felt like a hug. Perry, flustered, pushed him away. I can do it myself. Richard chuckled. Fair enough. She was in his car. She wasn't getting away tonight. He started the engine. As they passed the intersection, Perry blurted out, Didn't you say seafood? This isn't the right way. Richard replied, The Thornborn Pack serves some decent seafood too. Perry instantly got it. He was taking her there just to make a point to Henry. There's no need. Any place you pick is going to be good. Richard just smiled and drove straight to a restaurant in the Thornborn Pack's territory. He stepped out and opened the door for her like a proper gentleman. Henry was still around. When important guests were expected, he always stayed to greet them personally. The moment he saw Richard holding Perry's hand, a flicker of shock crossed his face. No wonder Benjamin had come after him. Perry was really with Richard? But why hadn't she ever said anything? Alpha Scott, welcome, Henry greeted them. Richard dropped Perry's hand and instead put an arm around her shoulder, pulling her close. He didn't bother responding to Henry and walked straight up to the fancy private room on the second floor. Henry's smile faltered as he watched them walk away. For a second, he felt this sinking emptiness in his chest, like something important had just slipped completely out of his reach. So Perry's wolf was Richard after all. Compared to Richard, Henry knew he didn't stand a chance. Not in looks, not in status, nothing. Even if he liked her more than anything, he couldn't compete. Something that was never his to begin with. Maybe it was time to stop hoping.